There we go. This mobile command center, yo. Sometimes it's a little difficult. All right. Can you all hear me okay? Hopefully. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, hopefully. I didn't bring my other microphone. This is the only one I got. So, and I tried to get my Bluetooth to connect, but it wouldn't quite connect.
It sounds good.
All right. How are you this morning? How is everybody? How are you?
Good. Good. How are you doing?
Good. Doing all right. It's beautiful. Birds chirping, breeze. I love being outside. Wearing the Search Crew hoodie, but got to be doing some work after the show on the vehicle, so we won't be doing a show tonight. I don't think. It depends on how quick I get this stuff done today. But the hearing yesterday was quite interesting, Mr. Thompson. In my opinion, yeah. I mean, it has showed in all of these court hearings, it has showed, because anytime that a prosecutor has to remind the whole courtroom of how things are supposed to go, it's like, well, I'm sure he's used to a lot of people not telling him no, and when people are telling him no, it's a problem.
Yeah.
Right. So we're going to watch this. I haven't watched either one of them. Have you checked either one of them out or nothing? It's all going to be fresh from us today.
Yeah,
Right.
I wanted to, and then I didn't get a chance. So I was gonna tell you guys, I'm not prepared at all. This is gonna be first reaction.
Look at mine. I don't know if you can see my notebook. It has absolutely nothing on it. Usually it's filled up, but mine this morning has absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
So it's going to be completely fresh. Sometimes that's good though. So we're going to watch both of them. I'll leave it up to you. Do you want to watch the newest one first, or the one from last week first and then the new one? How do you want to do it?
Maybe we should watch in the right order. So the older one first, and what do you think?
I think that sounds good. Whatever you feel like is what I'm about here this morning. Apple Bottom Jeans, what's up? 44, 45, 44. Good morning, everybody. Ooh, contribution call out. 1 second. I love being outside. I wish I could be in a hammock instead of this chair. It'd be great. Contribution call out Moonlight Rays. Thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you. We'll be having some stuff coming out this weekend for the members as well. Tonight I'm going to try and uh, get the GoPro from the Riley strain up.
You're cutting out a little bit. I don't know if you can hear me.
Loaded. That there we go. I'm gonna upload that stuff for the Riley strain. That way, it could bring more attention when it comes to like the terrain down there and how maybe from up there looking down the story makes sense, but when you're down there at the shoreline and you're looking around and we're showing you the different scenarios and stuff, it don't make sense. And so I think that's very important to try and get uploaded out there this evening. So I want to say thank you for the contribution, Moonlight Rays. Appreciate that, and thank you for becoming a member. And let me drop Rosie's link as well. Sorry, when we are watching these court hearings, I'm going to go ahead and mute it like I did last night. That way it doesn't affect you all. So there's some other videos I kind of got together this morning as well to kind of get into. And do you guys remember? I'm not going to play it, but do you guys remember the guy that sells real estate in Idaho, in northern Idaho, but yet
Yes.
when these big trucks come by, I'm just going to mute it. Yeah, do you guys remember the guy from northern Idaho that sells real estate, but he gives you every reason not to buy real estate? Well, he came out with another video, and this thing is shocking crazy. I'm not going to play it, but I'll share the channel with you. So if you're new to the show and you don't know what we're talking about, yeah, you'll definitely want to check out that newest video. I'll share the link for you. CJ, have you sent you email on the new Riley update? I think you showed last night. It's just new Riley update. Where'd you on email? Okay, hold on. There's an update. What's the update? I didn't know there was an update.
I didn't know there was an update either.
Oh, I think you. Oh, we played that video last night, I believe, right? Not the one you showed last night. Okay. All right. I'll take note of that. Thank you. Oh, yeah. I was up for, I think, 25 hours at that point, but minus the little hour nap. But I was up for 25 hours at that point, plus drove. I don't even remember how long it was anymore. Was it 14 or something? 13, 14, something like that. Yeah. I was spent last night. As soon as I laid down, and then I woke up this morning, and it took me all. I've been up for 2 hours, and I'm still half asleep.
When you're that tired.
But it's beautiful out, so why not? All right, so let me. This thumbnail's crazy too. Let me share the. Definitely go sub to Rosie. Thank you for all your hard work too. Check. Oh, look at this thumbnail, man. That's like, are minorities safe in Idaho? And he's got the thumbnail. It's all about. Do I need to? Is that what I need to do? Do I need to start making like
Absolutely.
And these
Yeah.
all, like these kind of,
Mm,
is that what I need to do?
yeah.
Make, make the crazy thumbnails? Oh, shit. Hold on 1 second. I gotta fix this camera here. Let's see. Center. Let's see. StreamYard's bugging. It won't let me adjust the camera stuff. Here, let me just do this. There. That way we can get both of us in there. Okay. I'm gonna email you AB Riley. What's up, Sunshine? What's up, Beth D? Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna go off my phone here because it is just too choppy out here. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. It's just too choppy. It's just too choppy. All right. Let's go with this. It might kick me out real quick. I don't know. I'm going to my mobile hotspot. All right. There. Because it was already booting me a couple times this morning. That's too much. That's too
Alright.
much. What's up, Christina? Yeah, look at this thumbnail, though. So here, I'm not going to play the whole thing because really, it's just funny as shit. Here's again the guy from the northern Idaho that's trying to sell you real estate, but gives you every reason not to. So there's the link to that video if you want to check it out. Maybe in a future Idaho 4 episode, we'll check it out, but not today because we already have 2 court hearings we're going to go into. Happy birthday, Beth. Hold on. Who? What? Who? Where? Beth D, it's your birthday? Hold on. Today I'm officially older. Well, happy birthday. Damn.
Happy birthday.
What the hell? Hold on. I'm too damn tired to try and sing something, but here. Cuz it'd be like a dog barking and shit right now, you know? I'm just I'm just telling you. It'd be like a dog barking. You all
Thought
don't
that
want
count. Yeah.
you don't know. It's not the thought that counts for that
Okay.
because you'd be like, "Can we, CJ, turn your audio?" See, yeah, I already know. That's why I'm not doing it. But here you go, Beth. Happy birthday, Beth.
Happy
Appreciate you.
birthday.
Yeah, with the little balloons and stuff in the glitter. I'm just, hey, it's trust me, it would have been better to hear that than it's not happening. It's not good. Trust me, you'll thank me. All right. So we're gonna go. There's some extra little lawn crime videos, that I wanna kind of check out in between and stuff like that. But we're gonna go back. Let me see here. I gotta go back. It wasn't 4 weeks ago. It was 3 weeks ago. No, it was a week ago. Where'd it go? Hold on. 8 days ago. Ooh, yes, we're gonna do this. I want to. Christina, do you have another one of these? Because I'm gonna play yours. Hold on 1 second. Christina Rain, lovely mod here at the Evil CJ. We're gonna play hers. So go sub up to Christina. And we're going to use hers. So this is from 7 days ago. And Rosie, if at any moment you'd like me to pause it when you want to discuss something, let me know. Just say, "Can we pause it, please?" And we will pause it. I might pause it if I want to discuss something as well. And definitely leave your comments. So this is from 7 days ago. Let me make sure I put that up there so nobody gets confused. One moment. Hey, I don't want anybody to get confused. So,
I know.
right? All right. So what was the date on this? April 4th? Is that what it was?
Must have been.
Was it April 4th when let's see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we'll put at Christina Rain. Yeah, that's how we'll do it. We'll do it like this. Kaboom. All right. So this is April 4th. And whoop. Pause, rewind, full screen, and
All right, let's get on the record, please. Okay, thank you. We are now on the record. This is State versus Brian Koberger, case number CR 29222805. Mr. Koberger is here in the courtroom with his attorneys, Ms. Taylor, and maybe Mr. Loxton is not.
He's not
remote.
He's not remote, Judge, but I think Miss Massa.
Yes, I was going to go to her next. Ms. Massa is also participating remotely. The state's represented by Mr. Thompson and Ms. Jennings, who are in the courtroom. And my understanding is Mr. Nye is remote. And Ms. Beatty?
She's not with us today. She's tied up with some other obligations, voice of job.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so we have several issues to address today. And so maybe we should just start with the state's motion for order prohibiting contact with prospective jurors absent leave of court. Mr. Thompson?
Thank you, Your Honor. And to start, I want to help frame what the issue really is today. We are not here to debate whether the defense contracting for public surveys on public sentiment and that sort of thing is or isn't appropriate. That's not the issue at all.
I agree.
Our sole concern today is the nature of certain questions that have been propounded to residents of Lake Tahoe County by a survey company that's contracted by the defense. And we are specifically concerned with how those questions line up in light of this court's very clear non-dissemination order. I think
I'm going to go ahead and pause it right there. What kind of questions in a survey could cross the line for the non-dissemination order when it comes to trying to figure out if there's bias. I mean, wouldn't it be a questionnaire like, do you think Koberger is guilty? How much coverage have you watched? Could you change your mind about a death penalty? Could you change your mind to think that somebody else could have committed the crime? Could you change your mind? Like all of these questions of, could you be an impartial juror member? What questions? I'm cute. Like what is Ann Taylor asking? You know, if like they think he walked in there and you know, like the most graphic description possible and laid out the scenario or something. I mean, that would be somebody breaking the non-dissemination order if you're trying to ask or put a question with all the events together, and then if somebody says, yeah, I know of a different event that took place that night, that would cross the non-dissemination order. But other than that, what kind of questions could there be if he's saying that it's the questions that are making them worry about the boundary of the non-dissemination order to be crossed?
I don't think that there's any question that can do that unless they're like literally giving them an assignment where they put information that they don't know and then asking them questions about it. I don't actually see how it can be, how it can conflict with the order. I really don't get it.
Well, Elias says that he reads all the questions, so let's see what they are. I don't know. I'm interested. I'm like, whoa, what is she asking him here? This has got to be crazy.
The best place to start is to go to the court's June 23rd of 2023 non-dissemination order. And in paragraph enumerated number 1, starting at the bottom of page 1, the court ordered that counsel for all the parties and any of our agents and other attorneys are prohibited from making extrajudicial statements, written or oral, that the lawyer or agent knows or reasonably should know will have a substantial likelihood of materially prejudicing or otherwise influencing the outcome of the case. And that's essentially the language out of Idaho Professional Conduct Rule 346. But what is particularly important today is the next sentence. Your Honor directed, this order specifically prohibits any out-of-court statement which a reasonable person would expect to be disseminated by means of public communication that relates to the following. And among the items listed are the identity or nature of evidence expected to be presented at trial or any sentencing phase. Any information a lawyer knows or reasonably should know is likely to be inadmissible at trial, and that would, if disclosed, create a substantial risk of prejudicing impartial trial. And it goes further down to say this includes performance or results of examinations or tests. Our concern here is that the questions that are being propounded on behalf of the defense, and let me stop for just a moment, because I want to be clear on this. We met with Ms. Taylor last week. Week before last. The 21st.
Thursday.
Yeah.
Before the Friday.
Thursday before the Friday when we filed our motion. Yeah.
Yes.
And we raised our concerns with Ms. Taylor. She confirmed for us that the survey was being conducted on behalf of the defense. And we raised with her the concerns we had about the specific language of the questions that were being asked. And Ms. Taylor represented to us, and I do not dispute this, that's why I want to make this part of the record, that she had not seen the actual questions themselves, that she had approved the topics that could be looked into during the survey. So I want to put that in the record that we are not accusing Ms. Taylor of drafting these questions for.
He thinks he's so fucking sneaky. I want to make sure that everybody understands that Ann Taylor didn't steal the cookie, okay? But she did have her hand. She told me herself she did have her hand in the cookie jar, everybody. But I just want everybody to know, like he's telling everybody, this was a private conversation. Ann Taylor, yes, I had my hand in the cookie jar, Bill, but I didn't steal the cookie. So, but nobody knew about it. But he wants to announce to everybody that Ann Taylor told me that she put her hand in the cookie jar. She just didn't steal the cookie, okay? What the fuck is that? That's like him being a big fucking tattletale. It's like telling on your older sister because she
Yeah.
stole your fucking Kit Kat.
Exactly.
Like, what the fuck is this? Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What the hell is this? And it just started. It just started. Like, what a baby. Like, we went to Ann Taylor because we're the way that the questions were asked. Dude, this isn't Burger King. You can't have it your way. What the fuck? You can't even
Right.
have it your way at Burger King. I don't know why they say that.
Verbatim, and then say, go send these out to the public. We are concerned, though, that the people hired by the defense to conduct this survey did exactly that. And the examples of the things that are of concern can be found in the transcript of one of the calls. As Your Honor will recall, we had a person come to us who had received one of these calls and actually recorded the call. And so our office prepared a transcript, and that was attached as Exhibit B, I believe, to our motion for order prohibiting contact. In addition to generic questions about the criminal justice system, here's where we get to things that concern the state immensely. Question: have you read, seen, or heard if Brian Koberger was arrested at his parents' home in Pennsylvania? Question: have you read, seen, or
I'm gonna stop at each question. Let's discuss each question. Hold on. That was a quick one. Hold on.
here's where we get to things that concern the state
This concerns them. Whoa, this is heavy.
immensely.
Immensely. Oh gosh.
Question: have you read, seen, or heard if Brian Koberger was arrested at his parents' home in Pennsylvania?
What's wrong with that?
Yeah.
Whoa! 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 Like for real?
That's not disseminating anything either. I mean, that's public. Yeah.
You know what he's doing? He's creating confetti. He's creating confetti. Because there's nothing there. Normally, if you this is not a movie. When you right here, when he's gonna go into the list of questions, this is not a movie. They're not gonna start off real slow, and then you get built up, and then all of a sudden, boom! 3/4 through the way of the movie. No, he's gonna come out with the in the first.
Yeah.
He's just creating confetti. Come on, that's get real.
Question: have you read, seen, or heard if police found a knife sheath on the bed next to one of the victims?
Oh no. This is public knowledge. This is public knowledge. They put it out themselves. They're the ones that put the PCA out. They put the PCA out. So how can that cross the boundary if they themselves released the PCA January 5th, 2023? They put that information out themselves, but that concerns the state immensely.
Yeah, he thinks that if he says that, then it'll just sound very serious.
It's like the word boom, you know? That's why it's freeze. Because boom is just, you know, come on, Thompson. It's 2024. Come out with the freezes, baby.
Question. Have you read, seen, or heard that DNA found on the knife sheath was later matched to Brian Koberger?
Again, in the PCA released January 5th, 2023. From you. From you.
Question. Have you read, seen, or heard if Brian Koberger owned the same type of car recorded on video driving in the neighborhood where the killings occurred?
Sir, you put out that information in the PCA. What the fuck? In the PCA. Did you put that information anytime before the PCA? No, sir, because the information that you put out before the PCA was just a 2011 to 2013. So, when you did put that information out there, Mr. Thompson, it was January 5th. I have a feeling we're going to say that date quite often today, Rosie.
I have a feeling too.
January 5th, 2023. From you, Mr. Thompson.
Have you seen, read, seen, or heard if the cell phone tower data showed that Brian Koberger made several trips near the victim's home in the month before the killing?
Judge, why are you writing this shit down, dude? I'm more organized than you, and my notebook is still empty. I actually have a note for Riley's strain case on it. That's how full it is, okay? Like, Judge, what are you writing down? This is crazy. Commercial. We got to figure out how we can make that work. I might just have to do it with the cell phone, like maybe something that can hold it up or something. I don't think he's bored. I think he's really trying to take notes, and the thing is he doesn't have to. All you have to do is remember that the fucking PCA came out January 5th, 2023. Let me put this in real quick. Because I'm just going to show it. I'm not even, we're just going to do this, okay? January 5th, 2023. Rosie, would you want to add anything to this? I don't know. What do you, what's,
Not yet.
I'm
I'll get
just, where's this immensely? I'm expecting this overwhelming of emotion to happen here based off of something, and I'm not seeing anything.
Have you read, seen, or heard if the university students in Moscow and their parents lived in fear until Brian Koberger was arrested for the murders? Have you read, seen, or heard if Brian Koberger said that he was out driving alone on the night of the murders?
Okay. Now, that would be something, I'm going to take this down because that wasn't January 5th, 2023. Christina Rain, go sub to her if you're not. She released this on April 4th, 2024, though. That came out when the court hearing where Koberger was supposed to offer some part of alibi where Ann Taylor said that he was, in fact, driving around at that time. So that, again, it's public knowledge. It's a court hearing. It was live streamed, and so if any of those people were watching it, I'm sure that they heard. I still don't see where the immense concern is from.
I actually think they're pretty good questions for what she needs to establish.
I think they're excellent questions, right, for what she needs to establish. Because really, you do want to know. Because the more, hold on. Because the more people that don't know is a way that you can get to an impartial jury. It's that simple. So I think those are very important questions
Exactly.
Because if you can see, especially when it comes to selecting a jury pool, the prosecution, the defense, they both get to put in their choices, and then they have to go off of the collective pool, and then it kind of gets whittled down, to the 12. And so you still want to have that information for jurors that might get replaced, because then you want to go back to your list and you want to go, well, here's one that doesn't know anything about it. I want to put them in for the replacement. I don't understand what the big problem is, because if the empathy people in any situation, empathy. And for him, if the shoe was on the other foot, if Ann Taylor was where you're at and you're where Ann Taylor's at, you'd be asking the same shit. So what's the problem?
Exactly.
Right.
Have you read, seen, or heard if Brian Koberger stalked one of the victims? Have you read, seen, or heard if Brian Koberger had followed one of the victims on social media?
Speculation. Have you watched any YouTube shows that discussed him stalking? I mean, you hear YouTube shows today discuss him stalking the victims, when where's their record of that, right? That we know of. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. We don't know. We're not at the water cooler. But what we do know is there's a lot of speculation put out there from mainstream media in the very beginning. And a lot of it came out untrue when court hearings started to happen.
And I mean, the questions aren't actually addressing that fact, whether it's true or not. They're just trying to address how far that speculation, what was its reach. That's all. Like, completely independent of its content. They just want to know who heard about it. So it's different.
It's a bunch of confetti. They're just trying to throw a bunch of confetti all over the place. So Unravel, do you think Ann Taylor? We haven't watched them. These two right here, our notebooks are empty. This is going to be fresh commentary from the last two court hearings today. I don't know. Are you mean Ann Taylor's sabotaging her own case? Interesting. We'll check it out. I don't know these questions. I'm just trying to. What's the problem? These are legitimate questions that if the shoe's on the other foot, you'd want to know too, man. Just saying.
Your Honor, there is absolutely no question but that those questions are disseminating by means of communication.
What?
Evidence expected to be presented. Evidence that could be or would be inadmissible at trial. And I will say there are a number of these representations placed in the form of a question, but representations of fact that are not true or that would not be offered at trial.
What the fuck, dude? You not proved? Not proved? You put out the fucking PCA, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? And not proved? Maybe don't have fucking snitch fucking people go report to fucking mainstream media and say they're the source close to the investigation, sitting there putting out all this fucking bullshit that doesn't come out to be true when these court hearings are happening and these records and these documents are getting released to show the stories that they were putting out were fucking ridiculous, and they were meant to make people think that this person should automatically go for a DP because of public opinion, and it didn't work. Your fucking trick didn't work. Your whole public opinion, guilty before trial shit didn't work this time. What the hell is he talking about, Rosie?
I don't know.
What the hell is he talking about? And that I expected more. I expected more questions. That was the end of it.
Yeah.
I don't know. In my opinion, Those are legitimate questions to help you determine if you can get a unbiased jury. And those are only questions. The last two were questions that were meant for mainstream media. Fucking Banfield. Okay, let's be honest. Banfield. She was the one that was putting most of that shit out there. And she still tried to do it last month with the security lady, the security video lady. How come they're not taking it seriously? She's mad. Yeah, you know why she's mad? You know why MPD didn't take it seriously? Because it had nothing to do with Koberger, because you know damn well if it had something to do with Koberger, they would have scooped it up, because you see right here, they ain't got nothing. Please.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, no, let's wait and see. If those, yeah. She can't do anything without knowing the answer to those exact questions.
Everything else
I mean,
is
she
from the
got,
PCA, Rosie. That's it.
yeah.
They put it out. What, you know, what?
Yeah.
I don't. They put it out. They put it out. January 5th, 2023. I'm going to listen to what he just said again, just so I hear it exactly the way it is.
Your Honor, there is absolutely no question, but that those questions are disseminating by means of communication evidence expected to be presented, evidence that could be or would be inadmissible at trial. And I will say it, there are a number of these representations placed in the form of a question.
What is going to be admissible at trial? Are you telling me? Oh, they already know that the Brett Payne Exhibit A, probable cause, is not going to be admissible? Is that what they're saying? Because, is that what they're saying, Rosie? Because most of these questions were from Brett Payne's Exhibit A, probable cause, right? So is Bill Thompson already, because I've said in the past, they're going to drop that shit because all the junk in it. Watch. Oh boy. Is that what he's saying? Is that what? Can Ann Taylor use this? Can Ann Taylor use this? Hold on.
Parents lived in fear until Brian Koberger was arrested for the murders. Have you read, seen, or heard if Brian Koberger said that he was out driving alone on the night of the murders? Have you read, seen, or heard if Brian Koberger stalked one of the victims? Have you read, seen, or heard if Brian Koberger had followed one of the victims on social media? Your Honor, there is absolutely no question, but that those questions are disseminating by means of communication evidence expected to be presented, evidence that could be or would be inadmissible at trial. And I will say it.
Evidence that could be presented, inadmissible. What are those questions? What are those questions? I'm sorry. If I'm a fucking lawyer and I want an impartial jury, I want to fucking know. That's simple stuff. Did you basically, this is what the survey is asking. But they put it in the PCA. They put it in the PCA. So this is the question that Ann Taylor's asking. Have you read the PCA? And have you watched Banfield?
Yeah.
That's it. Have you read the PCA and have you watched Banfield?
He's discounting his own info. He is.
That's it. Because those questions came from those two sources. Those questions. Those two. Because we didn't talk about stalking. We didn't talk about stalking. Yeah, he's talking inadmissible evidence, Alan. We're talking inadmissible evidence here. Admissible, inadmissible. How is any of this admissible? 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 Inadmissible. How is any of this Hold on, there's like a fucking ambulance or something. That's what I think. I think it's gonna come back to haunt him. Why do you think that we've been digging in? Why, like commercial zone, right? Like what Mark and Betty says, commercial zone. You know this. You dug through the PCA like a MF.
Yeah,
I watched it happen piece by piece on Twitter.
me too.
Like there's a reason why the PCA has been hit so much is because you look at it and it needs to be hit because look at it. Just like everybody always, I've been being asked for the last year to do a show where we compared PCAs of other cases to this one just to highlight the difference in it.
That is a really good idea. I have a few. I've kind of done that just out of interest.
Yeah.
I'll send you some.
I mean, hell, even when I go to Moscow and I'm planning my PCA route and I'm sitting there trying to map it out, and I literally have to use Google frickin' Maps because they don't name the streets right and they frickin' it's all a mess. It's all a mess. I had to use Google Maps and figure out because of the way that they wrote it in the PCA. It's ridiculous.
It's one of the worst things I've ever read. I have to be honest. It's really that bad.
It is. It should be, especially when it comes to cameras and cell phones is what's in the PCA, and you're going, cameras, and you're going off of this, and it's like, wait a minute, this is not like, hold on, I got to go to Google Maps again and go to Google guy, drop down, go to the frickin' corner, and then figure out, okay, this is what they're talking about. It's ridiculous. All right, here we go. Let's see what else we got in store here, Bill, because so far it's a flat balloon.
There are a number of these representations placed in the form of a question, but representations of fact that are not true or that would not be offered at trial.
The PCA
Or performance results of examination tests. And these questions specifically refer to DNA testing. Now, I recognize that the defense says, well, all this information is out there in the public media somewhere, but that misses the point. That's assuming that every person in Latah County who is called has followed all of this nonsense in social media, has followed extensive coverage. There are people who consciously avoid reading coverage or listening to coverage about this case because they don't want to. That's the fallacy of the position defense is taking here. So what the agents of the defense have done is they have gone out and interrogated 400 citizens of Latah County and embedded in them facts specific to this case, some of which are not even true, some of which would not be admissible in court. And those people, whether they had heard that information before or not, are.
That goes against what he's trying to argue, because he's trying to argue that he stalked them, but he's saying that the question about him stalking them, like, whoa. He's like, what is he doing here? He's like trying to push away from the stuff that he wants to help him get a conviction of a DP. I don't understand it. I'm sorry, Rosie. Go ahead.
No, it's just that he's saying that like information's being embedded in these people, but then he's also saying that some of it's not even true. So it's not that they're putting in all of these facts and misleading them, because some of it's not true. You can't lead them with stuff that isn't accurate. You're just asking if they've heard about it. So they're not going to go to a jury with that information on their mind, especially if it's, not true. Some of it's not true. I don't know.
You say it's so much better than me, Rosie. I'm just saying a bunch of, fucking like this. Like this shit just doesn't make any sense. It don't. It don't. Thank you for saying what you said, because half of my shit has laughs in it because I can't believe this shit. I can't believe what the fuck I'm hearing. And
There's
he's
a lot.
sitting there.
Yeah.
It makes you want to rewind it and hear it all again, but really it's not worth it because it's like, dude, in a nutshell, these things, like, you want people to think that, and you're sitting there saying, no, 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 that's wrong, that's wrong. And then you're saying people from the people that don't want to know anything about it. Well, then when it comes to the question, because let's be honest, Mr. Thompson, you're the one that released the Brett Payne Exhibit A probable cause, sir, and that has all the information in there. And when it comes to Banfield, hey, that's Banfield, and those are just a couple. So when it comes to all of that, even the DNA question, you yourself said that you matched the DNA in the Exhibit A. You are the one that said you matched the DNA to Koberger's dad and use that to arrest him. So you are the one that put the DNA link into the public's mind because we didn't know about a DNA link until you put it out there in the PCA.
And
What if they didn't hear about it? Check mark. No. What's the problem?
he's also being misleading there with the DNA because I think I heard him say that the question related to DNA testing, it actually related more to the DNA result, which is public knowledge. The testing would be a different story. So
PCA and Banfield.
yeah,
And then any other court hearings after that. When it comes
exactly.
to the alibi of him, the question of, have you heard about, him driving around alone that night? That's the same thing. And then why would you have an issue with that when, if you think about it, isn't that like a question from the defense's side that kind of can sway the implication against them because of letting them know? Maybe they didn't know at all. Maybe they thought Koberger was laying in bed eating fucking Cheetos watching Nick at Night or something, when they didn't know he was out driving around alone that night until they got the questionnaire, which goes against the defense, right? So to me, it's like, I don't understand where he's coming from. This is just confetti. It's all confetti. And
Yeah, I
then
mean,
Judge, go ahead.
no, it's just like what you just said. Some of these questions he could actually just use to his advantage. I don't know.
Especially the stalking. That's put like, this is what maybe Bill Thompson doesn't understand this about psychology. This is with psychology. If like with Ann Taylor, she's putting the idea or the thought, even 1%, that Koberger committed the crime with any of these questions that she's asking. So when you think about it, it's, if he's saying to the people that don't know, well, they might get brought in, but everybody, you should know who the jury pool is, because how can you know the jury pool if you don't have any? You're going to ask them these questions when they're coming in. You know what I mean? They're going to be asked these questions when they're coming in.
Exactly.
If they didn't know anything about it before, all of these questions go against what the defense wants somebody to think, because now those people are another step closer to thinking that Koberger has a connection to the crime.
Yeah, it just makes sense.
It doesn't. I'm interested to see what Judge has to say about this. He looks all concerned here. Is he getting like a perm going on now or something? He's kind of got a little mini fro going.
Maybe it was like
You see
raining.
that?
Yeah.
You see his mini fro going? That's how my hair, like when I grow my hair out, that's how my hair starts to get. I get like curly fro going.
I see that. Maybe you didn't have time
It
for
gets that's why I just shaved that shit, man. I got tired of dealing with it. I just shave it. I just shave it. All right, here we go.
are now saturated with that information. That is exactly what the non-dissemination order was intended to prohibit. That is reckless conduct, and it's outrageous. They can ask a survey, and they can ask people, what do you know about the Brian Kohberger case? What have you heard about the Brian Kohberger case? What do you think about the Brian Kohberger case? Do you have an opinion as to whether he's guilty or not guilty? Why do you think that? They can ask all those questions, legitimate survey questions, if you wanted to do a legitimate survey of public sentiment. But these questions go far beyond that. And I recognize that that it is represented, that the survey questioning here in Latah County with those 400 residents has been completed, but they're already saying they want to take these questions out to other possible veneers.
By the way, that's one of the theories. I didn't say that the whole incel in the back parking lot, even we've discussed it on different parts of our episodes. That's just one of the theories. So I'm not at the water cooler. I don't know the facts, but I do know what makes sense. And there's different theories out there of what could have taken place. I've even discussed the theory of how the church could have been involved with their own little group as well. So,
You have to look at everything.
yeah, it's no big deal.
Doing the same thing in other potential jury pools that they're doing with our own. That is far beyond acceptable. These are questions that, quite frankly, might not be able to ask in voir dire, much less into an uncontrolled, unsupervised environment without any bounds, and just recklessly feeding this information, which is sensitive. And it's particularly sensitive when it comes to information that the state does not believe is true, or the state does not believe would be admissible or would be offered at trial. On the issue of whether information already publicly available isn't included in Your Honor's order, which it clearly is because it doesn't say otherwise, we know that there is no exception in the court's order saying if the information is already publicly known, it's okay to disseminate it again. And indeed, that would be reckless for the very reasons that I just articulated, Judge. We would then be feeding information that is potentially prejudicial, or they could have.
And by the way, even if you're a best friend, this community is about peace, positivity, and progress. And if people can't be about it, then they can take a break or go somewhere else because it doesn't matter. We all know from the very beginning. That's why there's a ticker at the bottom here. It says speculation. Everybody knows that CJ isn't a fucking lawyer. I didn't think this was going to be a surprise to anybody, but maybe it is. CJ's not a fucking lawyer, okay? CJ just thinks as a criminal and then uses those ideas to see if shit makes sense or not, right? That's why it says crime concepts. That's what I am. I also go out there and do searches and things like that and try to help bring awareness to other places. So that's what I am. Never said I was a lawyer. Never said I was a private investigator. I just try and make things make sense or not. And then I deduct what I think don't make sense to what does make sense. And that's where it leads me. But the main thing is regardless of what any of our professions are, none of us are at this water cooler. So all of it is always going to be speculation. That's why I shouldn't even have to have a thing on the ticker down there. But, I do have to have that for some people because some people think that that ticker needs to be put up there to be reminded that this is all speculation. So let's just go ahead and make that clear real quick. I just want to make that clear. But also, this community is about peace, positivity, and progress. So, like I've always said before, even if we're a best friend, look, I get it. Maybe today's a bad day. Maybe things happen. I have things happen in my life too. We're all human. But at the same time, there's a time and place for shit. And the time and place for this is peace, positivity, and progress. So if people need to take a break, I totally understand and get it. because it always is about peace, positivity, and progress. I just need to make that clear to anybody that might be confused out there.
Fact, the open-mindedness of prospective jurors to people who may not have heard it before. That's completely reckless. And so, Your Honor, based on that, we think this needs to come to a stop. We think if the defense wants to continue doing survey work, which they are welcome to do, given what we've seen here, that the questions need to be approved by the court before they go out. And the question certainly should not include the types of questions, fact-specific questions that have been delivered to 400 citizens of Latah County. That's where we're standing right now, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. So and how can you compare unless you use the same questions? That's the problem. I mean, the damage has been done.
Well, that's one argument to make, but we don't want to perpetuate the damage that was done. And if they want to do a comparison, then they could have another survey in Latah County and do a responsible survey questionnaire.
Damage and
Instead of one
responsible.
tainting this people. And frankly, they should ensure that they don't go to the same phone numbers that they preloaded with this other factual information when they make their legitimate survey inquiries. The defense's people brought this on themselves. It's not the state's fault. Nobody had control over this other than the folks working for the defense.
This is a joke.
They made their bed. They got to live with it. I mean, frankly, if we were in the commercial context, we would say, not only will you do this over and do it correctly, but we will not pay you for the work you did that was so outrageously wrong. That's not the context right here. I don't care about that. What I care about is making sure that more people aren't tainted. And I would suspect, Judge,
Tainted?
as we move forward in this case,
Tainted?
that the state will be asking the defense, and if they aren't willing to provide it, asking the court to order the defense to provide the identity of every person that was contacted in those surveys. So when we get to voir dire, we can identify people who have been contacted, I guess is the best word to describe, and faced with these questions. And so we can incorporate that into the questions during voir dire to see just how much impact, if any, it had on each one of those particular jurors.
You just said
I don't know
tainted.
how else to deal with this.
You just said tainted. I don't know how else to deal with this. You just said tainted, and then a second go, and then you go, contacted. Like, what the?
He's trying to shrink the sample, so he wants anybody who maybe he knows some of the answers and he's not comfortable with it, but he's trying to make sure that anybody who's already spoken to the defense is ruled out, so they're tainted. They can't. Yeah.
What the hell?
It's bad.
He just wasted 15 minutes of the court's time for this. That's just my speculation. I'm not a lawyer. It's just my speculation.
I realize
disqualified 40 people.
Well, we 400.
400. That's what I meant. Sorry. Yeah, 400.
And we can do that. You know, Latah County has almost 40,000 residents, although not all of those are going to be part of the jury panels, prospective jury panels. But 400 may be a reasonably small number. And yes, I think that certainly would be a viable solution, is just identify those people. We can certainly identify them by telephone number it was called. And just not include them on the list.
Since you're standing up, you want to talk about due process?
Actually, Mr. Nye is the one prepared to talk about due process, and that's why he's on. He's available by Zoom. If you'd like to have that now, that would be good.
I'll come back to that.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I'm concerned about that, Ms. Taylor. So go ahead. Your turn.
Your Honor, we have Brian Edelman ready to testify by Zoom about these surveys if the court would hear his testimony.
First, I want to hear about the process. I care more about how this came down than what he did. Although I just learned for the first time that you had nothing to do with the questions.
I didn't write the questions, Judge. Those questions are generated by Brian Edelman, and he can tell you who he is and his educational background and why the questions are crafted as they're crafted. But I approved him doing this survey. This is not an anomaly. These kinds of surveys are done in high-profile cases quite often. I don't know how I could present to the court what's going to be required at the venue change hearing without understanding what is going on with the public. This is an anonymous survey. This is not one where anybody's identified as far as the defense wants to know this or the prosecutor wants to know this. It's a random survey, and there's a reason why there are general questions and more specific questions. And Mr. Edelman can explain that, but I'll do my best to paraphrase that.
Okay,
So
well,
awesome.
I'm just curious. Did Mr. Edelman was he aware of the dissemination order?
I don't know if he was aware of that or not, but we gave him no information in the case, Your Honor. He received nothing from us as far as no police reports, no contact with our client, no interviews. He received no information. His entire construct of this survey is, as he does in his high-profile cases, he pulled the media local to this area to see what the most common stories were. Those are things that are in the public arena. This court and counsel knows how much coverage this case has received. And he does what he does by looking only at what's in the public. We didn't provide him any police reports. We didn't.
I'm sorry. It's just that does miss the point. I mean, it's kind of ironic that we have worked so hard, including you, okay, both sides, to protect a fair trial, okay? And our concern from the very beginning was all the media stuff floating around, okay, that affects your client, Mr. Koberger, to get a fair trial. And some of these questions actually create a concern about, that they're inculpatory. It could be prejudice for his client, okay? And that I'm just surprised that both of you didn't come together and say, there are certain things that we probably shouldn't put into the public on a telephone call. It really concerns me, and that's why I did what I did that Friday. Now I'm being accused of violating a due process, which is a whole big issue for me.
I can understand that would not be taken. I have to represent my client to the best of my ability. And the reason for that, Your Honor, with all due respect, I was shocked to see the court issue an order within hours of the state filing a motion late on a Friday without giving us a chance to be heard. And that's going to delve into our argument on due process. But since it came up and since that feels like the elephant in the room right now, I think maybe we should just go ahead and address that.
Sure.
And that was my motion. And I asked you to set aside the order that you made without having a chance to hear from us, making a decision that now you're locked into. And it was a one-sided decision.
I'm not locked into anything. My order didn't say it was permanent.
Maybe
I told you that I was going to have a hearing.
Maybe I phrased that very poorly. It's a decision that you already made.
Okay, let's go back. I got the motion at 4:30 on Friday. Now, it doesn't even reflect, just when it was filed, because Odyssey has a delay, right? So I get the motion at 4:30 Friday. I get a response from you at 4:45 Friday, right?
I don't know what time you received it, but I filed an objection the minute I could.
Because then that about 5 o'clock, that's when I issued that. So I had a half an hour. I read the materials that were attached to the motion that the state filed, and I had very little information. But it seemed like there were some real legitimate concerns about the survey. And obviously, it turns out there are concerns, legitimate concerns about what was done in the survey. So in the my order, I told you that I was going to set a hearing. So I don't know what your understanding is with just the process. Okay, but I on Friday sent this hearing. So what are we doing today? Okay, I'm hearing you out. You had notice. I mean, really, that's what we're talking about. That's what the law. What is your understanding of due process?
My understanding is that I should have notice and an opportunity to be heard.
And you did that.
I'm having that now, but there has been a decision made by this court almost 2 weeks ago that stopped us from completing our work. I understand that Mr. Thompson raised a concern, and his last paragraph to the court in his motion was, it seems that it may have violated the non-dissemination order. And so we're stopped from completing our comparative surveys right there when we're up against the deadline to get to our motion to change a venue.
That's why Bill Thompson is doing everything that he's doing, everybody, and that's why he came up with the bullshit questions that is, you know, the state is immensely concerned about. It's because it was a tactic of delay to delay it before the change of venue hearing was coming, so that way they can try and keep it in fucking Moscow. Mr. Thompson, this shit used to work when we didn't have these sleuthers out here like we do now. You guys see the tactic?
Yeah.
His chess moves ain't that good. Because his chess moves don't make you go, His chess moves go, yeah, that's pretty fucking obvious, dude. It's an obvious chess move. It's taking a pawn. It's that kind of a chess move where you're taking somebody's pawn. This isn't a bishop going against a knight to go to a queen. That's when you gotta. That's those moves that when somebody moves on you and you're like, ooh shit. Those are the moves. This one right here, this is a pawn move, but he's playing it like it's a fucking bishop, and it's bullshit.
Yeah.
It's exactly what he's doing.
She explained it well, like the way she just kind of revealed that, but not too much. I mean, she knows exactly what's going on. I really feel for her, though.
I do too, because she's just trying to do her damn job as quick as she can, and she's just got. It's like when I was going into court, having to represent myself, to try and get my daughter and what CPS should have done in the first place. And this is the kind of shit that I went through. Hurdle, you turn left. Hurdle, you turn right. Hurdle, 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 hurdle. When at the end of the day, it's like, can we just get to the right fucking thing that's supposed to happen?
Exactly. Yeah, it's like speed bumps.
Like, why are we having to do all this when we just need to get there, you know? Like, what the hell is the problem?
Exactly.
And I feel bad for her, because it's like, can we just get to the fucking trial, man?
Yeah. And you can hear that stress. You can hear she's yeah.
And she's from there. She knows these tactics that they're using are tactics that they've been using for generations. And she's from there. She's seen these tactics take place as she was progressing in her career. She probably had a front row seat to a lot of it, okay? Maybe that's why she's on that side. Because she saw all of that shit taking place and she wants to be on that side to help stop it. Look at what she does, everybody. She goes after technicalities of law enforcement. Look at her career. Technicalities of law enforcement. Hello, their tactics. This shit right here. This isn't new age chess. This is some old grandpappy chess where you've done seen the move played a billion times and you already know what's coming. It's sad. Sad.
Yeah.
All right, we'll get to some more. All right, let me go ahead and play here.
I'm looking at, it stops me from doing the work and meeting the deadlines to argue for Brian to be in a place where he can have a fair trial. I think the court should not have issued an order stopping us, but set a hearing, shorten time, set it for Monday morning. If the court wanted to set a hearing for that Monday morning, we wouldn't have lost 2 weeks worth of work if the court chooses to let us complete the work.
But that could have been more damage. I mean, this less than 2 weeks really has very, very little impact, okay, on your work.
It does have an impact, Your Honor.
You don't even have a trial set. Come on.
We have our motion to change venue. We don't have trial. You're right. We don't have trial. My understanding was that we were going to hear the venue change and the court was going to make a decision and then set trial so that we didn't send out a bunch of subpoenas and reserve this courtroom unless we're going to stay here. That was my understanding. My problem, what sets me back, is getting my work complete to get my briefing to the state in the time, at the deadline that I was already given, and meeting that hearing date that's set for venue change. And from there, everything else flows. When are we going to set trial?
We wouldn't even be here, okay, if there was some communication between you and the state about the survey.
There are things I can communicate with the state about, and there are things that I cannot communicate with the state about. How I'm preparing my case is not one of those things. It's just not one of those things. I go and see Bill and Ashley. I go to their office every week. Oftentimes we talk. We email each other. We talk to each other. But I don't need their permission every step of the way to prepare my case. Doing these surveys.
Oh my gosh, and she goes to meet them that often? Can you imagine how much? Dude, it's like going to a meeting with somebody and they're not doing your job, but they know how to do your job better than you, and they want to tell you how much they know that they know how to do your job and what you need to do. Can you imagine the misogynistic fucking aura around Bill Thompson when she probably sits down there and goes to talk to him and she's got to hear, well, I'm not trying to tell you how to do your job, Ann, but if you really, from my knowledge, from my experience, this is how we would approach it. I can imagine the fucking shit she's got to hear. You know what I'm saying? No, I don't think so, Mr. Myers. If you're not busy, I'll drop you a link if you want to hop up. You're more than welcome at any point today. We're still probably like a third, 2/3, halfway through the one from April 4th, but let me know and I'll drop you an email if you'd like to hop up. This is ridiculous. Actually, we're only a third of the way. But she's making a good point, and it's nothing but true. And it almost seems like this is the impression that I get. The impression that I get from Judge is that he knows that he knows that he's going to be replaced. I think he knows that he's going to be replaced. I think he knows that it's inevitable. And I think he's freaking the fuck out and trying to do whatever he can to try and remain relevant. Because if he gets replaced, he's going to look like a piece of shit. Because this is his whole career, not everything that happened before, which is going to be the public opinion, right? So he's spazzing the fuck out. He's spazzing out. That's why he's sitting there a couple hearings ago when Ann Taylor's talking about like the grand jury indictment and things like, well, I don't know if you want to do that, like all of the, they're gonna take it, just throwing out little fucking tacks out on the street saying, Ann Taylor, I don't know if you want to do this because it might not work out, just little threats like, I'm not telling you, but I'm telling you kind of shit. And that right there, just with this, how he get a, really get a fucking clue, Judge. Because, dude, if you're hearing this shit from Bill Thompson and this doesn't make you sit there and go, Mr. Tom, after, I hope he does after he hears Ann, but I doubt it'll happen. But that's when you'd be like, Mr. Thompson, like, what is the delay here? No, there's, even when you're getting the fucking paperwork for to delay the freaking survey, it's like, come on, these questions ain't nothing. Like, where have you been, Judge? We know that you cover other cases, but where's your damn homework for this one? Because it really does seem like you have no freaking clue what's going on in this trial. It
He
really
doesn't.
does.
He doesn't have a clue, and he's just trying to cover that up by reminding everyone that he has a certain amount of power in the courtroom. That's his only approach.
Oh, hold on. Let me send an email to Andrew real quick here. Hold on. Thank you, Mr. Myers. Let me. And the link will be the same throughout the whole day. So if you want to pop in and out, we'll be on for most of the day here. If you want to pop in and out, you're more than welcome as well. He says, yeah, this case is either headed for a mistrial, appeal, all the above. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the damn truth.
Yeah.
It's the damn truth.
And the judge is really taking a tone with her, isn't he? Like, already.
Because he knows that he's got to do that. Otherwise, she's going to catch his ass slipping like she catches everybody else slipping. And then he won't be in a position to try and save his ass. Because by that point, it'll be too late. It's coming, Judge. And he knows it's coming. It's coming. He knows it's going to be a change of venue. And he knows he's going to get replaced. And he's just doing whatever he can to delay that as well. Everybody else is delaying. Ann Taylor's the one that keeps asking, where's this? Come on.
That's a really good way to put it, because it shows you that he also has an interest in something that the state is trying to do, a personal interest when it comes to delay.
Yeah.
So,
Mm-hmm. He knows. I think everybody knows in that courtroom, not the people watching, but I think everybody in that courtroom knows. Maybe the prosecution is too confident to think that it's going to happen more than it probably is, but you already know it's already in their head, so that's already headspace right there. And then the judge is feeling it. Ann Taylor, she's trying to go after it, so everybody in that collective group right there knows that this is going to be a possibility. Like what Mr. Myers says. Let me highlight that again. Where did it go? Shit, where did it go? Damn, I thought it was StreamYard. Okay, I guess. Here it is. Mistrial appeal. And they know that the change of venue, and he's going to get replaced. Change of venue, he's going to get replaced for sure.
Yeah.
Because he's not going to want to make that drive every single day or have to stay down away from his family for how long that trial's going to be. And honestly, if he was smart, And think about it like this, Rosie, because you already know what's up, Sudi. Everybody else hopping in. You already know that his ass is knowing that he's probably going to be replaced, right? So wouldn't you do this? Wouldn't you, if you were trying to save face as the judge, wouldn't you want to promote, like if it gets to that point, wouldn't you want to promote the change of venue? Because then you could use that as your excuse for not partaking in the trial anymore. So that way you don't have egg on your face. Look, guys, I'm sorry. Just like those people we watched last night for Sebastian's case. Look, we'd be out there searching if we didn't, if it was this, oh yeah. And then they don't, they come up with all these reasons on what it has nothing to do with. It's like, no, you just don't want to go there. We know, Judge, we know he don't want to, but he could use that as an excuse to be like, look, guys, I didn't get replaced. I removed myself because I didn't want to make that drive, right? He looks good. I removed myself because I didn't want to take that drive. I didn't get replaced. I removed myself. Totally different scenario right there.
That's not thinking ahead. Yeah.
So right now he's trying to argue for it to stay. You know it's not going to stay. To put it in a 2-month bubble in the summertime, that's not possible. It's not possible. Who thought OJ's trial was going to be 7 months? Nobody. Nobody. You can't put this in a bubble. You can't rush justice. It's only fair for both sides to make sure that everything is done properly in a timely fashion. You can't rush none of it because that's when wrong decisions get made and justice and truth doesn't take place. And then it really doesn't take place because then 10 years down the road, that person that was convicted gets released. And is that true truth and justice to the victims and the families? No. And you get even farther away at that point because then trying to actually find the person that committed the crime is this small when that scenario takes place. So that's why it's important to do it the first time. Measure twice, and you only have to cut once. Measure twice. So what's up? 117, 115. It gets him off the hook, right? And he doesn't have to have egg on his face. So I don't know. I see this venue coming. I see it going to Boise. I've seen it going to Boise since it started.
Yeah. I mean, I hadn't thought about that, and it's obvious. Has he thought about it, or is he just what?
Okay, so the people there, Rosie, when I went there, the people there, and just like when this is why I wanted to show you guys back then the video of the guy in northern Idaho that sells real estate but gives you every reason not to move there is because of the thinking of the reason they don't like outsiders is because they don't want any new age thinking because they're so confident in the way that they've been doing things all these generations and it's worked for so long that they don't even want somebody coming in with new ideas because then that dilutes what their heritage, right? So to speak. So with the way that they do things and the way they've done things, they are so confident and cocky. Bill Thompson is a perfect example of it. You see how that overbearing oozes out of him because that's how it is over there. That's why you get, and that's why I showed you the videos of realtor that tries to give you every reason not to go there because that's how they think. And when you look at Bill Thompson and you look at Judge and you see the type of mental approach that they're taking to this, that's how it is over there. And so uh they're not going to see it. They're not going to see it because they have such and that's the thing when you don't practice empathy, you have such an ooze of confidence that it overfills past the level where it crosses the empathy boundary, and therefore you can't see what the hell you're so confident about because it's already blinding you from it. They don't see it. They know it's coming, but they think, just like Katie and Chris Proudfoot, they're too damn confident in themselves to think that anybody's going to believe or not believe their bullshit, Same thing here.
That's really well put. I mean, that helped me to understand. I mean, obviously, I haven't been there, but it helps to hear that from, like, to keep hearing that, because sometimes it's just really difficult to understand. But
It
thank
is.
you for that.
It is. So it just, man, uh, you think that the judge, I can see the prosecution being this way, but you think that the judge would be like, come on. I can't imagine I would like to know how many people practice law or that are previous judges that have watched this one. I want to hear what their opinion is on how Judge is performing, because to me, it's a flat balloon, just like the prosecution. That's just me, though. I'm not sitting there. I would love to be sitting back there, though.
Yeah.
I would love to be sitting back there. All right, we're going to keep watching here.
Is not an anomaly. This is something that's done in these high-profile cases.
Well, apparently, Mr. Alden did not even see the non-dissemination order, and you apparently did not give that to him. So this is a very not a usual case, number one. And you know that we've been working very, very hard to keep the sort of noise out of the case. And now it's been injected, at least to these 400 people, without a permission of the court, without discussion with the state. I mean, that's troubles me. And then when I'm being accused, directly accused, okay, by you in your brief, that I violated his due process rights. Now, that's not what the law says, and that's not what the facts are. And you even cited cases that say exactly what due process is in the law, right?
I understand that, and I agree that's what due process is. My issue is that the order was signed, stopping our work without a chance to be heard. It's as if the state and the court had decided we violated the non-dissemination order, and we didn't.
All I was doing was stalling it, okay, for less than 2 weeks so we could have this hearing.
Stalling it until they can have that hearing. Mr. Myers, how are you doing?
Hey,
this
I'm good.
morning?
How are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah. What's up?
Okay, you can hear me? I don't know. I'm just watching this crazy hearing.
What do you think of what do you think of the judge, man? What do you think?
Well,
What do you think, man?
as an esteemed member of the bar, I'm really constrained to really comment. But you know what?
Right?
Couldn't this whole thing have been resolved in the first hearing? Come on now. Why did they have to wait, 10 days and have a second hearing? Edelman was there. He was available by Zoom, and he could have answered any questions at all in that first hearing on April 4th. There was no need to delay this thing for 10 days. And then the second hearing was 2.5 hours. Give me a break.
I know. That's because when we were going to do it, we heard it was just going to be a short hearing. That's what it was discussed. And then when I'm driving back and I get home from the search, I'm like, hold on a minute. I go to collect the video and I'm like, was it really 2 hours, 2 some hours? I'm like, this is crazy. So
that Zoom was pointless. I mean,
Yeah.
Edelman's a smart guy and he's very experienced, so I don't question him. But there was no need for that PowerPoint that went on forever. They should have called him as a witness in the first hearing on April 4th. Ann Taylor was ready, willing, and able to have him. He was prepared. All of the parties, the judge, William Thompson, and Ann Taylor could have asked him any question. And couldn't it have been decided right then and there? I mean, the issues are pretty simple. Should the study go on or not? That's the issue.
Right.
I question, and doesn't any reasonable person question why this has to go on and on and on?
It doesn't make sense. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. And then when you see what's taken, if you're not subbed to Mr. Myers, please go do.
Oh, thank
do
you,
so.
thank you. Hi, Rosie.
Yeah,
How are you?
Well, thanks, and you.
It's good to see you.
You too.
it just doesn't make sense, especially when I'm sitting here watching this. We're only like maybe a third of the way, getting to half the way through, and I'm sitting here going, when it comes to these questions, how was there any issues with these questions that Thompson even brought up? Because those are legitimate questions that anybody should know when it comes to trying to select a jury pool.
Oh, I agree
So,
100%. The questions were derived from 269 articles out of three newspapers that were named in his study. If anyone,
Woo!
I question whether the judge read the study or the attachment that Ian Taylor had submitted, because it explained the entire thing, and all you had to do was read the attachment, and the material. The material was derived from 269 articles or more out of three newspapers that were named. And so it's all information that's out there. The information is out there, and it had nothing to do with the non dissemination order, nothing at
Nothing.
all. Had nothing
Nothing
to
at
do.
all. It was
So,
a delay tactic. It was a delay tactic to get them to so that way the change of venue could be quote tainted. I'll use their words. So the change of venue argument could be tainted so they could try and keep it in Moscow, which there's no reason it should even be in Moscow anymore because they're the ones that allowed that house to get tore down, and that was the only reason whatsoever for that trial to remain in Moscow. Period.
oh, I
After
agree.
that, later. Because if it was still there, oh, for sure, you got to
Don't you
have it.
think? Don't you think if someone in Idaho was serious about this case, they might consider, reassigning this case to a different judge? Because it just seems that these matters get dragged out, and I'm sure you've seen the same thing as a informed podcaster that you are. One side blames the other. It's almost like our political situation in this country, which I don't want to touch with a 10-foot pole. But the pro, Ann Taylor people blame Thompson, and the pro Thompson people blame Ann Taylor, when
Right.
really, if someone in the administrative judicial level in Idaho took a look, they'd say, we need a, don't we need a judge that can referee this better and push it forward?
Right.
Isn't that a major issue here? It's just,
Right.
I mean, I've been practicing law. I hate to say it. I used to hate it when people say, oh, I've been practicing law for so long, because I thought it was obnoxious, and now here I am saying I practiced law for 3 decades. And usually judges, they listen, they ask pertinent questions, they want to get to the issue, but they move us along. And I don't see that here.
Right. Yeah. It seems like he doesn't know what the hell's going on. A deer lost in headlights anymore. Uh, really. Go ahead, Rosie.
I think it is a good point that you made there about. I mean, why is the judge actually addressing her if she has this person prepared and ready immediately to explain? Like, what does it actually have to do with her? It's not her questions, right? So, I mean, it's like he has an issue with her. I just get that impression. He really is taking a tone as well. When it would have been so much better to just, go with what she was offering straight away and speak to the expert who actually did
Exactly.
it.
It's a
Yeah.
good point, Ro. Absolutely. That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you. In the first hearing, Edelberg was primed and ready, and he was on Zoom. And these days, that's how we do it, is on Zoom. And we wouldn't have to sit through this, 2.5 hour hearing just the other night. It was pointless. It was needless. Nothing important happened there, and the whole thing could have and should have been wrapped up in that first hearing. And it's just, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I know it's a big case. I know it's a complicated case, but at some point, someone needs to say, doesn't someone need to say we need new management of the case if it's so complex?
Right. Right. And that's why I can guarantee you got judges sitting back watching that going, what is going on here? Right? Yeah, that face exactly. Like, what is going
Yeah.
the thumbnail. The thumbnail. What is going on here? Because so that's why I think I don't know, to me it seems like he knows the change of venue's coming. He knows that he's probably going to get replaced, and to me it seems like he's trying to it's almost like you know that the cops are after you, but you're throwing tax out there, even though it's not going to stop them because you
You,
know it's coming. You're trying to just delay it a little bit longer,
you,
and you
you
just
sound like you sound like someone who's done that.
no, I haven't done that. I haven't done that. but but that's what it's like though. It's like they're just he knows it's coming. He's just trying to delay it when I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can answer this or not because I don't want you to cross any boundaries or whatever. But if you could, or even maybe rephrase it another way with something else, like maybe a balloon or something. Do you think that this balloon is going to be not the balloon that is hanging out in that courtroom anymore?
What balloon? What are you talking about?
The main balloon. I'm talking about JJJ, the balloon JJJ.
Oh, come on
Do
now.
you think do you think the balloon JJJ is going to be floating in there uh,
It's really
when the
difficult
trial
to say.
starts? Yeah.
Different states have different practices and policies. I only practice in two states on the East Coast. That's out on the West Coast, and there is something to be said for keeping the initial jurist who is on the case, knows the history of the case, has sat in on all the hearings, and has read all the pleadings, which none of us have. We've only been privy to
Right.
about 10%. So, there's
Right.
something to be said in the administration of the courts for keeping the
Well,
same judge in the case. So I really, that's how I would answer that question. But I do think that so many people have pointed the finger at the other side that at some point someone needs to say maybe you know the questions need to be directed in the middle and the management of the case, and that's how I'll answer that question.
hmm.
Did I evade your question adequately?
Yeah, like that much. Cuz cuz to me it's like yeah, if you buy a car and it's got uh some threads that are exposed, I kind of want a new tire if I'm going on a trip.
Yeah.
So if I'm buying a tire and it's got, it's showing some wear and tear on it, maybe it might last that trip, maybe it might not. When I'm looking at him, I'm going, if this is what you're already showing me in the beginning, because really, with most people, you get the most and then it starts to diminish instead of you get this and then it starts to raise. That's what separates the people out there in this world is most of them you get the best and then it starts to diminish, and the gems are the ones you get at the bottom and it raises up and you grow. So I look at Judge and I'm like, dude, you're one of those people where it's like we got the best of you, and now as time goes on, I see it diminishing. And instead of waiting until it crashes at the bottom when trial time comes, wouldn't you want somebody that might be able to?
It just seems like deadlines keep getting pushed back and back and back, like the issue of the change of venue. Now that's been pushed back. I'm sorry, not the change of venue, but the other matter has been pushed back to June. Yeah, change of venue has been pushed back to June 27th now, and it seems like here we are a year and 4 months after the crimes, and there's still no trial date, and there's all these
Yeah.
rabbit holes or divergences. I would suggest that maybe what we ought to be thinking about is that set a trial date, give deadlines. Here's when the alibi is due. Here's when change of venue is going to be argued. Here's when discovery is going to be argued. You have the discovery deadlines. That's it. Here's the trial date. Now, if either party feels that, and I do understand that in criminal defense work, the rights of the accused are of paramount importance, of course. But set the deadlines now so that people know. And then if those deadlines can't be met, what we do in my two jurisdictions, which are not
Yeah.
Idaho, we have to file a motion and state good grounds. And we have to
And that's
argue.
and that's the thing. Like she should have when it came to that December 1st deadline for
Yeah.
everything that should have been the deadline where everything should
Yeah.
have been like, this is it or it's not.
Yeah.
You can't, and like Ann Taylor's saying, I don't want something to come out 2 weeks before trial's supposed to start because you finally got your information, which I don't think the information that Bill Thompson's waiting on is ever going to be produced because
No.
I just don't think it's going to exist. So I just think he's just delaying it until the court finally says, okay, we're going to have to move on. And that's what he wants because he doesn't want that to be introduced, number one. And number two, I don't think he even has anything to introduce, and that's why he keeps delaying it. And they just want to get to the trial because they feel like this public opinion is going to sway when it comes to the evidence that's going to be presented. Because if Ann Taylor keeps asking for the evidence that she's been asking for this whole time, to me, I'm going, how can you convict somebody from a DP if there isn't this much obvious evidence to
Right.
show that there's this connection? So it's almost like the judge is being lazy and pussyfoot, and I'll just be honest, pussyfoot about being, about these deadlines,
I almost spit out my tea.
I've seen that comment in my show already this morning. I spit my coffee out, DJ. I apologize this part. But it's true. Like the judge, and this is what I'm saying. I see that tire and it's got threads coming out of it, and I don't trust that tire for a road trip. I can't.
Yeah, I mean, if the only interest in keeping him around is something like administrative consistency, then I don't know if that's going to be of much help. If he's actually seems like he's not simplifying things; he's just allowing them to get more complicated.
Right.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I couldn't agree more with that comment. I mean, you know, for example, here's an example. I forget how long ago we were told that there were 51 terabytes of information. Now, in a couple of podcasts that I did, I had some suggestions on how to deal with that, but we haven't even heard. And in these hearings, I don't hear the judge saying, I need a status report on how far into the 51 terabytes you are. I need an action plan for what you're doing. Are you using technology? Are you using a skyscraper full of paralegals? Where is the action plan? What are you doing? No, it's just kind of mushy. It's just, it's kind of
Mm-hmm.
it's just, there's
There's no
been,
guidance.
it's not going anywhere. And so I have
Right.
a feeling that that's going to come back to bludgeon us all in the future. Well, I still really haven't gotten through the 51 terabytes. Well,
Right.
yeah, who, why, how, when is the court going to say,
Yeah.
is there an action plan? I know that that's an insurmountable amount of information. On one of our episodes with Lainey, who's an engineering student, she explained to us how much work that is, and it's a ton of information. But there needs to not just be this black cloud hanging over the case. There needs to be an action plan, and I don't hear questions.
Yeah. And especially like when
I
he's
went
just
away.
oh, especially when he's just sitting there letting all of it happen, and I think he's just afraid to really do anything because I feel like he's looking at a chessboard and he's going, I don't know where to put my pieces because he's so worried and he's overthinking about his own influence in this trial and him making sure that he stays a judge, that he's afraid to move any of the chess pieces because he's too busy overthinking that he can't think of the opponent's move that they might pull on him after he moves he's not even moving his pieces, and that's why there's no decisions coming
Do you
because
think?
he's go ahead, he's
Do you?
afraid.
Yeah. Do you think
Yeah.
Do you think that the prosecution is in fact withholding evidence, or do you think that the defense
No.
is going overboard, asking for stuff that's not there? I mean, I don't
No,
know.
I think this is what I've thought ever since the last year. I felt I felt that they rushed in. Think about the Oregon car, okay?
Mhm.
How they got this tip from the Oregon car. It looked legit. They set up a whole team. They pumped themselves up. They went out there. It was supposed to be the connection, and all of a sudden, boo! Well,
Mhm.
that was a month and a little bit before the new semester was going to start for class. So then when they go after Koberger, which was in the middle of December, they did the same thing like they did with the Koberger or with the car in Oregon. Got this big team to go out there, and then they were waiting for all of this other stuff to materialize. We're gonna throw the PCA together. We're gonna shock and awe when it comes to the arrest of Koberger, the way that they did it. We're going to do all these shock things. And right before, just days before the new semester was supposed to start, this is when all this took place. So that's when they're like, all right, public opinion, we're rushing in. Now, all of this stuff that we're waiting to get, like the tip from the FBI, I think the FBI was like, here's our first name. We might have some more coming, but this is just a tip. Don't run with it like it's all the evidence in the world. Don't run with it like that, okay? But they did. They did because the judge was probably going, I need more. I need more. And they needed that DNA connection. However it's worded, however it took place, it didn't matter. It just needed to be worded on the PCA for them to apprehend Koberger just days before the new semester. They're waiting for the evidence to materialize, and that's why Bill Thompson keeps saying, I keep asking them if there's more. I keep asking them if there's more. And it just gets delayed and delayed and delayed because the FBI is going, Mr. Thompson, we just gave you this little piece of paper. We told you not to run with it like you're running with it. It's not our fault. And that's why Thompson doesn't want to say they don't have it, because if they don't have it, then how in the hell did they arrest Koberger, right?
And
How
then
did they arrest Koberger?
and supporting your theory is in the background is Scott Green pushing Thompson. We got to get this thing moving. I mean,
Yes.
what is Scott Green, a university president, doing in the background of all of these press conferences? Doesn't he have a university budget to take care of? Doesn't he have a curriculum to review? Doesn't he have a faculty to make sure they're achieving the university's goals? I used to work for a university, and the university president, I mean, granted, there was never a crime of this nature at that university, thank God, or in that town. But the university president never got involved in crime. That was the police chief's
Well,
job. And,
let me ask you something about that university you speak of, Mr. Myers. Was that university created before the state that the university was in?
I think it was actually. It was also a land grant university.
Wow.
Yeah, I think
Which,
so.
wow.
I'm
Well,
not going to name the university because I have
yeah,
issues. We
it's
have
the same.
issues,
See what I'm saying? It's the same thing. It's
but
those
it's the
land
same
grant.
thing.
We
But
need to keep the panhandle in Idaho. So in order to have the panhandle, so Montana or Oregon or Washington don't steal it from us, we got to make the University of Idaho 2,
but
3 years before the state existed.
But I think the fact that Green was so very involved from the very beginning supports your point that the FBI might have given Thompson a little tip, and he was under a lot of pressure from the university. Let's go, guys. Let's get somebody. The whole, and as I've said before, for 6 weeks, all the networks were saying every night, here's the news. It's day 43, and there's still no arrest. So there was a lot of pressure, and so.
I mean, and because even Steve G came out in the beginning and said, I don't want Moscow to be, to go to ruins, because he knows, like, if the university, if their enrollment doesn't exist, then they fade out, and next thing you know, then that whole community goes away, because the university is the one that runs everything around in that side, because look at all the power they have. They can lease land to freaking Home Depot if they want, and the city can't say nothing about it, right? Yeah. And when you hear the student interviews that were taking place when that first semester had started, there was students saying less than 50% had came back. So that's when I think that they were like, yo, we need to do this University of Phoenix online so we can promote enrollment. Even if we lose it over here, we can still promote it as enrollments that way if it does get affected. But the thing is with them having somebody arrested, the attention of the University of Idaho, people are coming out there to check it out. They think that the person was apprehended. And then when you look into the grants and the scholarships that they offer and the amount of money that the university makes to then use that money to use for scholarships, you could be a university. This is why they moved up to Idaho. If you're a resident, or if you claim that you're going to exist there for your lifetime, which they even ask you how long you want to live there, you literally save $25,000 a year on tuition just for being there,
Sure.
from being out of state. So literally, it's like $7,000 a year to go to college there if you're a resident, or if you're going to be a resident and claim that you will be on your application, as compared to out of state, which is in the mid to high 20,000 range. So it's a humongous difference. So it's they want to keep the same there. They want to keep promoting that. Everybody knows that's why they don't like new people coming in, because all of the people that have been doing things the way they've been doing, their little sons and daughters have been growing up seeing how it works too. And everybody just keeps that gear turning, because when you look at the donations, just Sigma Chi alone made over 463,000 in donations that they can offer for scholarships in 1 year. In 1 year.
So
Money
always follow the money. Follow the money.
Money flows.
Guys, it's good to see you, Rosie and CJ. I got to run. I'll just leave you with this quick message.
Yeah.
I have to run because I have to do our recording session now this afternoon, and we'll be dropping an episode this weekend with a special guest who's going to be looking into connections, or the lack thereof, on social media. So
nice.
That's what we're up to. But thank you for inviting me, guys. Have a great weekend.
You. Appreciate you, and thank you for all you do out there, Mr. Myers. Thank you.
Bye,
Appreciate
Rosie.
you.
Bye, CJ.
Bye.
See you later. That was a good convo with Mr. Myers there. Appreciate him so much. Definitely go sub if you're not subbed. And this is crazy. I guess we're just going to sit here and giggle a lot today, Rosie, because it's going to be a whole bunch of nothing and a bunch of going, what? January 5th, 2023. Good morning. Thank you all for hopping in, and I appreciate you. Definitely go sub to Mr. Myers if you're not. Good channel over there, does a lot for the community and has a lot of special guests, a lot of collabs too. Lainey Law, appreciate her so much. She's got a great personality.
Yeah.
And if you're not sub to Rosie, definitely go sub as well.
Thank you.
Good morning. Yeah, great conversation. Mr. Myers, like I said, that link will work for later on. So if you want to hop back up, you're more than welcome. All right, we're going to get back into this. This is the judge's response. He looks like he needs a haircut, man. He needs a haircut. Fuzzy.
Fuzzy.
Yeah. I know. Trust me. I know that it's as soon as it gets this long, it's already getting thick, and yeah, it's already happening.
Number one. Now, if you feel like you've been prejudiced, or your client has been prejudiced for less than 2 weeks, okay, in this work, I'll push it out. I'll just push out the trial. I mean, not the trial, but the hearing. I mean, is that satisfactory?
Your Honor, I think that might be what we need. I need to figure out if we're going to be able to continue the surveys. But if we are, I expect that we will need some additional time to get them done so that I can get the work to the state to review.
Okay, well, that's a different issue. I've never said, no, you can't do a survey. This was a total shock to me that Friday at 4:30.
I can understand that. It was a shock to the state.
I had to stall it out, okay? Because so that we could all talk about it and figure out what is the right path. Okay, because this is a big deal, and I take it very, very seriously. And I was surprised, okay, that this was happening behind our backs, my backs. Okay?
But I understand that this probably is the first time this court has run into it. I know it was the first time that Mr. Thompson has run into it. I haven't used the survey in my own cases because I haven't had a case like Brian's case before. This is an extremely high-profile case. I've been involved in a lot of capital cases, and I understand the standard of care in capital cases. I also know that this very kind of survey was used about 7 years ago in Kootenai County in another high-profile case. I wasn't on the case, but I'm aware of it. I'm aware that this very survey has been used in other jurisdictions, other counties in Idaho and other states in really high-profile cases. So I understand that it was a surprise to Mr. Thompson. He told me it was. And I'm hearing the court say that's a surprise as well.
How it was done. I'm not concerned. I figured there was going to be a survey at some point. There would have to be. It was the way it was done, okay, and the questions that were asked. That is the real problem, as Mr. Thompson pointed out.
So the way it was done, I know in the other Kootenai County case, permission to do the survey wasn't sought of the state, the prosecutor, or the judge. I can comment on that one. I know about that. I don't know about the other cases. So that takes us to why did we ask the questions we asked? I don't think it's common to get permission from the state to do our work. I think that it's a surprise because it's the first time that's happened, at least when this court's been on the bench and in Mr. Thompson's tenure here. So I understand that. When I met with Bill and Ashley in their office on the 21st, I asked them not to give you the police reports that they had in the transcript without me having a chance to be heard, because I didn't want an order without us being able to talk to the court. I asked if we could maybe set up an on-the-record meeting with the court to talk about this. And that wasn't what was done. It was Friday when this went out.
Sure. I mean, I would have been available on Friday to talk about it if that was necessary.
I would have gladly sat down. I didn't offer that next Friday. I would have come to town for it. I offered the following Thursday and Friday, knowing that I had a lot of availability both of those days. I would have come to town. I would have gladly sat down. By this point, the prosecutor knows I'm not telling him my preparation in the case, and I could have explained it. The thing I didn't want to happen is exactly what did happen. All of a sudden, there's an accusation against us and there's an order signed stopping us. I appreciate the court being willing to just push everything out 2 weeks. I think that's helpful. And I mean, if that's what the court's willing to do, that's fine. But the problem is we are stopped and then we have to respond to this. And if you think about the non-dissemination order, for sure, we wanted that non-dissemination order. We're the ones that asked for it. We're the ones that argued for it. We also know that our non-dissemination order mimics Idaho Rule of Professional Conduct 3.6. And when you look at that in the comments of that, I think it's helpful. There are things that we can say publicly, but we choose not to. Our team doesn't even so much as answer no comment to emails, to calls, to people trying to talk to us, because we just don't want to do that. It's easier to say nothing. So the construct of this survey is to ask these general questions. And then you ask specific ones because you get different answers when you ask those. It is not injecting information. They are, have you read, seen, or heard? And remember, these are anonymous and these are random. So they're not planned. Nobody's planned to be contacted. I don't know the names. I'm sure I can get the phone numbers if that's what the court wants. But I don't know who the people are. Nobody's identified as the person they're being called on behalf of, even when pressed by Detective Payne, that people conducting the survey didn't know. If we go back to the non-dissemination order, which mirrors Rule 3.6, that's to prevent lawyers involved in a case from making statements that will be widely disseminated, right? To talk to the press. And the purpose of that is because I read the police reports. I would have a little more credibility than anybody else on the street saying something about the case. Same with Bill. That's the purpose of it, so that we don't say things to the press on Dateline on 48 hours, because we've actually read police reports, we've interviewed people, and we're doing the work on the case. So when you have an anonymous survey, that doesn't identify the person conducting the survey, didn't know who was behind it as far as which party to the case. They can't answer that. So all of a sudden their questioning about what you've seen in the media doesn't come from a particular party in the case. And the purpose of it is to ferret out what if people have exposure to the case. If you look at state's attachment B, you can see on page 2 that there's questions, and I'm at lines 10 through 12, about what they know about the case from the media. This is all, again, looking at our non-dissemination order and looking at the rule, things that are in the public record, right? That everything is public in this case, unless we specifically seal it. So this person says they don't know much. And then if you go to page 4, there are several things they do know, and that's the purpose of it. When somebody's given a broad question, tell me what you know about this. They're like, I don't know. I don't really know what you want, so I'm not going to say anything. And they don't give you an answer. But when you say, have you read, seen, or heard X? Well, yeah. And then it's the next question. And if the answer's no, I don't, it's next question. Nobody's saying, well, it was in the newspaper on 15 occasions. And this is particularly borne out when you think about the things, and the state said it, some of these things are things that are just not true. That's what the Haddon case tells me I have to show you. It's not enough that there's just a lot of media coverage, and it's a lot more harmful if it's media coverage about things that aren't true. So it's nobody's injecting anything into the case. A random small percentage of the population is contacted. Have you read, seen, or heard things that are lifted straight out of the media? And if the answer is yes, you move on. If the answer is no, you move on. That's what the survey was about. And you can see why looking at pages 2 and 4 of State's Exhibit B. And I think that we should also think about what the words in the non-dissemination order mean. When you say we disseminated information, that means to make widely available. This is a one-on-one conversation with no party identified. This isn't making it widely available. When you talk about disseminating information, the definition of that is to put it out there by public means, radio, TV, social media. And that's not what was happening either. These were questions. And they were things lifted 100% from the media, 100% already in the public record. And it is a one-by-one conversation. This isn't something that's being put out there through social.
Well, it kind of is.
Well, now it is, but I certainly didn't expect
400
this.
people, okay, it's planting some seeds where then people are encouraged, or they say, oh, wow, I didn't know that. I'm going to look more into this. I mean, again, we were trying to keep the false information that was out there in media land, that it wasn't going to affect your client.
I agree. This is less than 1% of the population. It's one-on-one. It's not by means of public communication. To think about alleging that we violated the non-dissemination order is basically alleging that we violated our ethical rules as well. And there's parts to it.
I'm not accusing you of that, especially now that I know that you that you didn't.
I didn't write the questions, but I knew what was going to happen. I take responsibility for the choices on the case, Judge, but I just don't think this is a violation of the ethical rules or non-dissemination order. These are questions about things already in the public record. That's in our order. That's in the rule.
Let me ask you. I mean, really, getting hit by this on late on Friday afternoon. Okay. I mean, I'm not sure what a judge should do in a situation like that, but I just say, yeah, no, keep going until we can have a hearing in 2 weeks or less than 2 weeks. Or do you just pause it down so that everybody can talk about it and figure out if there is an issue? That's how I looked at it from where I was sitting and what the information that was provided to me. And you did respond it, but you said you were going to submit a brief and affidavit. That's great, but it was 5 o'clock on Friday.
I know.
So,
And I mean, I can't tell you how frustrating that was for me. I'd had this conversation with the prosecutor the day before. I'd offered to come and talk to the court and let the court look at all this. I knew full well if they did exactly what they did, the court would sign an order before I had a chance to say, hey, wait a minute. Let's really look at all of the words in the non-dissemination order. Let me tell you why we did this. I knew exactly what would happen. I don't want to say that there's that you should do something different. I want to be heard on these things. I don't want the court to, on a Friday night, get a flurry of things that I can't respond to and ask you to think about the bigger context. We're lawyers. Words mean something.
Well, did you think I wasn't going to give you an opportunity to be heard?
No, your order said I could be heard later, but there was a decision that was made then. And it's hard for me to wrap my head around the court taking this as an emergency motion when the words in the state's motion telling you put a stop to it are, it seems like they might have violated this. That is a weak accusation for the court to take an emergency order position on. But I know why the court did. The court has all of this and no context for it. And it's a Friday night. And I mean, if you'd received this on Thursday, my guess is you would have said, we're having a hearing Friday morning. I don't care if it's by Zoom.
Right. I told you all, both sides, if you need to have a quick hearing, let me know. We can do it on Zoom. I mean, I want to move this thing along.
I would have been
spending
available.
all this energy, okay,
Yeah.
about this issue.
I lost a weekend of what I planned to respond to this. I thought we would probably be dealing with it in chambers on the record meeting on the Thursday or Friday until I got the motion.
Yeah, I have about 7 briefs here now.
Well, you can see we lost a lot of time.
I'm not complaining about it because I'm learning a lot.
The last thing I'm going to
Learning
say
a
on
lot.
this, Judge, is that non-dissemination order contemplates that you make this statement that you reasonably know is going to go out and harm the trial. This survey was never intended to do anything but identify issues within this county to support or defeat our argument for venue change. When you hear from Brian Edelman, which I don't know if you have to now because I've said most of the things.
I'm happy to hear what he has to say if you want him to be said. You
would know, and you probably know from his affidavit, sometimes he recommends against venue change.
Sure.
Because it's not there. He's done with Latah County. The results aren't compiled yet. I anticipate he'll recommend we change venue. Where we are now is we'd like to finish the other 2 counties. You don't have to do 2.
You did say that he said that Latah County is biased.
I anticipate he's going to recommend we change venue for that reason.
I'm interested from him how he defines bias.
And
we all have some biases.
I will not put words in his mouth for that one.
I'm not expecting you to do that.
I will either have him testify today if you want to hear it today, or we'll do it at the venue change hearing when we get there. The question, I understand the court's willing to set our deadlines out 2 more weeks for venue issues. The question remains then, what do I need to show you? What do I need to present to you so that we can do a survey, a comparative survey? The target is 2 additional counties, and I really hate that I'm in here telling you all what we need to do, but here we are. So what we need to do is survey 2 additional counties. And I mean, we don't have to, we can come in with what we have, but generally I think courts ask where could we go? And I think that's a fair question here, because we do know the media coverage has been extensive. And so I think it's fair to understand if there's a difference. If there's not, then you're left for
you can tell me what counties?
I mean, I can. Do you want me to publicly disseminate that? Because this is the very definition of public dissemination.
I don't know if that should be done or it's.
Oh shit, Judge! Are you see? That was his stupid ass pawn move. He moved his pawn, thinking she ain't gonna take this pawn, and she took it anyway. What
She's
the hell?
amazing.
Do you want to tell me those two counties? What the fuck, dude? Oh shit! Whew, she's tearing it up. She's tearing it up. Like, I'm not trying to tell you guys what we need to do, but since you guys are making me do it, okay, here we go. Like, if you guys, I led you to the fucking water and I'm telling you to drink it and you're waiting for him to drink it, and it's like, come on, do I need to go like smack the water so you go, oh, okay? Like, for real. We already took you there. We got to smack the water so you look down and go, oh, it's water. No. What the hell? And then he goes, do you want to name him? And she's like, well, if you want me to out him, I will. But the whole point of this was not to out him, Judge. Oh, hell no. She's just making it look like he needs to be replaced as well.
Yeah. She is really impressive.
Oh, and then Crafts and Crime, what's up? Oh, wait, it gets good. Oh, boy. Oh, man, where do we go from here, right? That Filter song. Where do we go? Where do we go from here? Great song, Filter. Good band.
Seems like it could have some, whether or not there's some credibility about the survey, depending on what county you are looking at. We have very different counties and different thinking throughout this state. So I don't know what Mr. Edelman has in mind, or what you have in mind.
I can tell you, Your Honor. His recommendation is that we do one of the counties in southeast Idaho because it's a different news feed and it's not on the front page of the paper every day. So we will do a southeastern Idaho count. That would either be Bannock or Bonneville, and I think Bonneville is slightly bigger than Bannock. The other county is Ada, and the reason for Ada is because it has a very large courthouse with a lot of good security, and that court system has handled high-profile cases in a way that's safe for everybody. The population's very large there, so even if we had to draw off, a lot of jurors would have the population there to do it. Additionally, Ada County makes sense when you look at the Rule 21B, the convenience because of the airport and the number of out-of-town people that will be coming in, and the ability to have hotels and restaurants where there would be people wouldn't be running to other people necessarily. So Ada makes a lot of sense for a lot of reasons to me. Those reasons, the courthouse security and places to stay among them. But Mr. Edelman, Dr. Edelman has told us that because of the news feed that we really need to do a southeastern Idaho. And so the decision was to do both. And in my mind, that is because it makes sense to know if we're going to go to the time to understand this and really give the court a picture, the court might want to know those two questions.
Thank you.
Sure. I don't think I have anything left to say right now.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Thompson or Mr. Nye?
I'm not sure that the due process issue is something that's at issue right now.
I think I've already made it. This decision. I mean, based on the facts and the law. I mean,
there's no due process violation here.
No.
There is nothing wrong. In fact, law contemplates the court can take emergency action to stop something and call a timeout until it affords everybody the opportunity to have their say, and the court can make the final decision. That is all Your Honor did here. And I would suggest, Judge, that it would not be prudent or proper for Your Honor to change or limit your own authority on that. I think that you have to continue to reserve to yourself the ability to act quickly, to cause a timeout if you are alarmed sufficiently to justify that, and to give the parties an opportunity to appear before you and sort it out.
I'm not going to change that. That's for sure, because the law allows me to do that.
Yes, sir.
And I know what due process means.
And I say that only in light of an email that your staff attorney sent to us the other day ago that suggested that maybe the court was not going to be entering orders without full hearings with everybody.
Oh, well, but Ms. Taylor won.
Uh-oh.
Is that a problem on their side?
Yeah.
Oh.
Hold on.
She said, from here on out, we're going to talk about that too. Because now I understand, because I haven't seen it yet, because I didn't have my computer, that you are stipulating to sealing all the discovery stuff. And I just stopped, okay, in terms of signing on those orders that you're sending me, because I don't want to be accused of doing the wrong thing. And there's another situation that you brought up, Ms. Taylor, about that there was a prior thing where I had done that about the IPD.
Yeah.
And the state asked to do a public order, just to say that we provided the IDG or some of the IDG to you. And that doesn't really say anything except that. But you were criticizing me for that too.
Your Honor, to be clear, it's not the content of that order. My concern is the process. My concern is it feels like from our perspective that Mr. Thompson says, hey, Judge, can you do this? And I'm getting ready to weigh in and it gets done.
I didn't get a response from you.
Your Honor, that was done. And the concern about things halting what we're doing before we can be heard. And
okay, did you want that to be not sealed? The other part, all the IGE stuff, that's like 6 pages, 7 pages?
No, Your Honor, I don't have a problem with what the court ended up doing. I was concerned about the process. And then having this order issue on a Friday without having an opportunity to talk about it, my alarm bells go off. And I think this can't happen. I probably have the court's attention squarely on me in this issue, which I anticipated, but what I didn't want to have is I don't want to have the prosecutor writing the court letters and the court doing something and me running around trying to catch up. I mean, the thing that happened is fine, but then we have this other thing that happened, and I don't want this habit. I understand. I'm sorry.
The survey. That's what.
Yeah, the order to stop. Yeah. So it's that there are 2 things that have happened without me being able to even weigh in, that's done when the prosecutor asks you to do something. And I don't like that. I want to have opportunities to be heard. I certainly understand the court's emergency power, but if this was an emergency, the state knew from March 8th about these surveys. The state sat down and talked to me, and I offered to see you with the state. And then their motion said it seems like it might be a violation. So I think maybe we need to define emergency a little bit better, because I know you have those powers and I wouldn't ask you to not use the powers that you have. I think the problem here is the way this gets presented when there were a lot of different roads and it cuts us off. And that's what I don't want to have.
Okay, I want to solve this problem if it's possible. One of the things, I mean, because you have filed motions where you didn't ask for a hearing. There's still couple hanging out there, okay? And so I don't know if I'm waiting, okay, if you're asking for a hearing or not, or because historically you guys have worked really well together, okay? Stipulations, but then I don't get a stipulation, I don't get a request for a hearing. So what am I supposed to do then? So what I'm starting to wonder about is maybe we should just have a hearing, okay, at least once a week. I mean, a month. Maybe once a week.
I'm here every week.
Maybe
You
once
can do
a
it.
week. Okay.
You can do it.
Like a Thursday afternoon.
That's
Okay.
the day I'm here.
And then, okay. So, and then we can kind of clean out a lot of these things that are sealed or, arguments about this or that. I don't particularly want to do that, but you and the court, okay, both of you, I say you, both sides, that you worked really hard, okay, to protect the goal of a fair trial. And all of a sudden I feel like it's cracking a little bit with the work together, okay, because if we have to have hearings on every single thing, we got a long ways to go. And it's a lot of time, it's a lot of work, it's a lot of money, and it just makes everything more difficult. So if you can come together on certain things, then it's a stipulation that we need, then it's a stipulation. If it's a hearing, it needs a hearing. I'm fine with accommodating whatever needs to happen in short notice too. Because, like I said before, I just want to keep moving on this. Just so it's taking a long time.
Your Honor, I think the record shows that we have been able to stipulate probably to the majority of things. I don't keep count. There are some issues that we have not been able to reach an agreement on. And bringing it back to the issues that are before the court right now, I realize we have a bigger picture to talk about. But the defense makes a big deal about the state hearing that there was these surveys. There were surveys going on in our community back in around the 8th or so of March. And as the declaration that's been filed with the court shows, yes, we did. And we immediately referred that to law enforcement to investigate, find out what these surveys are about, find out who these people are that are doing the survey if you can, get that information to us. And that process is in the works. And just days before we were able to meet Ms. Taylor on the 21st of March, just days before, we got the reports from the police department, and we also got that recording. That, frankly, the recording is the icebreaker on this. It's the game changer because it's literally what was being said, what was being asked, what was being represented in the form of the question. Ms. Jennings called, reached out to Ms. Taylor, say, do you know anything about this survey? Ms. Taylor says, yes, I'll be in town on Thursday. How about we talk about it? Okay, so we sat and waited. I can tell you, I suspected that this was something that the defense had commissioned from the first we heard of it. But I didn't feel that we had enough information about the nature of the survey to determine whether it was problematic. And we said this already, and it keeps getting missed in the arguments here. We don't care about surveys. We care about these particular questions asked in this particular survey. The defense is welcome to contract with people from California or wherever, I don't care, to go and ask people, can you be fair? What have you heard about this? All of those questions that Ms. Taylor was just talking about at page 2 of the transcript, those are appropriate questions for a survey. Page 4 are not appropriate questions for a survey. Just because they're put in the form of the question doesn't change the fact that they are an affirmative representation of a fact that if the hearer, the listener, was not aware of it, now they have been tainted by it. They have been, in your Honor's words, they have been injected with that information. That is a clear violation of the non-dissemination order. To think there's a distinction between putting something out in a press release and talking to a private citizen is a distinction without substance. Those are both public contacts. And I can guarantee that if I went down to the bar and had a few drinks and was talking with some people and say, hey, did you know about this about the Kohberger case? And the defense found out about it, they would go ballistic. And for good reason. That should never happen.
That's what he's comparing what she did to what, like, she went to the bar and is asking about. This is through the court system that she's trying to do this. What the fuck is he talking about?
It's not the same thing. And also, it's not her. She has an expert, and he doesn't know the information that can't be distributed. So you can't distribute what you don't know.
His I mean, it's a waste of time. It's a waste of the court's time.
Yeah.
And it's an absurd comparison to say that she's out there going to a bar having a few drinks and that she did it that way and that's how they found out. So this is how you found out, Bill Thompson? You found out that she had already went to the bar and had a couple drinks and was asking people this question, and then that's why you're upset? She's doing it through the court system.
Exactly.
She submitted the information. Like, I don't even understand why the judge is even entertaining this little spiel that he's going on, because unless he just really, I mean, look at him. He's all sucked into it. Maybe he thinks he really doesn't know what the fuck's going on.
He doesn't. I mean, if he
'Cause
thinks
if
that's
you're
relevant.
listening to this, instead of telling them, can we just, like, move on? You know, like.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
But that's exactly what's happened here. Not by Ms. Taylor. I'm not faulting Ms. Taylor for the questions themselves, but by the people they hired to do this. And it had to stop. Your Honor was absolutely correct. Cut it off. And let's sort this thing out. And if we lose 2 weeks, well, we can make up 2 weeks. Your decision was perfectly appropriate. For the defense to claim that there's some due process violation there is without any legal basis. The defense's objection is, we don't like it, Judge. Well, there's lots of things that happen in the court that I haven't liked, not in this court.
Well, probably a few.
Well, maybe with Your Honor in other cases, Southside. That happens. That's part of the game.
I'm not here to.
But just because somebody complains doesn't mean that it's legally wrong, and there is no due process violation here. And Mr. Knight is prepared to argue due process minutia if that's what we want. But I don't think we need to deal with that. We are dealing with the issue of these questions in the survey. They are completely inappropriate. We have a group of at least 400 people in Lake Tahoe County who have been exposed to this in violation of the non-dissemination order. I think Your Honor is probably right. The only way we can deal with, or the best way to deal with that, would be to exclude them from any prospective jury pool. But we sure as heck don't want to say to the defense's consultants, yes, go do this in other venues as well, where if we can't pick a jury here in Lake Tahoe County, we may have to go to. Go ahead and mess with them too. That's ridiculous. I do not question the right of the defense to commission surveys, responsible, proper surveys, as part of the debate over venue. But this survey cannot stand. If they are going to do that, they need to start from scratch if they want to compare it to Lake Tahoe County. There is no way to take the 400 responses that have been loaded.
So you need to go to all the previous cases that took place in Lake Tahoe County instead of 269 articles in 3 newspapers for a source, because you want to have, how it goes in Lake Tahoe County. You don't want to be exposed to the other thoughts and ideas that other people might want to bring and contribute to the conversation when it comes to truth and justice. That's pretty interesting. Why don't you just do it our way?
That is pretty much his motto, yeah.
Right. Why don't you just do it how we do it in Lake Tahoe County? Right? That's how we do it. That's crazy. Please go sub to True Crime Overtime with Rosie if you're not. She's been doing a lot of hard work over here with the show, and I appreciate you doing everything that you do. Also, go sub to Christina Rain. Shout out to the mod for doing this video for us. And we're bringing it to you through her channel today. And we'll be bringing the next one from her channel as well. So shout out to her. Thank you for doing this. Appreciate it. Because we all know these go away after the stream's done. And with me being out on the road and on location, I'm not able to record these myself. So shout out to you for helping out and sharing with the community. I appreciate it.
With these factual representations in the form of questions, there's no way that that can fairly be compared to surveys without those questions anywhere else. It's apples and oranges. And yes, it may be an expense, and it may be a delay of time, and it may be an inconvenience, but it is not of the state's making. It is entirely the responsibility and the fault of the agents of the defense. Entirely. We don't care if there's a survey. Now, I'll keep saying that because we keep hearing from the defense that we don't do surveys in Latah County. That's not the issue. We know a survey is going to happen here. Now, when it comes to this idea of what happened 2 weeks ago, when we met with Ms. Taylor, we said, Ms. Taylor, actually I said Ann, we gave her the information. We talked about it. She indicated she wasn't aware of the actual questions. We said, we're very concerned about this. This needs to stop. And the response, if I remember, was along the lines of, well, we think they're about done in Latah County anyway. I said, well, we need to bring this to the court's attention. Here's my proposal. We will send a letter to Judge with these attached, copy to you, and then we can have a discussion. And I was told no. The defense did not want, Your Honor, to see this without also having whatever they wanted to offer in response to it as well. I said, well, that's not how it works. I mean, we'll file a motion. Normal law practice. I've been practicing for 43 years.
He knows best.
If you can't resolve something, you file a motion with the court. If there are things you want to base your motion on, you attach them to the motion, and we proceed from there. And so that's where we left it. Ms. Taylor did say, well, I could be available the following Friday, Thursday or Friday, to talk with Judge. And to my mind, well, that's too little, too late. As far as we know, these surveys are going on again right now. Wrapping up or starting somewhere else, whatever. It needed to be addressed quickly, not wait a week to have a conversation and then go into a conversation where you're left cold. We walk in the door and we aren't able to provide you the basis for our concerns. So you are completely helpless with information. That's not how it works. That's not how informed decisions are made. So we prepared a motion. We made the attachments. We filed it mid-afternoon, early mid-afternoon, not late in the day as it's characterized here. And I appreciate that Your Honor didn't see it till later in the day.
Right.
But that wasn't the intent. The intent was to get it filed as quickly as we could. There was no scheme to do some, 5 minutes to 5 o'clock filing and take some advantage of the defense. That's not the way we do business. That's not the way I do business. And frankly, it's a little offensive to have that suggestion made, but I'm going to move beyond that.
Offensive? Who the fuck is this guy?
I have to say,
Hold on 1 second. What the fuck? He just keeps rambling and rambling and rambling and rambling. Offensive. Who the hell is this guy? What are we listening to, yo?
Oh, he says he's going to be nice enough to move beyond it, which is really kind. I think that's just great of him. What a great guy. Seriously. Offensive. Okay.
What? Oh my gosh. What is going on? Oh, I can't. This is just, and it gets better and better, huh? Okay. Right now, I'm kind of bored with this rambling that's going on here. I mean, you guys, please give me a heads up. If I need to skip the parts where he's talking, let me know. Because if it's the same thing over and over, we could really go back to like the 8 minute mark and hear the same shit all over again. It just different words. I don't understand. And Judge, he's just sucked into it. He looks all interested. I'd be like, can we just heard this at the, earlier. Like, can we move on? Like, can we move on here? And Aaliyah brings up a good point. Uh Aaliyah brings up a good point. How about Bill Thompson write the questions, right? Let's see Bill Thompson write the questions that he would ask if he was a defense attorney, right?
That is a good point.
Yeah, what questions would you bring up? In fact, since it's in Latah County and you want it done the Latah County way, why don't you reach out to a defense attorney in Latah County and see what they would ask too? I think that would probably be better.
Yeah.
I
Be the
think if you
same.
go to another defense attorney, and then ask them, what would you ask? I would be interested to see what they would come up. Screw to Bill Thompson. He'll just be like, do you like the color blue? When you wake up, do you drink water? When you get in your car, do you put your foot on the gas at any moment? Like, do you put the left foot in front of the right when you go somewhere? I can see those that's the kind of questions that Bill Tom. Yeah, get a defense. If there's any defense attorneys that are in Idaho, I would love to hear what kind of questions you would ask for a DP case when it comes to a jury pool with the same evidence that's been released through court hearings, the PCA, or speculation from mainstream media. What would you ask? And I guarantee you it would be the same questions as AT's asking, and you might even get a couple that go beyond that because I feel like the questions that AT is asking um, are just normal questions, like Andrew Myers said,
Mhm.
off of all of them sources, and coming from his opinion, those are questions that should be asked anyway. So it doesn't make sense. It's just let's delay, and I hope Ann Taylor gets this 2 week. There is a new document we'll get to before the latest court hearing that came out a couple days ago. But it's like Ann Taylor's just like being the real Bill Thompson. Bill Thompson wants to tell you how it's supposed to go, but Ann Taylor's like, yo, I'm sorry that I have to tell you guys how to do your damn jobs, but if you judge, you're the one worried about delays. If you want this to go as quick as possible, well, come on, Judge. I'll even tell you how to do your job. And she's been doing it the last 3 court hearings. He's just getting upset that somebody's actually telling him how to do his job and what to do. There's
And
another
telling
one after this.
Yeah.
And telling him what?
No, I just said, and she's telling him well. She's not even.
Yeah. Not even
Yeah.
being disrespectful. She's being elegant and gracious about it. But at the same time, you can see her sarcasm too, because it's like, I can't believe I'm having to do this. I can't believe I'm having to do this. Yeah, we'll get to that new document here in about 20 minutes.
I am disappointed to learn today that Dr. Edelman and his associates were not made privy to the non-dissemination order. But we can't undo that. And once again, that's not of the state's making. My knowledge, everybody that has been asked to take actions of any type on behalf of the state has been made aware of those restrictions because they are our agents. And we know we are responsible under the court's order for the actions of our agents. Regardless, I'm disappointed. I also want to make clear that I'm not standing here today making a bar association ethical complaint against any member of the defense team. Yes, language in the non-dissemination order contains language that parrots the Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct, but the laundry list of things that the court lists, I think, are much more specific. And that's what we're concerned about. And if I'm wrong and those are in the comments, well, then maybe there's a violation of that rule, but that's not my interest. I have no interest in doing that. My interest is in taking care of this case, making sure that we can have a fair trial, making sure that Your Honor's non-dissemination order is honored, and at this point, trying to figure out a way to cure what has happened. The first thing to do is we have to say, Your Honor, court needs to say, no, you will not ask any more questions of prospective jurors without the court approving it. Because we've seen that the people retained by the defense cannot be trusted in that regard. Fools once, shame on us. Shame on you. Fools twice, shame on us. We don't want to get into that. They wish to proceed with surveys, they can, but they need to start over.
Start over in Latah County.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Absolutely. There's no other way to get a fair comparison with any other prospective veneer without doing a new survey in Latah County and not including any of the people who were surveyed in this 400-person group.
And
That's
not
the
include.
only way we can avoid this.
That's the only way that you can avoid. Oh my lord! Where in the hell, dude? Does he have his own cult of alien followers that they're gonna come beam down and grab everybody in like 12 years or something? Where in the fuck is this dude coming from?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Where is this dude coming from? Beam me up, Scotty. Where bro? Oh my lord. Oh my lord. I have
This
oh
change.
oh my lord. That's all I can say. Oh my lord.
Again, this is not of the state's making. We are trying to salvage a mess.
Salvage a mess? Oh my gosh. Somebody do me a favor. I don't have if anybody re-watches this, do me a favor. Send me an email or a DM with all of these keywords that he's using, because I need to throw all these on the next thumbnail when we're covering the court hearings in the future. All these damn created a mess. Where, like, all of these different phrases, you guys, this is ridiculous. Look at all this confetti and judges going, just like all these other court hearings. Oh, look at that. That blue glitters. Look at all the glitter. Oh my gosh, everybody. Do you see the glitter? Oh, wow. Look at his face. It's the same face. Look at all the glitter, everybody. It's so shiny and it's flashing and it's, oh, wow. And it's just floating down from the sky. Can you see it? Is he on these edibles again from the state line? He must be on the edibles, getting them from Pullman right across the border. There's, you go from Moscow to Pullman there. Right across the state border. He must have hit it real quick on the way to the courthouse or something. Because, dude, you're too sucked into the fucking glitter, man. My lord.
He's being manipulated.
Created a mess. I hope Ann Taylor gets to respond to this, because this is ridiculous.
Yeah, this is overboard.
As Your Honor noted,
It's too much.
there's no difference between talking, and I said just a little bit of talking one-on-one and issuing a press release or standing down in Friendship Square with a bullhorn. The dissemination is dissemination to a member of the public, and it's equally in violation of the no contact order or the non-dissemination order.
Do you think some of those 400 people might have talked to other people, like their families?
I know
Or their friends?
I know they have, Judge, and the reason I know that is we got a call from the sheriff's office earlier today where a woman called and said that she had heard about this survey, and the survey made her uncomfortable. And when they called her back, it actually was her son that had received the survey inquiries a couple weeks ago and happened to mention it to her. And she just wanted the sheriff's office to know about that. I mean, we have good, responsible people in this county, and they can sense what's right and what's wrong. You don't have to be a trained lawyer to know that it's not right to go out asking these kind of questions to people who might be prospective jurors in the case. It's just not right. So that's what we need to do today, Judge. I don't believe there's a due process issue. Matter of fact, I know there's no legal due process issue here. I appreciate Ms. Taylor isn't happy with the things ready to roll out. That's life sometimes. But there's no due process issue here. And we ask that Your Honor enter the order, cutting off any more use of this survey, directing that the defense, if they wish to continue with the survey, start over and submit questions to the court to make sure that we aren't getting ourselves back into a similar situation, baiting people who may have no knowledge of this case with detailed information, and detailed information, some of which is completely false. And not only completely false, but it's false in a sense that makes Mr. Kohberger look bad. It is creating bias against Mr. Kohberger based on false or inadmissible evidence. That's outrageous. How can we possibly preserve a jury pool when that's going on? We can't. It has to stop. Thanks, Judge.
Mr. Thompson.
It has to
Anyway.
stop.
So not liking the result of a hearing or not liking an order from the court is one thing. That happens all the time. I think courts probably have people on both sides of the aisle that don't like whatever decision they make most of the time. And that's just the way it goes. What I complained about was not being able to have a voice before a decision was made. I think that's an important distinction. I'm not saying don't make a decision I don't like or I'll file a motion against you. I'm not saying that at all. I imagine over the course of this case, there will be decisions I like and decisions I don't. It's the way it's been in the past. This was solely about being shut out of the process before a decision was made. I understand the order said I could have my day. Here's my day. So that I want to make it clear is that motion didn't come because I didn't like the result. I didn't like the process. That was it.
That was my issue too. The process.
And I wanted to be heard about that. I do not think that these survey questions that related to what have you heard in the media injected information to people. I understand that this is a close community, and I understand that people will call officers with concerns and the prosecutor with concerns, and that's kind of the thing that I'm worried about is the close-knit nature of it. That's a good thing unless you are an outsider having a trial, and then it's not a good thing. And that is kind of a problem that we have with that.
Well, I can tell you from my own experience, people I see that there's plenty of people here who really don't like law enforcement that much. So I think it's always a mistake to stereotype people or communities.
Fair enough, Judge. Usually I don't find that people that have issues with law enforcement make their way to my juries, but that's probably something we'll talk about a different day. As far as where we go from,
He really did stop at the gummy store, you guys. He really did. He really stopped at the gummy store.
Oh my
What
goodness.
the fuck is going on?
He asked for that.
And he's smiling about it. He really did stop at the gummy store. I had to pause it real quick and say that.
from here, the moment of getting our work done and not having it out in public is over. So I suppose the court can weigh in on what we should do. I wouldn't be quick to say that we couldn't use the surveys that were done. I would if that's the route the court is going to go to have us do other surveys, I mean, that's what we'll do if the court asks us to do that. But I'd ask the court to remember that it's quite common for the general questions to draw a no. And then you ask other questions, because then people are like, well, yeah, I did know that. And that's how you get to the heart of the real information. So I think there's got to be some give and take in there. I'll say two more things and then I'll be done. Our office did send Dr. Edelman a copy of the non-dissemination order. I didn't know he didn't receive it, but he didn't receive it. He definitely knows about it now. I would have caught that, but we didn't send him anything. Our process is to make sure that we have the signed order back from anybody that we're going to communicate with about the case. This solely had to do with him looking at what are the media stories, what are the big topics, so I can determine how saturated the community is and bias it. So that's why I didn't catch it. I'll take responsibility for that. But just to maybe allay some of Mr. Thompson's disappointment, it was sent. I don't know what happened, but he didn't receive it. He's sure this was my other thing is, if the court wants to change the survey, I would like an opportunity to speak with Dr. Edelman about the possibility of preserving what we've done versus just starting all over before, I guess, any more surveys went out, if they're going to be changed. If the court will let us keep going with the way we're going, then we could make the comparisons from county to county. But if that's not what the court's going to do, I would like to see if there's a way to preserve what's been done by not looking at the questions that the court wouldn't want us to ask of other jurors. And I don't know if that works, so I need to talk to Dr. Edelman.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of interested in, trying to figure out when we have to start all over, how to approach this. And I mean, one of the things that I'm concerned about is how much this costs taxpayers money. And I had no idea. I'm not part of the money, part of this. But you know, if there's a way to kind of salvage something, I'm not happy about these specific questions, especially ones that are false. Then people hear that and they just get even worse sort of depression. Okay, because of COVID. There are also cases that are questions that are very specific that are going to be major issues in trial. And so I'm really worried about that, particularly, again, I think this really is kind of ironic that, you know, this with the time, the passage of time has kind of calmed down, you know, in terms of the media, very heavy initially. I have to say that to be here today, but the streaming has probably helped a little bit. So they've kind of slowed things down intentionally, but I think people kind of move on a little bit, and then all of a sudden they get a phone call from a stranger talking about particular issues in COVID case, and so it kind of fires it up. And that's one of my worries. Also, just the fact that you can say 400 people, but 400 people in town spreads really thin. So it is dissemination. And I'm no expert about it. I don't know if you probably should. Mr. Edelman has been hearing this whole hearing, so maybe a discussion with him, maybe even a discussion with each other. Everything's kind of out in the open. Sure. I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful for that, because I like to kind of know to some degree what's happening. in this case. And let's just deal with it really quickly, though. I don't know. Maybe we can next week.
Judge, I plan to be in town on the 11th. If the court wants a hearing, I can make myself available really any day next week. I already have plans for the 11th, but I can be available any other day the court wants.
So I'm going to be sitting with the Supreme Court in Nescos County. So could you maybe have a hearing, short hearing of some kind, maybe on April 10th?
I'm gonna be sitting in this county with the Supreme Court that day. Okay, Judge.
Mm-hmm.
Spin the spur on that cowboy boot, bro. That's what he just spun the spur on that baby. Ooh, I need to get some spurs for my cowboy boots now. I didn't even think about that.
See,
That's
the
a
judge helped.
Yeah, that's a wish list item, right? I'll get them spurs on them boots too. That way, if I run into any of them nasty critters out there in the field, I'll just back kick them. Yeah, I'll just back kick them. I never thought of it. I need some spurs now. All right, here we go.
Or
Your Honor, is that a Wednesday?
yeah, that's a Wednesday.
I will if that's the only time the court has. Wednesdays, I have different things, but I can cancel them if that's the only time. If the court wants me to come back Monday,
I'll work
I can.
with you.
I could, 3:00 in the afternoon would be easiest for me on that day.
I have a treatment court meeting 2:30 to 3:30.
I can do 4:00, or if the court wants to do it at 1, I can make that happen too.
Hey, Judge, I'm confused. What are we going to have a hearing on?
Well, I want to see.
Mr. Thompson, you made the Kool-Aid? Sorry. This pollen. Ugh. Mr. Thompson made the Kool-Aid, but he didn't have a drink of it yet, is what it sounds like. Wait, Judge, what are we going to be having a hearing on? Huh? What? Huh? What's going on? What's going on?
It's like when you look up, like, wait, I'm listening. What?
What flavor? What flavor is it, Judge? What flavor? I don't know. I just put some packets in there and sugar and mix it up for you real quick. What flavor is it, Judge? I don't even know what flavor. Oh, my Lord. What the hell was he? What was he doing? He's got Ashley Jennings next to him, working on the computer. What is he doing? Oh, this is. I hope it ggets better. I mean, it is funny. It is kind of ridiculous. At the same time, it's sad that this
It is really sad too.
It really is. It's sad that this is taking place in a courtroom. But it's just I don't know. It's a good thing we're fresh on the fly reaction from me and Rosie. We haven't seen it, so it is what it is. He just woke up something. I don't know. Look at his hair. Look at his hair. And then he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna be in the next county with the Supreme Court." Yeah, sir. Yeah. Oh, I feel so bad for Ann Taylor having to sit here and spend an hour and 16 minutes, just like we have, for this, sitting here listening to the ramblings of general questions that just would have been asked in any other frickin' case.
Yeah, not even necessary.
Right, it's not even necessary. You're right, Rosie.
What thoughts you all have about dealing with the situation now, making sure that we can salvage anything or nothing.
See, the same Kool-Aid. Salvage.
And
salvage.
Ms. Taylor's going to talk to Mr. Edelman, and maybe that'll give us some thoughts. Otherwise, I mean, I could just make the decision right now, but I'm no expert about surveys.
I understand. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh my lord!
Um,
You don't make
so
decisions.
I don't know how you feel about 4 o'clock on April 10. Could we just do that by Zoom, or do you want to be here?
Your Honor, Zoom would be fine with me. Mr. Koberger would likely not be present. If he's present by Zoom, I will be here with him. So,
Okay, well, we can do it in person.
let's go ahead and do it in person. I'll change my visiting day to Wednesday instead of Thursday.
Okay. Is that okay, Mr. Thompson?
Yes, sir. We can be here 10th, 4 o'clock.
And, Ms. Massif or Mr. Nye or Ms. Beatty can participate by Zoom.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Because I want to make the best decision I can, if that's possible.
He's even
Okay,
giggling. He's even giggling. What is going on in this courtroom?
Let's talk again about, having a hearing at least every month. It's just like cleaning up. And also, I guess you just did have a stipulation that you filed, but I have some, there it is. There's pending the state's motion to temporarily seal Exhibit 1 in the state's response to defendant's 12th supplemental request for discovery. Is that?
That would be covered by the stipulation that we filed today.
Yeah.
Okay.
The goal with that, Your Honor, is we often want to file those attachments to discovery under seal. Those contain things that shouldn't be made public. We both agree to it. And originally we were getting stipulations. And then I think we've done it so much, we just started doing orders. So the purpose of that is for us to just send along those and with an order for under seal, knowing that I'm always going to stipulate to attachments to discovery responses to be under seal, and the same with them. I mean, we know what we're each asking. So.
Okay, and I agree about the perks too. Okay, so if you could just have a stipulation that says, with regard to discovery responses, you can go ahead and see. Okay, I mean, as long as it's justified.
And that's the intent of what we submitted today, Your Honor, is that attachments to discovery requests and discovery responses, not the cover document itself, but the attachments that have the details would just automatically be sealed when we're stipulating to that. So that would be routine.
Okay, great. So you backed off a little bit there, Taylor, Ms. Taylor, in that particular, you want everything, a hearing, or, everything needs to be stipulated.
That is a stipulation, Judge.
Well, it is. Okay.
We also, Judge, I believe we have some other things on the motion to augment the record.
Yes.
We've been gathering more information on that, and it's my fault that I dropped the ball last month and didn't get a second batch of information compiled to Ms. Taylor. She got that today. We are contemplating that we will be able to present the court with a stipulation on that issue as well, with certain emails and communications attached to it, and then also have an ongoing stipulation about off-the-record communications, email or letter communications involving.
What second batch is he talking about? The second batch because the new document, everybody, is, let me see here. The state's response to the defendant's 14th supplemental request for discovery. They're talking 13. There's no 13. Hold on. 13th supplemental request for discovery. It's probably sealed. Yeah, it's under seal. Exhibit L. So Exhibit L is what they're referring to, but it's under seal.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's why everything's
under seal. But it says the 4th, 5th, 6th, 8th, and 14th Amendments to the Constitution of the United States and Article 1 and 1, 2, 13, 17 of the Constitution of the State of Idaho requests discovery and inspection of all materials discoverable by defendant per ICR 16B 1 through 8, and the aforementioned constitutional provisions, including but not limited to the following information, evidence, and materials outlined in Exhibit L. What is Exhibit L? Oh, there's 15, Yvette. Look, that was just from March of last year, or of this year. This one, the 15th, was, let me see, where was it at? Right here. 328. 15th supplemental request. 328. So a few weeks ago. They're talking this one, the new document that comes out regarding
You're cutting out a little bit.
oh, they're talking about the 13th on this one, Exhibit L. And Thompson says they just handed over the second batch from that was requested from last month. So that's the date that we showed you when it was requested. So the second batch of Exhibit L is what he just handed over.
Yeah.
And it has to, hold on. Let me rewind it just a skosh and see if he says what it has to deal with again.
Because I want to make the best decision I can, if that's possible. Okay. Let's talk again about, having a hearing at least every month. It's just like cleaning up. And also, I guess you just did have a stipulation that you filed, but I have some, what it is. There's pending the state's motion to temporarily seal Exhibit 1 in the state's response to defendant's 12th supplemental request for discovery. Is that
that would be covered by the stipulation that we filed today.
Yeah.
okay?
The goal with that, Your Honor, is we often want to file those attachments to discovery under seal. Those contain things that shouldn't be made public. We both agree to it. And originally we were getting stipulations. And then I think we've done it so much, we just started doing orders. So the purpose of that is for us to just send along those and with an order for under seal, knowing that I'm always going to stipulate to attachments to discovery responses to be under seal, and the same with them. I mean, we know what we're each asking. So.
Okay, and I agree about the perks too. Okay, so if you could just have a stipulation that says, with regard to discovery responses, you can go ahead and see. Okay, I mean, as long as it's justified.
And that's the intent of what we submitted today, Your Honor, is that attachments to discovery requests and discovery responses, not the cover document itself, but the attachments that have the details, would just automatically be sealed when we're stipulating to that. So that would be routine.
Okay, great. So you backed off a little bit there, Taylor. Ms. Taylor, in that particular, you want everything. Hearing, everything needs to be stipulated.
That is a stipulation, Judge.
Well, it is. Okay.
We also, Judge, I believe we have some other things on the motion to augment the record.
Yes.
We've been gathering more information on that, and it's my fault that I dropped the ball last month and didn't get a second batch of information compiled to Ms. Taylor. She got that today. We are contemplating that we will be able to present the court with a stipulation on that issue as well, with certain emails and communications attached to it, and then also have an ongoing stipulation about off-the-record communications, email or letter communications involving the court.
Off the record?
So we're making progress. We're
record.
together on as much as we can.
There was a defendant's motion requesting additional deadlines that was filed on March 6th. didn't ask if for here.
Your Honor, I haven't asked for a hearing. I know the state filed an objection to that, and we don't have a hearing on that yet. My thought would be that after we submit everything on our motion for venue change, when the court's ready to make a decision on that, I think that's when we'd probably call for a hearing on our motion, and probably the state would want to be heard at the same time on their objection.
Okay, so that can just, hang out there for a while.
I think so.
Okay. Then we got state's motion to unseal. State's motion for order of prohibiting contact with the prospective jurors absent leave of.
Which relates to what we've been talking about today, Judge.
Yes, I know.
We had filed our original motion under seal. The initial response from the defense was under seal that said we object, and then the defense's memorandum with the attached affidavit was not filed under seal. So our position was that in fairness to the public record, that our motion should be unsealed and just keep the attachment sealed to protect the identity of the people who were interviewed by law enforcement or contacted law enforcement about being subject to the survey.
Any objections, Taylor?
In large part, no. There is a sentence in there where the state talks about evidence they plan to present, and that would seem like something they may want redacted before it became in the public record. Our response didn't have anything like that. I can show Mr. Thompson later, so in case he wants to prepare a redacted one for the board.
You know what she's talking about?
I don't, but we can talk about it, Judge, and Ms. Taylor can just show us or send us what the language is. I'm sure we can work it out.
Okay. And so, and I guess this are already covered by the stipulation, defendant's motion to file exhibit and attached to defendant's 14 supplemental requests for discovery.
That would be covered by today's stipulation.
Okay. Okay, I think I've had my speech. So
Thank you, Your Honor.
So we don't need to hear from Mr. Nye or Mr. Edelman at this point.
I don't believe so. I think that it may be more prudent for Ms. Taylor and Mr. Edelman to talk between themselves first. And I believe the due process issue that Mr. Nye was prepared to discuss has been resolved.
Yeah, I have no doubt that I did not violate due process
What the fuck?
rights
Yes, sir.
of Mr. Combs.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Wow.
Okay, anything else, Ms. Taylor?
Not today, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, great. We are adjourned. Thank you all. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is all right. We'll go ahead and pause it there. What the? Oh boy. Oh boy. I want to share something real quick too. I want to say thank you. Here, let me go solo real quick. I want to say thank you to whoever donated this from the wish list. This is the reflective hoodie, so I want to show you what I did with the reflective hoodie you got me. Is it going to show it or not? Here, hold on 1 second. Let me just shut this off real quick. So here's the reflective hoodie. I put search crew on the back, and then when I go out there, I'll have Evil CJ on there too. So I want to say thank you to whoever donated the Amazon hoodie with the reflective. This is heavy duty material, so if I do experience any kind of heavy weather or any kind of heavy surroundings when it comes to brush and things like that, I'll totally be protected. And it has the reflective on it, so I want to say thank you very much for doing that. And I wanted to show you what else I did with it. just to show you how much I do thank you for doing that. All right, let me go back to this. So that was very interesting when it came to this court hearing. It sounded like Bill Thompson didn't drink any of the Kool-Aid that he made, and Judge was all up in that shit. He was like, "Ooh, Kool-Aid! Oh, I'm so thirsty because I stopped at that edible store on the way to Moscow." He had to be thirsty as hell, Rosie. So he was all up in that Kool-Aid. Uh, did quick battery charging? Uh, quick battery charging. I'm not sure. Was that? I know there was also the GoPro batteries as well. Thank you for those. Um, if they both were from there, with Amazon, it doesn't show you who it's from or anything like that. So really, it just, and I don't even get a notification when something gets sent out either. So definitely let us know in chat if you do, because then I can look out for it. Otherwise, I don't even get any kind of notifications. I'll just walk out my door one day and be like, "Oh, there's a package there." Don't even know about it. And you know how porch pirates are these days. So I definitely don't want to let your contribution go into somebody else's hands. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Balance Jade. I appreciate that. I wanted to show you what I did with it. We're still going to represent, even though that's not going to be for sale unless I come across some kind of clothing line, you know, bundle or something. Right now, I'm having to buy everything single. But when I get to a position where I can buy it in bulk, then definitely it'll be a lot more cost effective. But I still wanted to show you what I could do with the donation that you gave me. Considering, you know, these right here, I can make these all day. When it comes to what was, I can't make those. I don't have the ability to do that yet, but these I do. So, and Charlie, if you're in chat, I got one for you, Busby. Let me know what size you wear, buddy, because I think you deserve one of these Search Crew hoodies as well. Just for being part of the team, I just want to say thank you, and that's my contribution to you for being part of the team, like Charlie here. Now that I have the availability to make these, and as we're going out to these different searches, I'm going to try and have those available to anybody that does join. If you do want some for yourself, I'll be having a way that you can purchase one for if you're out there in your own community and you want to represent a search crew with peace, positivity, and progress. It is on the back. Uh, you can be out there supporting your own community with the search crew hoodie as well, representing the PPP. So when it comes to this document here, now this is, let me see, hold on one second. Let me get rid of the other one. This is the state's response to the defendant's 14th supplemental request for discovery. This document just dropped, but it has a date of yesterday, of course, because there is a delay. It states, comes now, the state of Idaho by and through Latah County prosecuting attorney and submits the attached exhibits 1 and 2 in state's response to defendant's 14th supplemental request for discovery filed March 27, 2024, just like we stated before. The state incorporates the following responses as fully set forth at this point. State's response to request for discovery filed January 23, 2023. The state's response to defendant's first supplemental, February 21st, 2023, second, March 29th, 2023, third, May 12th, 2023. Also, the state's response to defendant's motion to compel discovery that was filed May 12th, 2023. State supplemental response to defendant's first, second, and third supplement requests for discovery that were filed June 8th, 2023. Defendant's fourth supplemental request filed June 16th, 2023. State supplemental response to defendant's fourth supplemental request for discovery filed on June 29th, 2023. Second motion to compel discovery filed June 29, 2023. Third motion to compel filed July 5th, 2023. Supplemental response to defendant's supplemental request for discovery and defendant's motion to compel discovery filed July 12th, 2023. We're almost done. I apologize. Supplemental response to defendant's second motion to compel discovery filed July 12th, 2023. State's response to defendant's fifth and sixth supplemental request for discovery filed July 25th, 2023. And the state supplemental response to defendant's third motion to compel discovery filed on August 30th, 2023. I thought we were done. It's just another page.
That's hard work.
Woo! I tried. Defendant's seventh supplemental request for discovery filed September 6th. State's response to defendant's eighth and ninth supplemental requests for discovery filed October 24th, 2023. I love nature. State's response to defendant's 10th supplemental request for discovery filed November 20th. State's response to defendant's 11th supplemental request January 22nd. 12th supplemental request March 25th. 13th supplemental request April 1st. 15th supplemental request April 4th, 2024. The state has and will continue to provide discovery at the court.
You're cutting out a little bit, or it sounds soft.
Sorry, it's my damn mobile hotspot. Well, I mean, you can see the words on the screen. I apologize about the audio. The state has and will continue to provide discovery in accordance with Idaho Criminal Rule 16 and applicable law reserves any of all the judgments stated as the day of April 2024. That's the new document. Damn, that was a mouthful. So I'm going to share a channel that I love. We watch from time to time, and I think he's got some of the best sarcasm on YouTube. And what he says is legit. So I want to play his video when it comes to what took place with the court hearing that we're going to go into the next court hearing here in a second, and wait till you see the video that we're going to watch after the next court hearing when it comes to commentary. Your own Jesse Weber, we're going to check out what he has to say after this next court hearing. But for this time, we're going to check out Scott Reich with Crime Talk. Here's his channel if you're not subbed. The dude is the shit. Ran into him when the Watts case was going on, and I've been a fan ever since. I think this dude speaks real. I love he's a defense attorney over there in Colorado. He speaks the truth, quick to the point, and he adds some sarcasm to it. And I think it's just all that peace, positivity, and progress, because you got to have a little laughs when we're talking about this dark and tragic stuff. So we're going to check out his show real quick here about what is taking place. Why is the prosecutor in the case being so petty?
Prosecutor being so petty in the Brian Kohberger matter. Well, guess what? I think the news media has finally been watching Crime Talk, because if they watched our live last night, we talked about this very issue, and now it's all over the news today. Yes, the defense has filed an objection to the court basically stopping any of the surveying work that was being done to prepare empirical data so that the court can see that the trial needs to be moved out of Latah County. And I read to you last night from the memorandum in support of the objection to the state's motion for order prohibiting contact with prospective jurors absent leave of the court. And so the defense in this case has filed this memorandum, and it says the state has alleged that the defense has violated the court's order, and specifically that the state alleges the defense has violated the prohibition on discussing the identity, the nature of the evidence expected to be presented at trial or the sentencing phase of the proceedings. The order also prohibits disclosure of any information a lawyer knows or reasonably know is likely to be inadmissible evidence in trial, and that would, if disclosed, create a substantial risk of prejudicing an impartial trial. Now, the defense states that they are aware of all this. After all, the defense wrote the original order upon which it is based, and the state, however, misunderstands the prohibition in this respect. The defense is not disclosing information. The defense is asking prospective jurors in the county of Latah as to what information they are aware of that was previously disclosed vis-a-vis the press. Further, the revised order for non-dissemination allows for counsel to ask questions of the public to do its work. That's exactly what happened. Mr. Kohberger is preparing for his change of venue hearing and is mindful of what the court must consider and the available means of obtaining information for the evidentiary hearing. And as it relates to the relevant case law that guides the factors that a court must consider in the motion for change of venue, and the state's motion and court order intrudes on one of the ways the defense will seek to establish prejudice pursuant to Criminal Rule 21. And there they go on and they talk about basically that what the court is doing is impermissible. They should not have said, hey, stop everything that is taking place. And in fact, we have an expert who's going to testify at the hearing, a gentleman by the name of Brian Edelman, and he is going to explain his education. He has a PhD. He has an LLM, which is basically like a master's in tax, and he has a master's degree as well. He's going to provide testimony as it relates to his research experience, his jury research experience, and the numerous years in which he has been doing this type of work. And he is going to explain what the state is objecting to, which is information that's been drawn from the press. Now, like I said, this all started because some Karen gets a call and they think it's some sort of person trying to influence the jury because this person is hearing information that is not part of what they have heard. Doesn't mean it hasn't been in the press, but it means they haven't heard it. So this lady calls the prosecutors and said, oh my gosh, somebody's talking about the case. So the prosecutors immediately turned over to their investigators and they find out where this is coming from. A legitimate company, a legitimate researcher who has done not only surveys as it relates to these types of issues in Idaho on numerous occasions, but across the country for decades. But there's more. Then the state finds two other people that say that they're completely shocked that somebody called them. And the defense is basically saying when the prosecution goes on a Friday afternoon after speaking with the defense attorneys and says, yeah, we're doing this because we're required to do it. We're not doing anything illegal. We're not doing anything unethical. The prosecutor on a Friday afternoon, curiously happens to be situated in the same building as the court, files a motion, basically ex parte, even though it was filed and they got notice of it. The court grants the order without a hearing. Needless to say, defense is saying, not cool, judge. You can't do that. You know, this is affecting our client's due process rights. You know, he required that under the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution and the applicable section of the Idaho State Constitution. And guess what? You can't go doing that. And judge, you need to rescind that order. So we're going to find out tomorrow at 1:30 if that order is going to be rescinded. It should be. I think the judge jumped the gun, but he probably figured, I don't know what the heck's going on. We need to have a hearing. Prosecution's always right. So let's do that. The prosecutor, he is being petty. He knows this is required. He just doesn't want to take this case out of Latah County and move it to a larger jurisdiction like Ada County, like they did with Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell.
Right.
Why? Because it's expensive. Now, the judge in this particular case, Judge, that's his last name, said he really doesn't want to move this case because it's inconvenient to him. But the reality of it, it doesn't really matter to him. It's to make sure that the due process rights are followed and the defendant gets a fair trial with a fair and impartial jury. The state is entitled to that as well. Now, the prosecutor, when I say he's being petty, he knew this was legitimate. This is petty. And the motion to stop this survey should never have been done. This is done all the time in these types of cases, and the prosecutor knows that. And what a good prosecutor should do, and always say, Judge, I don't care when you want to try this case, where you want to try this case, but you tell me where and when. I will have my witnesses, I will have my evidence, and we will prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt unanimously to a jury of 12 people. But the prosecutor wants to keep it in Latah County. And at the hearing, based upon the affidavit of the researcher, guess what? He's going to say people are in fact biased against Mr. Koberger. The court cannot ignore that information. So I think tomorrow afternoon, once the evidence is presented, I think the prosecutor is going to have some egg on his face. And I believe that the court is going to acknowledge that maybe they jumped the gun just a little bit. Anyway, the defense says we were basically done, but we were trying to get information from surrounding counties to see if there was any type of issue in those other counties as well. So let's wait and see. But at this point, my opinion is the prosecutor is just being petty.
That's why I love him. I love
That
you,
was a
Scott
great
Reich.
video.
I love you, Scott Reich, for real. The dude, he brings it real with a little bit of sarcasm, but really, it's what you want. You want that positive lie instead of you want the negative truth over a positive lie. You know, you don't listen, we can waste all day with these positive lies, you know. If it's a negative, then the negative truth it is, because it skips the bullshit. It skips the bullshit. We're not here that long on this planet. We ain't got time for it. That's why this is why we do this. You know what I mean? It's skip the bullshit as quick as hell. Skip it quick, because we ain't got that time. But he says it all true. It's all true, and he's being petty as hell and has been. All right. So we're going to get to the next one. And we're going to, let's see here. Now, I can't wait to watch the video. Ooh, I got the first like, Christina. And I'm going to share the link for this one, too. Let's see here. Here's the link for the video. Go show Christina some love. We're going to check out. Let me see here. The next court hearing. This was from 2 days ago. And let's see here. And this is where Adelman, I think, is that his name? Adelman is going to be coming in here and discussing some things here. So let me switch to this. This is Christina's channel. And thank you for doing this, Christina. Appreciate that. This one is great. There's that. Also, if you're not sub to True Crime Overtime with Rosie, please sub over there as well. Appreciate all their contributions to the program today. Let's see here. We'll go full screen, and here we go.
On the record, please. Thank you. We are now on the record. This is State versus Brian Koberger, case number CR 29222805. Mr. Koberger is here in the courtroom, represented by Ms. Taylor and Ms. Natheth. We've got Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings representing the state. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Are you doing okay?
I think
What happened? They just showed up to court and you're asking, are you doing okay?
I thought it was, can you hear me okay? But
Can you hear me okay? I'm going to put
um,
closed captioning up on this one. I should have did it before. Let me see here. Settings. How can I change the frickin' closed captioning, the size of the font? Options. Font size, 100%, 300%, 400%. There we go. 400%. Ooh, what color do you guys want? Probably white. Let's go yellow. Yellow looks cool.
yellow's good.
Let's see. Yeah, yellow looks cool. Yeah, we'll do that. All right. Yeah, yellow looks cool.
29222805. Mr. Koberger is here in the courtroom, represented by Ms. Taylor and Ms. Mathis. We've got Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings representing the state. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I think we have Mr. Nye and Ms. Beatty on Zoom. Anybody else on Zoom? Ms. Taylor?
No, Mr. Logston is not going to be on Zoom today. He had the other hearing.
Ms. Beatty made it apparently. So, and I have also, you have Mr. Edelman, Dr. Edelman here today.
I do, Your Honor.
Okay. Great. So I think what we're doing today is just a continuation about the questions, particularly on the surveys and where we go from here. You did drop off a sealed exhibit, right? Anything to say about this, or just?
Yes, Your Honor. That sealed exhibit goes with one of our discovery requests, that the exhibit that outlines what we're requesting has to be under seal. And so I had to hand deliver that to the court. A copy was hand delivered to the state. It is not up for discussion today.
Okay, great. Thank you. One other thing to just tie up is the order unsealing the state's motion for order prohibiting contact with prospective jurors. There was a discussion between both of you about redacting a particular sentence, maybe last time, and so that we were going to take care of that.
I didn't, Ms. Taylor indicated that there was a sentence she thought we might want to consider redacting. I haven't heard back on that. And I know that she's been busy on other things since the 6th.
You want to just talk to each other for a second?
I understand the microphones in the courtroom are very sensitive. Perhaps we should do this after court today and go ahead and do the testimony of Dr. Edelman first. And I'd be happy to talk to the state afterwards.
Thanks. All right, so is that where we're starting now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Actually, Judge, I think we need to discuss some preliminary matters first.
Okay, go ahead.
As Your Honor indicated just a moment ago, this is a continuation of where we were on the 6th. And the issues on the 6th and the issues that we have here today is first, whether there was a violation of the non-dissemination order. And if so, where do we go forward from that point? And I think it was clear from our discussions on the 6th that the fact-specific questions did violate the order. I realize that the defense would like to proceed with those questions. That's perhaps an issue for today. But I just wanted to define what we're looking at today, because about 10:45 this morning, we got what was up on the screen there, a PowerPoint that apparently Mr. Edelman prepared. And as I understand, I don't think Ms. Taylor got it until sometime this morning herself. That's the information that I was given. And we have concerns because a large part of this PowerPoint deals with the issue of a change of venue itself, which is we are not prepared to address. It is not before the court at this time. It is premature. And I don't think that it should be part of this record as we proceed forward today. And so the state took a copy of preparing a printout of the PowerPoint. It doesn't take long to look through it. Perhaps the court might want to take a look at that before we proceed, at least with eliciting things from the PowerPoint. And I realize it's last minute, but the last time that we presented something to the court in advance, Ms. Taylor complained profusely. And I realized it was only 11:15 when we got this today. And so we just figured we would raise it with you now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Thompson. Ms. Taylor?
Your Honor, I would disagree with counsel that the court made a determination that we violated the non-dissemination order. In my mind, that issue is very right for the court today, as is where do we go from here with the survey? Dr. Edelman has made himself available in court to explain the survey, the process of the survey, why it works, how long it's been used, how widely it's used, and what it doesn't do, and what it does do to present the court with some options to make a decision where we go from here. Whether the court decides we violated the non-dissemination order or not is up for discussion, and we're prepared to further argue that, but we think you need to hear the testimony first. As far as this PowerPoint, I had access to Dr. Edelman yesterday afternoon, and we worked on it late. I didn't have a final copy to give to the state until this morning. So they have it. We are not arguing venue now. We're talking about survey and how that relates to our change of venue motion. We know we're arguing the venue change later, but we have work that we still need to do. And that's where we are today, and would ask to present our PowerPoint and present our testimony with Dr. Edelman as we've prepared to do.
Okay. Taylor, so
Actually, Ms. Taylor still has a copy of the PowerPoint that made available to the court.
okay, so seems like this happens to me in this case that there's an argument about whether I should go ahead on something or provide some information that I don't see yet. So I feel like sometimes I'm making decisions that I'm in the blind here. So
Very blind.
any problem with that? Ms.
Well, Judge, give me just 1 second. Your Honor, the purpose of the PowerPoint is to inform the court about the questions in the survey and the purpose of them. I can tell the court that showing up every time we want to have a hearing and have to fight to have the actual hearing is something I haven't experienced before either. There is nothing in that PowerPoint that the court can't hear today when making the decision about where do we go from here and did I violate the non-dissemination order. There's just nothing wrong with the process that we're doing here, and you're continually being asked to say there's something wrong with what we're doing. We're 10 after 4. I have a witness who's traveled here today, and we're ready to go.
All right, Your Honor, just to clarify, as we made clear the last time we reported, we are not saying Ms. Taylor herself violated the non-dissemination order. We're saying that the people who prepared the survey and disseminated the survey and called citizens of Latah County with those fact-specific loaded questions violated the non-dissemination order, and they are agents of the defense. So I don't want this to become personal between Ms. Taylor and myself. We are not alleging Ms. Taylor has done anything wrong. We are dealing with reality that this survey was conducted on, as we understand it, 400, I'll say, innocent citizens of Latah County who were force-fed information that they may or may not have had about this case before they were called by the surveyor takers. And they are loaded questions. Some of the questions are factually wrong. They simply aren't true. That's what we're here about.
And that's what we're prepared to address, Your Honor. That's why we have a witness here. And if there's violation of the non-dissemination order, it's me. I'm the one that's bound by it. And the court just needs to hear about this process instead of hearing the conclusion that the state wants the court to reach.
Right on. I'm going to pause it right there. And that's damn true. If you're going to sit here and come up with this bullshit, Bill Thompson, why don't you prove it? Instead of asking the court to move a certain direction, prove it. It's a bunch of crap. Force feeding loaded questions. Just admit, Mr. Thompson, that you're delaying the fucking process. And you've been delaying this whole trial and process the whole time while Ann Taylor's getting blamed on all these other channels for holding up the trial. It's Mr. Thompson. Come on. Right? The toddler tantrum starts again. The toddler tantrum starts again. Oh, 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 oh.
Number one, I'm past that. I'm not going to violate you. I mean, this was a communication problem with Dr. Edelman not getting the order. One of the things I think that maybe need to clear up, not for council, but maybe the public, is that one of the terms in that, and this is in the ethics, right, is what is the public record? Public record is not traditional media. It's not social media. It's not what anyone might say in public. Okay, that's the problem that we're kind of balancing here, because the public record is case that is available to the public in this case. I mean, I think we can all agree with that. No?
No,
You think the public record is whatever the media pumps out?
Your Honor, I think it's what's in the public, and what's in the public is derived from the affidavit that supported probable cause to arrest Brian Kohberger. That's the first document that the court finds in the whole cases of interest on Idaho State Supreme Court's website. That document has a ton of information in it that relate to the questions in the survey for the case specific questions. So that document became public record, and that was spread far and wide all over the place and reported and interpreted repeatedly. That's the public record. That's where the questions came from. There's no violation of the non-dissemination order if that's what we're going to talk about today, but I think the court should hear from our witness and understand a little bit more about this survey process.
I'm very interested in that. I told you last time that I'm interested in what he has to say about this. But so you're saying that the public record, though, comes out of the case, right? That's public.
I'm saying in
She's saying that when the sun rises, it's fucking yellow, Judge. What is so hard to understand what she's saying? I typed it in 4 frickin' words. Public record from them. Yeah, if anybody is having any issues, YouTube has been very buggy lately. I've been booted out of my own chat multiple times. So all you have to do is back out, close out, and come back in. It just continues to get worse. My YouTube chat was freezing for like 3 or 4 days in a row. And the last couple now, it just boots me completely out of YouTube. So that's my own show chat, you guys. So YouTube's been buggy. All we can do is wait for them to fix their shit, unfortunately. But this is all stuff that's been public knowledge. I don't understand. Yes, the sun is yellow when it rises, Judge. That's what she's saying.
In this case, that's exactly what happened, Judge. I don't want to argue the finer points of what's in the media, but I'm saying in this case, that's exactly what happened. That affidavit's there, and this court knows we have a ton of things that are filed under seal and more things that are not filed under seal. But that affidavit that began this case has been shared far and wide, and media stories have generated. When you understand how Dr. Edelman does his work to determine if a survey even needs to happen, you'll know where the information came from.
Okay, so I'm understanding, okay, the initial probable cause affidavit is part of the public record. And you're saying, well, that got spread, okay, by the media. as you would expect. And that's something that could be concerned. So what I think maybe, I don't know, what Mr. Thompson is talking about though is information or questions that were not. And so what I'm nervous about this is I don't want to continue to spread things out that shouldn't be spread. And so I don't know what's in the slides, but if there's information in the slides that are not in the public record, that really have not been disseminated generally, then I mean, I don't really want to spread it. None of us want to spread it more than necessary.
What the?
Well, last week in court,
Come
that
on, man.
was right inside the courtroom. That all became part of the public record. The 9 questions were stated repeatedly in different formats by Mr. Thompson.
Yep.
That's part of the public record. We've been accused of violating the non-dissemination order. Dr. Edelman's reputation has been impugned by what was stated about him repeatedly. Those questions are fair game. But having this hearing and allowing our expert to talk about this process, that's not the problem. The problem with the media happened a long time ago, and it started with the sharing of the affidavit far and wide.
I understand that. I'm pulled in 2 different directions right now because I'm trying to protect your client at the same time. So if we keep talking about this, what is not true, okay? I mean, I guess we can just say, well, it's not true on some of these questions. Maybe that helps to reduce bias. But if we don't make that clear, then it could increase bias. I think. I don't know. Tell me. Maybe.
Well,
I'll hear this from the expert.
I'm going to say it like this. Mr. Kohlberger is my client, and his rights are of the utmost importance to me. Him being treated fair, his presumption of innocence, him having an impartial jury, those are important things to me, as is his right to counsel. I am not standing up here saying, let me tell you about this survey. Let me finish this survey to hurt him. I'm saying there is pervasive media coverage in this case. It's prejudicial media coverage. We've conducted a survey in Latah County. That survey is going to show bias and that you shouldn't have a trial in this county. What I'm trying to do is say, do you want me to give you information about another place where maybe the bias isn't so great, where maybe Mr. Kohlberger can have a fair trial? I'm his advocate. I want to help him. I believe in his innocence. I'm not going to stand in this courtroom and do anything wrong to him at all. I need you to hear the information so you can make a decision, to have the surveys, to have the information when we come back here for change of venue and make a decision on all of the information. Right now, if we come in and do our change of venue, we're going to say you can't have this jury in Latah County, but I can't tell you a better place that will protect him better. And that's what I want to do.
Any response, Mr. Thompson?
We aren't here to argue about venue today. We aren't here to argue about what this particular survey with the loaded questions, fact-loaded questions, may have produced in Latah County residents.
Come on,
As we
dude.
mentioned last week, the structure of those questions assumes that every person that is called has heard all of the media in this case. And we know that that just simply isn't true. So for those citizens in this county who have not heard all of the rumors, who have not been following the media, who haven't inspected the court record, who are essentially ignorant of facts in this case, well, that's just been jaundiced by the questions that were asked. They have now been force-fed facts, some of which are not true, some of which would not be offered in court, and in fact, probably wouldn't legally be admissible in court, to somebody who may never have heard them before. That's the state's concern about the way this thing is put together. And that's the arguments from the defense seem to be completely ignoring that point. That there are people out here who don't know all the things that they were being asked. And by asking the fact-specific questions, we were inoculating them with information that they didn't have before about this case that could affect their ability to sit as jurors. It's just simply irresponsible. It doesn't make sense.
Irresponsible.
This is one of the things that I was thinking about is maybe we can inoculate by saying you can't rely on any of this information. It's not established by evidence. It's not been provided in court. But to just send a message out to be clear that these questions have nothing to do with guilt or innocence or even truth.
But that's not what was done, Judge.
I know. We have to fix this in some way.
Yes, sir.
That's what you said last time. And so I just want to help the public understand that this is not the trial.
Your Honor,
Yes.
at this rate, we may never get to trial. We know this isn't the trial. We brought Dr. Edelman to talk about the process, which will answer the state's concerns.
She's
about
like,
this
come
process.
on, let's
He hasn't
get
even
through
had a
it.
chance to tell you how
Yeah,
this is
come on.
constructed.
Let's
He's
go.
the one that's
Come
the
on.
doctor of this kind of work.
Come
He's
on.
the one that's the professional. He's the one that knows how to do this. He's the one that spent his career understanding surveys and how to construct these. You need to hear from him. Going back and forth between what Bill thinks and what I think doesn't matter. What matters is you hearing from the expert to make a decision. He's here, he's ready to testify. We're 20 minutes into this hearing and he hasn't been allowed to take the stand yet. He came to inform the court about this process.
Well, there's no question I'm going to let him testify. I just wondered about what's in this. I haven't even looked at this, but it's you're comfortable having this come out into the public.
Yes, after last week's hearing, absolutely.
Okay, and you looked at it, Mr. Thompson.
You have concerns,
Is
Judge.
it alarming?
Well, part of what's in there is a part of the survey study being published now, if this comes to the public, without any comparison to anything else. And it's the product of these loaded questions. It takes us back to the fundamental issue of how this survey was conducted and the assumption that the people who were being called already knew all this stuff. And so it didn't hurt to specifically ask them, have you heard about such, the specific item? Well, if they hadn't heard about it before, they sure as heck have heard about it now. That's the core concern that led us to this in the first place. We don't dispute the defense doing a survey. I said that last week. Please do a survey, but don't go around screwing with the knowledge that prospective jurors have or may not have. That's our concern. And Your Honor, when we parted ways last week, the court said, Ms. Taylor, talk with Mr. Edelman and see what the options are. Well, my understanding from the email I received the day before yesterday is the survey cannot be changed. That was from Ms. Taylor reporting what Dr. Edelman said. I interpret that as they don't want to change it. Anything can be done, but that's where we're left. I would have been happy to engage in discussion with defense about maybe some middle ground, but the line has been drawn black and white. I am concerned about the specific things that relate to venue, partial survey results that are in this PowerPoint. I believe it is premature for them to come out now. The rest of it is fine. Let's bring it out so that you have whatever information you want. You can give it the weight that you decide. I just didn't want to let this willy-nilly come into the public record.
Willy-nilly?
In a half-baked fashion.
What the?
I have lots of concerns. We're not
Willy-nilly in a half-baked fashion. I'm telling you guys got to collect these phrases that he's coming up with these last two court hearings. I can imagine the thumbnail now. What the fuck? Oh my gosh. And we still got 2 hours to go. I don't understand why Ann Taylor has to continually tell the judge that she has a witness that's going to explain all of this. Why are we listening to this conversation when we have a freaking witness that specializes in what we're discussing? So why don't we listen to him first and then we can have this discussion, quote, if it's needed? It doesn't make sense to me. She's telling the judge, come on, come on, come on. And Taylor, I hope she goes to run for judge after this, because I'm telling you right now, the way that she's conducting the courtroom, not the judge, and it's sad because not only she's having to make up for the work that she's not getting for the prosecution, she's trying to defend her client as best as she can, and she's having to tell the judge and damn near run the courtroom as well, just to give the judge nudges to like get it in this path where they can get to the trial, because the longer that they wait for the trial, the more time that BK has to sit there, and if he's innocent, that's not good. Can you imagine the lawsuits that are going to come when if BK is innocent and he was held in captivity for how many years while he was waiting? This is crazy. I hope that there's other professionals out there that are in that state that are looking at this and are going, what the hell is going on? There's got to be people in that state that'll speak up and say, what the hell's going on? And this shit will be looked at more clearly. And then people are going to be like, in the back door, judge, you really should just move on and let it go to another venue behind the door where we don't even see it. We don't even know about it. We don't even hear it. It's just, a conversation with a phone call to this guy. Like, come on, bro. Come on. The reason this shit's delayed is because of these two. And Ann Taylor's having to nudge the judge to get him to get to the direction of this thing going. We have a witness here. Why can't we listen to him first? And he's just sitting here, okay. Like I said, he knows what's coming. He's afraid to even move his damn pawn on the chessboard because he's afraid he's going to make a mistake because he can't see what's in front of him. And that's scary. Like I was telling Andrew Myers, it's like a tire that you can see the treads coming out. It may last for that trip, but why don't you just get a new tire before, so that way when you take the trip, you don't have to worry about a disaster happening. That's just where I'm coming from. 2 more hours.
Left with this because I have to make a decision about several things.
Yes, sir.
And so in order for me to have the most informed decision, I need the information. So we're just going to go ahead. All right.
Thank you.
And you can show your slides, and if something is concerning, we can talk about it along with it. All right. So, are you ready to call your witness? I think you are.
I am. I'm ready to call Dr. Brian Edelman.
Okay, Dr. Edelman, if you could please come forward, face the clerk, raise your right hand. There you go.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
All right, thank you, sir. If you could please take your seat there. And then once you're comfortable, please state your name and spell your last.
It's Brian Edelman, BRYAN EDELMAN.
Thank you. Ms.
Thank you.
Taylor.
Good afternoon, Dr. Edelman.
Good afternoon.
What do you do for a living?
I work as a trial consultant, and also I do quite a bit of work as an expert witness in the field of pretrial publicity and change events.
Are those two separate roles?
Yes, they are.
What do you do when you're a trial consultant?
So as a trial consultant, you're an advocate for your client. You do mock trials, focus groups, to really try to develop a trial strategy, a trial story for your side, and cultivate that for the audience, the jury. We also do jury selection. I assist with writing voir dire questions, juror questionnaires, help ferret out bias during voir dire, recommend cause challenges and how we use peremptories. Do post-trial interviews. I do jury-related research, present my findings at conferences, bar associations, law firms, and so on.
When you work as an expert in the field of change of venue, does that differ from your work as a trial consultant?
Absolutely.
How so?
Well, as I mentioned, as a trial consultant, you're retained to be an advocate. As an expert, you are retained to be an objective expert, which means I'm not advocating for either side. I do not advocate for the defense. I do not advocate for the prosecution. My role is to collect information using standard methods that have been widely accepted in the field, and then present the findings to the court so they can make a well-informed decision on whether or not any remedial measures are necessary. So there are times where my findings support what remedial measures, like a change of venue, and there are times they don't. And when they don't, I recommend against a change of venue, whatever the data supports where I go.
I want to understand a little bit about your educational background that allows you to do that work.
Okay.
How were you educated?
I'm sorry?
How were you educated? What degree?
Starting in grammar school.
We can skip to college.
Yeah. So I have a bachelor's degree in psychology from Florida State University. From there, I attended the University of Nevada in Reno, where I studied social psychology. My particular interest was in the application of social psychology in the field of the legal arena. So I was really interested in juror decision-making, jury decision-making, group dynamics, how people process information and evidence, the impact on pretrial publicity, pre-existing attitudes, and that sort of thing. The school I went to really focused on that area. That's where the National Judicial College is, the Grant Sawyer Center for Justice Studies, and several professors in that field. So I conducted research at the Grant Sawyer Center for Justice Studies. I helped run a program through the Department of State that brought in judges and attorneys to the United States, where they would travel around the country and meet with people in their field. So I worked with the National Judicial College in that regard as well. And then from there, when I finished my PhD, I got a Rotary Scholarship to study in the United Kingdom, where I got an LLM in International Humanitarian Law, which I do not use.
During the course of your career, have you been published?
I have. I've been published in the area of survey methodology. My research was on the death penalty, so I have a book published on the death penalty. I am the co-editor in California. There's something called the CEB, the Continuing Education of the Bar, and there's a criminal procedure book that comes out every year. It's kind of like the Bible for criminal procedure, and I'm a co-editor on the chapter on change of venue. I was also on the committee for the American Society of Trial Consultants that publishes professional guidelines for writing change of venue surveys. So I'm on that. And I've also done research on, one of the questions is always, well, why can't we just pick a jury in a high profile case? So I've done research on the use of the set aside question. So if people have been inundated with a lot of prejudicial media coverage, how do they respond to that set aside question? Do we see, for example, if somebody's been exposed to a lot of prejudicial coverage, you'd expect them to say, I cannot be fair and impartial, I know too much. And so we were looking at research on that as well. And then last thing I promise is, I've also done research on what's called minimization language. So when you ask people an open-ended question on a juror questionnaire or in voir dire in a high-profile case, this is the only standard question, what have you read, seen, or heard about this case? That's the open-ended question. And people minimize what they know. That's something Dr. Ed Bronson came up with because he had noticed it. And that's like using language such as, I only recall what was in the paper, or I just followed it. I just remember it was on the news. And they don't really elicit a lot of information. It's minimized knowledge. So did research on that.
That's been part of your research?
Yes.
When you work as an expert, if you're hired as an expert to work on a change of view issue. And I think you told us how your work is different than when you're a trial consultant. Can you tell me how you start in that role as an expert for change of venue?
Yeah. So first of all, I've been doing this for about 15 years, I'd say, as an expert witness on this area.
On change of venue
On change of venue.
specifically? Okay. And to do with surveys, just to be clear?
Yes. From some it's surveys, other times it's post-conviction. Once again, I've done it federal cases, state cases, multiple states, including Idaho. But the way
including
I was
Idaho.
from Dr. Ed Bronson, who was kind of the pioneer in the field. He worked on cases like the Oklahoma City bombing case and a host of other prominent ones, the Boston Marathon, a bunch of them. So he was kind of my mentor in this area. And there's a 3-stage process. So the first phase is collecting the media coverage. Because really the question is initially, is there extensive coverage and is there prejudicial coverage? So I collect the coverage and assess the nature of that coverage. Does it include inflammatory language? Does it include inadmissible or misinformation? Now, just because it's not true does not mean people don't see it. And it does not mean that they don't develop opinions based on that information. So it's very important. In fact, some of that stuff is the most prejudicial stuff that there can possibly be. For example, if there is a prior conviction and then the conviction's thrown out, well, that's pretty prejudicial for the new trial. Not admissible, but very prejudicial. So I'm looking for information like that. I'm looking for references to prior records. Maybe they're victim impact statements where victims' families may be suggesting what the outcome should be. That could be prejudicial. How did the community respond? Are there candlelight vigils? Are there, GoFundMe efforts going on? The status of the victim, is it focusing on that? So there's a gambit of things that we look at. Sometimes there's political elements that are important in high-profile cases because it might be that a politician's involved. So it just depends on the case. So the first thing is assessing the nature of the publicity. Now, if there's not a lot of extensive pretrial publicity and it's not prejudicial, it stops there. And that's happened where there's coverage, but it's very superficial. It's very neutral. There's not a lot of detail. There's nothing particularly impactful. Maybe it's focused primarily on just the victim or something like that. However, there are other cases where there is extensive pretrial publicity, and then I would recommend phase 2, which is a community attitude survey. Because just because there's prejudicial coverage does not mean it had an impact on the jury pool. And that is the question that matters most. What impact has the prejudicial media coverage had on the jury pool? I don't really care if it's correct information, it came from social media, it came from the news. It had an impact on the jury pool. That's what matters because they develop opinions and attitudes. And it doesn't make a difference if that fact is true or false. They still develop an opinion and an attitude about the defendant, about the evidence and perceptions of guilt. All of that is what I'm looking at. So I want to see if the media coverage has had an impact. And that's why we do a community attitude survey. And then depending on the results of the survey, there's not enough evidence there to suggest that anything is required. It could be remedial measures such as individual sequestered voir dire. Maybe that's appropriate in some cases, all the way to the extreme case where it might be a change of venue.
I want to understand a little bit about the source of media you review to do your work. Can you tell me what you take a look at?
I always take a conservative.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I need to object. This PowerPoint is being played for everybody with no foundation. It's not an exhibit. I think that's improper.
What?
I mean, I'm trying to listen to Dr. Edelman's testimony, and I keep seeing slides changing in front of me over here, and I don't think that's appropriate.
What?
Why not?
What slides is he talking about? Because let me go back to it. 3246. What slides is he talking about? I don't understand. I'm confused. And he had an objection. What is he objecting to? He's explaining what he does and how he does it, and he was taught from this person. And what there? I haven't even heard any evidence being discussed. No,
No,
I'm
I think
just-
He's just saying that the slides are not an exhibit, so they shouldn't be played. But I mean, it's a memory aid for the witness, right? So
let's interrupt what the man's qualifications and how he goes about what he's doing and what makes sense and doesn't make sense based off of his training and his experience at doing that job. And so just because he's showing a newspaper saying the source of information tested in the survey media coverage, what is so
yeah.
objection? What the fuck? I don't know. Maybe there's more.
I think that's improper. I mean, I'm trying to listen to Dr. Edelman's testimony, and I keep seeing slides changing in front of me over here, and I don't think that's appropriate.
Well, you've seen the slides.
I have,
You looked
but
at it.
everybody else here hasn't.
What on
What
earth?
I'm seeing here, though,
Oh my
is just
God.
an explanation of how he.
Nobody else has. What the fuck?
Oh my god.
I'm telling you, this guy has his own colony of fucking people that think the aliens are gonna come down in 12 years and beam him up to heaven and shit. For real. Where in the hell is this dude coming from? Is this what kind of water? I know they have water problems in Moscow. That's why they look up to Pullman, because they have such a good water infrastructure and how they distribute it. Moscow, they don't so much. They freak out. Is it something in the water? Is it in the soil? What is it? Is it in all the crops that you test all your experiments on that you get funded for from all these other agencies and stuff to do these testings on all the crops? They get a lot of money for that too. You can look it up. It's true. They get a lot of money paid to them just to do experiments on their farms. Even with trees and logging, they get funding to do experiments. They're making like their own kind of wood. It's crazy. This has been out for when did we dig into this? Right before my trip to Moscow last November.
Oh, okay.
We were digging into it, and yeah, they get paid. They get paid for they're like coming up with their own wood. It's crazy. It's some kind of, if you guys look it up, I don't remember it. We looked it up a long time ago. We went into it. But if anybody remembers or has the ability to look it up and drop it in chat, because they really do. They're like making their own freaking wood.
He goes about in surveys.
Understand that. That's what his testimony is. But we're getting this visual aid that there's no foundation for, Judge.
Well,
It just seems.
well, hold on. I'm viewing him as an expert. Okay?
Yes, sir.
He's explaining what he does. So I'm going to.
No problem with that.
That's what he's
The
doing.
PowerPoint's a problem. I don't have any problem with his testimony.
The PowerPoint is the problem. These pictures.
All right.
Yeah, it's not admitted.
What's the pro? What's
He's
I
just
mean?
He's
I
being
know.
ridiculous.
I know that these photos are not being included as evidence, but I mean, is it worth pausing
No.
the court?
No, it's not.
I mean, nobody else has seen these slides, Your Honor. Like, a picture of a bunch of newspapers. Wow.
That offensive.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Bill Thompson, for protecting me from these images.
Right.
They're scary, and I shouldn't have known about them. He's absolutely right.
I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
frankly, I've never seen
No,
something like this occur.
That objection. I mean, this is not necessarily factual. It's just an example of how he got to where he got.
That's his testimony, but the PowerPoint is different, Judge. I don't know why we're seeing the PowerPoint when we have his testimony.
You want to respond to that?
I do, Judge. This is a courtroom
The judge is
demonstrative
even
aid
trying to explain to
that
Bill
helps
Thompson.
to track the testimony of Dr. Edelman. I can hand him my computer and let him advance the screens.
Oh my
That makes a big difference in it.
I can hand him
But
my computer,
this just
Judge. What
helps
do you want me-
explain his testimony.
Judge, we don't have a jury here. Let's just proceed.
Oh
you.
my gosh.
Go ahead.
Dr. Edelman, we were talking about where you get your information.
Oh hell
We
no.
were talking
Is
about
this real?
where you get your information. What media do you look at? I
Is
think
this
that's
real?
what.
Yes. So I take a conservative approach to how I do it. I look at newspapers in the local coverage right now. So I'm interested in papers that have primary circulation in the venue. Case like this has been reported in many other newspapers, but I wouldn't, for example, look at a newspaper published in Dallas because I don't know if somebody in Latah County would be looking at a paper in Dallas. So I look at the local coverage. I try to look at like local television coverage to see what the community is likely exposed to.
While we're here, I want to ask you some questions about the non-dissemination order.
Okay.
That's been a hot topic, and you've heard some of it again today. Are you aware that there's a non-dissemination order in this case?
Yes.
How did you become aware of it?
Well, the first time I became aware of it was when I was reading the newspaper coverage, because that was one of the topics of media coverage, was discussing the non-dissemination order and media's efforts to have it changed. So I was able to read it and follow it in that media coverage. So that's the first time I saw it.
And in January, did you receive an email from my office with the non-dissemination order?
I believe I did.
And you looked at a hard copy again recently?
Yes.
All right. Does that non-dissemination order change how you did your work?
I'm sorry, can you know,
Does the existence of the non-dissemination order change how you did your work?
No, it did not.
Have you worked in cases where there's a non-dissemination order at other times?
Many times.
Was the sole source of the information that you use contained in the media?
Was it came from the media? Sorry. Yes. Everything I use was widely disseminated through the media. Widely disseminated.
Did you find out where the media got the information?
Yes.
Good afternoon, folks. My name's Bill Thompson. I'm the Latah County prosecutor. And it's sad to be here, but happy to be here at the same time.
Oh,
Turn it up.
I can't hear.
Goldberger.
whoa! Oh hell no! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! They're gonna.
No.
Oh shit! I was like, hold on, did Christina throw this in or something as like
Yeah.
an edit? And then I'm like, oh no, this is part of the PowerPoint, y'all. This
my
is
God.
why Bill Thompson freaked out a second ago, because he knows this is coming up. Oh shit! Oh shit!
Oh my
Oh shit! Oh, Bill Thompson. Here we go. Here we
Order
go.
at other times?
Oh, here we
Many
go.
times.
Here we go.
Was the sole source of the information that you use contained in the media?
Was it came from the media? Sorry. Yes. Everything I use was widely disseminated
Oh hell
through the
no!
media.
Oh hell
Widely
no!
disseminated.
Did you find out where the media got the information?
Yes.
That's amazing.
Good afternoon, folks. My name's Bill Thompson. I'm the Latah County prosecutor.
Fuck yeah!
And
This
it's
is awesome.
sad to be here, but happy to be here at the same time.
Oh
Turn it up.
I
shit!
can't hear.
Goldberger.
Yeah, yeah. Judge is like, I need more bass. I need more bass. Oh, this is gonna be fucking awesome.
Well, I'm gonna do my best. So,
Here we go. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Yeah, you get a pencil.
Here we go.
if I put the microphone up, is that better?
So,
Mic check.
Yeah. Christy, you don't have to things that are.
It's all about that bass, right? Balance. I need some more bass. Turn up the bass.
Let me
Turn up the
preface.
bass.
There is a pending case now in court, and I in my office and the investigators have to live with the restrictions that our Supreme Court places on pretrial publicity. That said, I promise you we will share with you through the court process or otherwise whatever we are allowed to. I just appreciate your patience on that.
Oh, hell no.
The factual basis for the charges are summarized in what's called a probable cause affidavit that is on file with the court.
Whoa.
According to the rules of the Idaho Supreme Court, that is sealed until Mr. Kohlberger is physically back in Latah County and has been served with the Idaho arrest warrant.
Oh, damn.
At that time, we expect that that affidavit will be available to you so you can share the true facts with all of your readers and your watchers and your listeners and all of the people who are interested and really need to know what's going on. So please have patience with us on that. We hope to get that to you as soon as we can.
In that clip, you heard reference to the probable cause affidavit.
Right?
Yes.
That's what we were saying.
And did you hear reference to sharing it with all your readers and watchers?
Bam.
Readers, watchers, and listeners, and
Bam.
anyone else who's interested.
Did your research tell you that the media took Mr. Thompson up on that offer to share this far and wide?
Yes.
Good afternoon, folks.
What did you say?
Basically, the media took that document and then published the highlights and key findings in that document and added editorial commentary to that information. So let's be clear, they didn't just read the affidavit. There's editorial, there's debate, there's discussion, there's spin, all of it in news stories. And these stories, for example, this one has over 200, I'm sorry, I can't see it. Do you have a copy of the?
I do, Your Honor, I have a printed copy of his PowerPoint. If it would help him refresh his memory.
I just can't see it.
Sure. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
I need more treble. I need more treble. This is nuts.
So example, this one is on a local television station. On YouTube alone, 130,000 views and 224 comments. So people discussing. That's just one example of how this document was disseminated through the media in this county, just as Mr. Thompson suggested during his press conference.
And did you check another media source and see that it continued to be shared?
Yes, this is a second example. And you can see just from the heading, it says court records unsealed. And then they go through a timeline, including information from that affidavit, highlighting all the key findings about the car and other things that are widely reported and disseminated from that document. Too late to count, saturating the community with prejudicial details from that document, which was reported in the press conference to be truthful as well.
Bam.
54,000 views, 176 comments on just one other video of a news clip on YouTube.
And based on your research, did the story or stories continue to be shared far and wide?
Yes.
Janelle Finch is joining.
Cases received massive media coverage, saturating this county with prejudicial pretrial rules.
How about to social media?
Damn.
It was also spread through social media, and people have talked about it on social media.
Damn.
And do you know if misinformation and rumors ended up as a result of this information shared right from the start?
Yes, and the reason I looked at this and knew it was because in the media coverage, they discussed the spreading of rumors on social media. For example, a professor who was accused by a psychic of being responsible for this. Other references to questioning the implication of people knew about the crime before it was reported to the police and so on. So there's been quite a bit of discussion, spread of rumors, misinformation, factual information all over social media, which you'd expect in a small community such as this.
Did your review of all of this information tell you as a professional, as an expert in your field, that a survey was necessary in Brian Koberger's case?
Yes, based off of the media coverage that I reviewed, which was
Wow.
200 plus articles, and the television coverage, I thought it was appropriate to move forward to
Wow.
see what impact, if any, this coverage has had on.
Wow. Wow.
What kind of survey did you think would be appropriate?
We always use random digit dial telephone surveys.
Right, Diana?
These cases.
I wish they would
Before
show
you
his
tell me
face.
a little bit more about that, I want to understand the history of this kind of survey. Is this something that you just made up all on your own?
No.
Where does this come from?
So these surveys have been done for decades. The first one I recall that followed a similar design and focus on case-specific items was done in 1979. Constantini and King in 3 cases in Yolo County, California. This approach was done, Dr. Ed Bronson, who I mentioned, my mentor, had been using it for decades, 40 years or more. Other experts in the field do it. John Walker, in the American Taliban case, they used a similar approach that was published as well. Used in Skilling, Boston Marathon. I've used it in countless cases, so hundreds of times, I would say.
Is there research that supports this process?
There is. One of the things we're looking at, so when you think about the survey, is the structure and how we test validity. So there's 40 plus years of social science literature on the impact of media coverage on juror and jury decision making. And one of the things it tells us, for example, is knowledge, or let's take a step back. People who regularly watch and listen to the news are more likely to know about the case. When they say know about the case, are more likely to have case-specific information from the media. So they test similar things like we did. Have you read, seen, or heard if ... And they assess how much knowledge does this person have, and then they correlate it with media consumption habits. And what you find is people that read the news regularly know more of these details than people who do not. And they find that the more information you have, the more likely you are to hold an opinion regarding the defendant's guilt or innocence. So those are some of the findings, and we craft the survey similar to the others because we want to test the validity of the survey. So if we know we should see these relationships, we should expect to see them in our survey. So we ask the same similar types of questions, and then we look at those relationships to see if we see the same thing. That's one of the ways we test the validity of the survey.
Would this be considered a methodology in your field to do surveys in this certain format?
Yes, it's standard practice. We look at APOR, which is called the American Association of Public Opinion Research, American Society of Trial Consultants. They have professional code on how to conduct surveys, venue surveys. Those are the primary ones I look at. And again, I've taken course training during my program on how to craft surveys, how to write questions, all of that type of thing. I've done it hundreds of times, testified about it. So that's kind of the basis of how I craft this.
And I heard you mention standards and validity.
Mm-hmm.
Why are there standards? Why does that matter?
I'm sorry, why are there standards?
Yes.
Well, one is you want to make sure, as we learn more about research and human behavior, we learn more about what you should and shouldn't do. So for example, there's something called social desirability. People want to create a positive impression of themselves. So when you ask questions, for example, can you be a fair juror? Well, we all want to be fair people, so you're more likely to get a socially desirable response. The initial step on that was all the way back into voting. In California, there was an election for governor, I think it was Davis or something like that, and all of the polling suggested he was going to win. He was African American, and he lost. And that was when they started looking at that, and they saw all these different impacts in terms of like race of the interviewer. All these things affect how people respond. People overestimate that they vote because you can look at voting records and it's inflated. People overestimate they have a library card and a million other things. So those are things like we look at when we craft the survey. We don't want to have social questions that lead to socially desirable responses, order effects, a host of other things.
In your survey, it looks like you have sections designed in your survey?
Mhm.
Sorry, can you hear me? Okay.
Better with the microphone.
Okay, I'll try to stand closer over here. I want to understand this section, these sections.
Okay.
Why do you have sections in this survey?
Sections?
Yes.
Well, one is you don't want things to be jumping back and forth all over the place because it's harder to take a survey like that. You'll have more people drop off, confusion, potential order effects. So we try to organize the survey into sections. So all the key questions on one topic are together, and then the next section changes topics, so it's easier to follow.
What is the purpose of section 3, case awareness and prejudgment? Why is that in there?
So that's the meat of the survey. That's the most important section. So case awareness measures initially case recognition. We craft a recognition question based off of the media coverage. What are the things widely reported that are not overly prejudicial because you don't want to create an order that would stimulate a memory of, yes, I remember that case. So if widely reported A, B, and C facts that you read the coverage and you see this was mentioned 100 times, that's a widely reported fact. So we create case recognition question. Now, if somebody says, yes, I remember that case, I have read, seen, or heard about it, they're asked a prejudgment question next, guilt or innocence question. Then they're asked open-ended questions and then those case-specific items. Now, let's say someone does not remember the case based on the case recognition question. We give them one more fact to see if it'll stimulate a memory. Something neutral that might stimulate a memory. You usually get 1 to 2% more that recall the case from that. If that person recognizes the case from there, they are also asked that prejudgment question and they continue.
I'm going to go ahead and pause it right there. I want to say contribution call out because, I mean, really, when you're listening to what he's saying, it makes sense all the way around for everybody to be fair. For the prosecution, the defense, the community, the defendant, everybody. It's for everybody being fair. I don't understand. Go ahead.
No, sorry. I just want to say this witness is so impressive. I mean,
Yeah. The qualifications, and you can hear just from all the things that he's talking about that it's about it being fair, and it's about exploring all thoughts, theories, and opinions because you're going out to the community itself.
and we get why they didn't really want him to speak.
Yeah. You're not going, like he said, you're not going out to counties across the way to find out you're going to the community itself. And when it's Krem 2, you don't think people in Moscow watch Krem 2? They do. Even though it's from Washington, they watch Krem 2, especially in northern Idaho, especially in Coeur d'Alene. They're watching Krem 2.
Exactly.
Right. Contribution call out Aaliyah, $9.99 super chat. Just love hearing CJ laugh and his commentary. PPP. Love all you in this community. Has a special place in my heart, and you do too, Aaliyah. Thank you so much for everything that you've done. Even in the past, it's been nothing but beautiful having you in the community, and we really appreciate you very much. Contribution call out to Freebird for the $50 super chat. CJ, you are amazing. AT is, I don't know what number that is, but it's a lot of zeros. Percent the GOAT. Call this out at the end. I don't want to interrupt the case. You're not interrupting. Thank you for your contribution to the community as well, because it is what helps us get out there. And we are going to be getting out there in a few days. This weekend. We are going to be taking some pauses from some lives just because I got to get some work done on the vehicle and get everything prepped and ready to go for the upcoming trips, because we're going to be heading back towards Nashville, Hendersonville for a few days. Then we're going to be going up to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And then after that, we're heading out to the Midwest around Kansas and Oklahoma. So we'll be heading out there in that direction coming up. So I do appreciate it, and it is what allows us to get there. Now, fingers crossed, I told you all I was going to be trying to look for something in like a month and a half, maybe 2 months. And it's going to take some work. But I'm hoping that, I don't know, fingers crossed, send me some good energy, because there's this VW Bug van that if I can restore it, I think it would actually be a good addition. Not only fuel efficiency, it ain't gonna have, it ain't no 4x4, but I'm not worried about the 4x4. I'm worried about getting there as cheap as possible. And also, when it comes to the work, that if anything needs replaced on it, it's very easy and cost effective as well. And I thought maybe that might be kind of cool to maybe explore a VW van from the 70s as the not the it's the new mystery machine, you know.
Yeah. That does
Right.
sound
Yeah, it's put a solar panel up on top, you know, have a stove or something inside in the back, and go from
Yeah.
location to location. Enjoy nature, campsites, and all that stuff. We'll see though. All right, so back to this. Making very good points and coming from a good spot when it comes to being fair all the way around. So, is Bill Thompson going to have another objection? We'll see.
If they do not recognize the case, they skip the rest of the survey and they're asked demographic questions about media consumption habits and demographics. The next step of the survey after the prejudgment question is an open-ended question. What have you read, seen, or heard about the case? There might be a few others we add based off of these things we might find in the media coverage. And then they continue on to those case-specific items that we've been talking about. Have you read, seen, or heard if so and so?
I want to make sure I understand this and that this is clear for everybody. Those 9 questions that have been the problem last week and this week, if you have somebody who says, no, I don't know that case, do you ask them those 9 questions?
No, they skip to the demographic questions.
Tell me, what are the demographic questions, just to be sure?
If somebody doesn't recognize the case, they immediately go to questions, for example, how often do you read the newspaper? Every day, several times a week, rarely, never, something like that. Then they're asked how often they follow the local news, and then they'll ask a few demographic questions like age, gender, race, ethnicity.
So if somebody doesn't remember the case, you don't infuse information or do any of the things that were brought out last week.
No.
I have on the screen in front of me some of the read, seen, or heard questions.
Yes.
What are these? You don't have to read them all, just tell me what they are.
These are 9 items, which we always use. Have you read, seen, or heard if? And these are items taken from the media coverage that were widely reported. And let me be clear, widely reported hundreds and thousands of times, and potentially prejudicial items, because neutral run-of-the-mill media coverage is often not grounds for a change of venue. So if somebody knew there were 4 victims, that's not particularly prejudicial, is it? That's a pretty benign fact. But if somebody knows, for example, about a prior conviction that's not admissible, that's very prejudicial. And it might be correlated with prejudgment. And I would like to know that, because if it's widely prejudicial and everybody knows about it, and it's correlated with prejudgment, that would likely have an impact on my recommendations, because that's the type of pretrial publicity that has been recognized by the Supreme Court, I'm sure the state court here, that is most concerning.
So these kinds of questions, these case-specific questions, you do this in all the surveys that you do.
Yes.
And in this case, these 9 questions came straight out of the media.
Absolutely. And again, widely reported throughout the media, thousands of times.
Now, just to be clear, you gave an example of information that might be widely reported that's highly prejudicial that you would use in a survey. You haven't talked about Brian Koberger's survey yet, have you? You haven't told us the 9 questions.
I have not.
Okay. And we'll get there, but I want to talk about a little bit more about the history of this survey. You told us it had been used for decades. And I think you told us a little bit about some of the other really high profile cases where this survey format, the survey method that's been widely accepted was used. Are some of these cases your cases that you've done these surveys in on this list?
Yes, I used these types of questions in the George Floyd case for Alexander King, who was one of the defendants. There was also a gag order or non-dissemination order in that case. The Parkland shooting case in Florida, there was a non-dissemination order in that case. Used there as well. Used it in the Pittsburgh synagogue shooting case in Pittsburgh. State of Idaho v. Jonathan Renfro, which was here. State of Idaho v. Gilberto Rodriguez, also used it there. And many others. I've used it 100 times. Dr. Bronson used it more than me because he was doing it even longer than I have. Other experts in the field do it. This is the standard practice.
Standard in your field.
Yes.
And are these surveys, doing a survey like this, is this just criminal defendants that ask you to do these surveys or that have any interest in doing these surveys, or is it other people too?
Other people use the same process as well, including the prosecution and the government.
I think you provided an example in your PowerPoint of the government using this survey process in a case that you worked on.
Yes, this was the Jason Van Dyke case in Chicago. He had been charged with shooting and killing Laquan McDonald. It was like 17 shots was like the famous saying. It was a very significant case, interracial crime, widely reported on. And the government also did their own survey to see if there was any potential bias and followed the same exact process and used case-specific media items. And once again, there was a non-dissemination order in that case as well.
Earlier, you talked a little bit about validity being one of the standards.
Yes.
Tell me how you measure validity in one of these surveys.
Sure. So this is from the professional code from the American Society of Trial Consultants. As I mentioned, we want to look at things like consistency. So we want to, for example, the research tells us the more case or media items you know, you develop knowledge. And the more you know, the more likely you are to exhibit bias. So I want to test that in the survey. That's one of the reasons why I include those case-specific items. I also want to compare what people or that item to prejudgment. So the more people know, are they more likely to prejudge? How about case-specific media items? Is there specific prejudicial items in the media that are particularly concerning? Maybe I'm going to go back to my if there was a conviction, so had this happened in the case, and then years later, that conviction was thrown out and there's a new trial. Well, that's extremely prejudicial if people know about the prior jury verdict. So I want to know, what percentage of people know that detail? And is that related to prejudgment? And most importantly, when you ask the question, have you read, seen, or heard about the case? The open-ended question, do people report it? Because if they don't, and they do know it, well, that's very concerning. And that's the type of problem we run into in voir dire.
Sounds like that's one of the reasons you have case-specific questions in there.
That's one of the reasons, absolutely.
You heard talk last week, and then you've heard it again today about, can't you just change this survey and take those case-specific questions out and then do the survey? Can you do that?
I would not do that, no.
Can you explain why not?
Because this is based off of 15 years of doing this. I know for certain, and there's research on it as well, that when you ask people an open-ended question, what have you read, seen, or heard about the case? They have a difficult time recalling everything from memory. That's a recall question. The cognitive effort required to recall everything from memory that you know is very challenging versus recognition, which is a much lower cognitive load. Have you read, seen, or heard if? Oh, now I can search my memory. Yes, I know that fact. If I asked you, tell me everything you know about the movie Star Wars, you would tell me a whole bunch of interesting things about Chewbacca and Ewoks, and maybe a bunch of other stuff. But I am very confident that you would miss things. You would not tell me every single detail from memory you know about that movie. And then I would ask you something like, did you know that Darth Vader was Luke Skywalker's father? And you'd probably say, yeah, of course, I knew that. But you didn't mention it in the recall question. There's a mountain of research on this. Usually what they do is they have people read like a paragraph or a story, and they ask them, write down everything you recall from what you just read. And then they do a different type of quiz. Did you read that the truck was red? Did you read that there was an ambulance? Oh yeah, of course. And they check that too. And what it shows is recognition rates, the ability to recall information when asked a closed-ended question, is much higher than when you ask an open-ended question. So getting back to your comment or question, if I only ask, what do you know about this case? I know for a fact you'll get things like, well, I remember when it happened. There were 4 victims. There was a knife. I remember there's a delay. I just saw it in the media. Those are the things that people say. They've said it in this survey. They've said it in the 100 surveys I've done prior. They've said it in voir dire when I look at transcripts. That's what you see. But when you ask those closed-ended questions, you discover that they know quite a bit more. And that's what I'm trying to look at. I need to know, what do people actually know? And is there information, prejudicial details that they don't mention that they do know when you ask the open-ended question?
And those details, the closed questions, the have you read, seen, or heard questions, are they important to determine if there's bias, that media coverage has created a prejudicial effect, and that there's bias?
Absolutely. If 80% of people are able to recognize a prejudicial detail, and I keep making up because I don't want to upset anyone here, like a prior conviction, if 80% know that detail, but only 3% mention it in the question, what have you read, seen, or heard about the case? That's a major problem. I need to know that because it's an extremely prejudicial fact. Things spread on social media, whether they're true or not, they still impact the jury. Very prejudicial. I need to know if they know that. And I know for a fact in this case that, for example, I'm not going to mention the detail, but for one of them, only 3% of people in this survey mentioned the detail when asked, what have you read, seen, or heard about this case? It was something spread on social media. But when you asked, have you read, seen, or heard of X, Y, and Z, 45% knew that fact. And that fact happened to be significantly related to prejudgment. People who knew it, over 80% of them think the defendant is guilty compared to 57% who don't know the detail. So those are important findings. If I don't include those questions, I can't do any of those analyses. It makes it look like there's not that much of a problem here. People don't seem to know anything. They just say they remember reading it in the paper. I guess we don't have to move the case because they don't seem to know much. And that is misleading, inaccurate, and I would not do that.
Have you had a unique opportunity to kind of actually watch this in real time to see how it works?
I have.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes.
How did you get this unique opportunity first?
So I worked on a case that was called John Fight. This was a Catholic priest in Hidalgo County in Texas who had been charged with murdering a beauty queen. Now, the crime had happened in like the 1950s, and the trial happened in like 2018 or something like that. So all the witnesses were gone, and the defendant was obviously much older. But it was a case that was just weaved into the fabric of the community. It was so shocking. And during the hearing, after doing the survey, one of the things we did is we brought in community residents and did like a mock voir dire to prove this point, to demonstrate. And there was a bunch of things in that case that were particularly prejudicial. So we asked people, tell us what you've read, seen, or heard about the case. And they would tell us, oh, in college, I learned about this case. I know A, B, and C. And we say, is that everything you remember? And they said, for example, here, I believe so. That's what this person said. Search their memory. Let's see. I believe so. That's it. And then we asked those case-specific questions that you clearly could never ask in voir dire because you'd be poisoning the well. And we asked, for example, did you know that John Fight gave a confession to a priest, confessed to the crime? Oh, yeah, I knew that. And once she said that, it stimulated her memory. Actually, he confessed twice. So now she knows that. The fact that she did not mention in the open-ended question, extremely prejudicial. The Supreme Court has recognized confessions to be very prejudicial, for Doe v. Louisiana, and a bunch of others. And she knows that. And then we asked kind of again, is that everything you know? And she says yes. And then we give her another one. Did you know that he was involved in another case? He had actually been charged with attacking a woman in a different church. Oh, yeah. Yes, I do remember that. Once again, she knows a detail that she didn't mention. And for saying, okay, and you didn't say that a few minutes ago, did you? No, that's the second one. And then we asked, having refreshed your memory, are there any other facts that you have read, seen, or heard that you haven't told the court? And she's, I don't believe so. So it seems like that's all she knows. Then we tried again, and we mentioned that he had been transferred to another monastery. The Catholic Church was moving him around. And she knows that too. Oh, yeah, I did do that. And we tried again. Did you know that local law enforcement were participating in a cover-up? That was part of the story. Yep, she knows that too. So this was an example of the difference between asking the open-ended question that you can ask in voir dire, what do you know about this case? What have you heard about this case? And you get an answer. Sometimes people say, I just recall when it happened. Sometimes you get more detail. But when you start asking those closed-ended questions, you uncover that actually they know quite a bit more. And that is the key point in a high-profile case. In the general case, it doesn't matter because there is no case-specific information. What we know is that specific attitudes predict behavior much more than general attitudes. So in a community like this, it's been saturated with media coverage that's prejudicial. We want to know what case-specific details they know, because that goes to bias, and are we able to ferret out that bias in jury selection? And that's why we include those questions in our survey.
Makes sense.
I want to talk about Brian Koberger's case for just a minute.
Your Honor, again, I'm going to register the objection. This is dealing this is going to deal with the actual issue of change of venue. It's premature. The state has not been afforded the opportunity to analyze what yes for flesh.
Mr. BT, he hasn't said nothing about changing the venue. He's talking about how tainted the jury pool could possibly be based off of all the information that you put out and what the local media went with. And he's got another objection. Oh, here we go.
Yet much less respond to it. So to the extent the court wishes to allow this to continue, I just simply ask you to give it that reduced amount of weight.
Are they going to show him again?
To respond to any of this.
Are they going to show him on camera again?
Okay, thank you. But you'll have an opportunity to respond to any of this before I make a decision.
Not today, Judge. This goes. I'm sorry.
Hold on.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
not going to make a decision.
Oh, and he wanted to
today.
keep
Yes, sir.
talking. Oh,
I'm getting information,
Yes, sir.
and then I'm going to consider what you're going to provide, and then I'm going to make a decision.
My point again, Your Honor, is this goes to the issue of a change of venue, not whether or not the non-disclosure
not.
order was violated and what we should do about it.
no, it's proving that there should be a change of venue. That's what it's doing. It's not saying, and it's not about being a change of venue. He's saying, based off of me, this is how I find out if a jury pool can be tainted. These are the questions that I come up with. This is where it come from, and this is how I do it. Laid it all out beautifully. Very well put together. It's proving that it's going to need a change of venue. He is freaking out, man, and he doesn't even have good excuses to come back with.
No, he's stressed.
He is. It's too bad he didn't retire before this, because his whole career is hanging on the balance with this one. It is. You may have a stellar career before this, but damn, bro, after this, oof, I don't know. Yeah, it does sound like their first rodeo, right, Rhea? That's right, Freebird. Oh boy, he's got nothing.
About that.
He's got nothing.
Two separate issues. The state is not prepared and will not be prepared to address a change of venue issue until an appropriate motion with supporting documentation and evidence provided. And we have a chance to respond to that, which I understand we'll be doing between now and sometime next month.
Right.
Exactly.
You're gonna
Thank you.
yeah, right. You're gonna do that in the future.
Right.
You're not doing it now.
Thank you. Dr. Edelman, you
She
haven't
just keeps
finished
going.
analyzing the data in
Love
Mr.
it.
Koberger's case, have you?
Yeah.
Yeah, the only thing I looked at was supposed to be on the question at hand, which is about these case-specific items, why they're in the survey, and which goes to whether we can continue the survey without them. That's the only thing I looked at, was addressing that specific question.
I'm not going to ask you what your opinion on change of venue is today.
I don't have one. Well, I do, but I'm not done analyzing the data.
Senate, I want you to be informed before we get there. So I do want to talk, though, about Brian Koberger's case and if you've been able to determine if the survey was valid.
Yes, absolutely.
And how did you determine that the survey is valid?
Well, one of the things, as I mentioned, is looking at the social science research, and do we find similar findings? And we did. So we also look, for example, do we have like acquiescence bias? What that means is people are just saying yes to everything. So on those case-specific media items, one of the things you do is you include items that didn't receive as much media attention. That way, you want to make sure, and what you expect to see are items that get a lot of media attention. Everybody knows about. So you see really high recognition rates, 80%, 90%, 60%. And then the items that didn't get as much attention, they're lower, 40% or less. So we want to see if there's variance across the questions, and we see that as well.
Does it help to do the recall questions and the recognition questions to understand whether you have a valid survey? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, well, as I mentioned, those are the case-specific questions. Yeah, those media items. So we test validity by, are those correlated with prejudgment? Are they correlated with media consumption? So people who read more of the media, do they know more of these details than people who don't? The more details you know, are you more likely to be biased? All that stuff. But also, again, like I said, is you want to check to make sure there's variance across those media items, because you want to make sure people aren't just saying yes to everything.
You talked early on about how if somebody doesn't recognize a case, you stop and you don't ask these case-specific media generated items in your question.
Correct. And remember, these media items also come after the open-ended, what have you read, seen, or heard about the case?
Do you know how many people did not know about Brian Koberger's case in this survey? The percentage?
I believe it was like 3 to 4%.
Wow.
And so that percentage of people didn't get the case-specific questions. Is that fair?
The people who did not know about the case, the very few, did not get the case-specific questions.
I want to talk about the open-ended questions and then the have you read, seen, or heard questions. So.
He just said right there, Bill Thompson, you don't have to worry about that, bro, because we didn't even send them those questions.
So he's freaking out over nothing because he's saying 40 people. But
yeah, saying people that may never have come across this information before. They already had that in preparation. He's just making an argument for nothing, stalling shit, because he knows, like I said, they both know, Judge and Thompson both know this trial's getting moved. And Judge knows he's going to be replaced. You better back out now, Judge. You better say, you know what, I can't make that trip, and then look like you're noble. Because other than that, you waste more time, you're going to look like you fell right on your face, man. Not good.
On the open-ended questions, when you say, what do you know about this case? Tell me everything. Do you know about how many things people remember?
Yes. So one of the things we do is we read everyone and we track how many details they mentioned. And then we compare those, what did they say, to how many case-specific items they later recognized. So for example, if somebody said, I know 4 people were killed and they found the guy, I would identify like 2 facts, 2 details, for example. And then I would look at those case-specific items later and how many of those items did he mention in the open? And that scenario would be 0. But if he knew 6 of them, that would tell me that he knew 6 details that he failed to recognize. Versus somebody might have known all those details and mentioned all of them in their open. Then it would be 0. They reported everything they knew, and they mentioned later on that they knew those items. So I look at that.
You're checking what they say they know in the general open question, and then see if they hit some of the specific questions, and then measuring how many more they actually know when you get to the have you read, seen, or heard question.
And then I compare. And that kind of goes to my John Fight story. I'm looking to see if that is a problem.
What did you find in this case?
I found that 96% of survey respondents knew at least one additional media item that they failed to mention in the open-ended question. On average, people reported 1.6 details when asked the question, what have you read, seen, or heard about the case? However, on average, they later recognized 6 out of the 9 media items, and I believe it's something like 72% knew, I want to say 5 or more.
Now, in this situation, did you find out people had a lot of knowledge that wasn't the specific case-related questions? They would rattle off, I know these things, several things.
Yeah, so what I found was on average, people knew at 4.9 additional items that they failed to mention in the open. What does that mean? That means they knew approximately 5 of the media items that I tested later that they did not mention in the open-ended. 5 on average out of 9 they knew, although they didn't mention them. And these are examples. So somebody wrote just what has been on the TV and the papers. That's the common thing you get when you only ask the open-ended question. But that person knew all 9 of the media items we tested. Someone else mentioned the detail. The kids were murdered and they tracked them down. Well, he actually knows 6 out of the 9 media items that we tested. Nothing lately knows 7 out of the 9 media items tested. And it goes on and on. That is a very common finding. I find it in almost every survey I do. Between 92 and 96% is the norm. What I see in terms of knowing more detail than they report. And it usually, interestingly, the average is usually around 3 extra media items that they failed to mention. In this case, it was 4.9, so it's higher.
Do you have a way within the survey to correlate prejudicial coverage or bias for guilt with the amount of specific details recognized?
Yes, because I asked those case-specific questions. If I didn't, I would not be able to. Because as you saw, people say things like, haven't seen anything lately. Well, that doesn't really do much for me. I can't analyze that. I can't do anything with that. I don't ask those case-specific items. I can't test the validity of the survey. I can't test to see how case-specific knowledge impacts prejudgment. I can't test to see if there's one particular item that's highly prejudicial that we should be worried about, that should, that's inadmissible. What percentage knows that detail? All of those things are required to do this correctly.
And how do you know that there's prejudgment in a case? What questions do you ask, and when do you ask them to know that there's prejudgment or bias in a case?
Well, after the case recognition question, they're asked, based off of what you've read, seen, or heard about this case, you believe the defendant's guilty of whatever the crime is, and it's on a scale of like definitely guilty to definitely not guilty. So that's a prejudgment question. I have a second follow-up question, which was actually developed from a judge that I thought was really effective. And the question was, would the defendant have a difficult time convincing you that he's not guilty? So it's a presumption of guilt as opposed to a presumption of innocence. This was in Tennessee. It was a high-profile case, and similarly, people would report a lot of detail, and then they'd say, "I think he's guilty," and then that's, "Well, can you be fair and impartial?" And they go, "Yeah, I think I could be fair. I can try. I think I could do it." And then the court would ask, "Well, would the defendant have a difficult time convincing you that he's not guilty?" And they'd say, "Oh, yeah, definitely. It could be hard to change my mind." So I use that question because I thought it was really effective, and it happens to correlate much better than the set-aside question with prejudgment and a host of other things.
So do you ask those questions before you say, have you read, seen, or heard these particular?
Absolutely. If you didn't, you'd be creating order. So you have to do that.
Will you say that again? You'd be creating what?
Order effects. If I put in like a recognition question, some detail that's extraordinarily prejudicial, I'll go back to my prior conviction thing for the same crime. And then you say, "Oh, do you think he's guilty?" Well, you just told me a jury convicted him. Of course I think he's guilty. So if you included all those 9 items, and then you ask somebody, "Do you think he's guilty?" You just gave them all this information that's prejudicial. So yes, that would be an order. So we would never do that.
So you ask them well ahead of case-specific questions. They have to recognize the case. They have to agree, I know of this case. And then you ask if they already have an idea of what they think of whether Mr. Koberger is guilty or not in our case.
Correct.
And then you have the case recognition, and you can measure the bias or the prejudicial effect of the media with the incidence of those questions.
What I look at is the prejudgment question, right? That's on a scale, it's a Likert scale. And then I can look at things like, is a relationship between the number of details somebody knows and the strength of opinion? Definitely guilty, for example, if you know a lot of detail. I can look at case-specific items, media items. If you knew about X, is that correlated with prejudgment or bias? Is there something that, and so on and on. So that's how we look at the relationship between prejudgment and these different factors.
Were you able to determine if case knowledge was impacting bias in Brian Koberger's case?
Yes. So because we asked these questions, what we found is that one, like I said, very high recognition rate. So 79% of respondents knew at least 5 of these items. So the idea that we're undermining his due process rights, everybody knows all this stuff. It's very high rates. 82% of respondents who recognized 7 of these items or more reported that he's guilty, compared to if they only knew 2 or fewer, only 29% thought he was guilty. And the average was 6.2. So the average number of these details people already know, 6.2.
Given specific case-related bits of information, these 9 have you read, seen, or heard questions, does recognizing one of those questions, if that's oh yeah, I know that one,
yeah,
does that change the incidence of bias, or does that relate to I've already prejudged this case?
It does. And what's really interesting is kind of going back to the open-ended question. So again, I won't mention the detail, but there's one that was widely reported. It's in that affidavit. And 81% of survey respondents knew that specific detail. 81% when we asked, what have you read, seen, or heard about this case? However, on the previous question, what have you read, seen, or heard about this case, the open-ended, only 8% reported it. 8% report it when you ask the open-ended question. 81% actually know the detail when you ask a recognition question. That's significant, and I can only do that analysis because we asked those questions. And 72% of people who knew that detail reported that he is guilty, compared to just 47% who don't know the detail. So that's the kind of analysis we look at. What do these case-specific items look like? If you know this media item, is it correlated with guilt? What percentage of people know that media item? How many people mention it in the open? Is it consistent, or is it perfect overlap, or nobody talks about it, but they all know it? In another one, only 3% mentioned a specific detail that was on social media, widely reported in the news, not factually accurate, a misrepresentation of the truth. 45% knew it in the survey. Only 3% reported it in the open-ended comment. And it was extraordinarily prejudicial, where if you did know it, 81% of survey respondents, if they knew that detail, indicated that the defendant was guilty. 81%, half the sample knew about it, but only 3% mentioned it when I asked the open-ended question. So again, if I didn't ask those questions, and the only thing I asked was the open-ended question, it would appear that people don't know a lot of prejudicial detail because they don't mention the detail when you ask that question. And that is, from my experience, doing post-conviction work, reading voir dire transcripts, coding transcripts, doing hundreds of jury selections, being involved in these cases, coding jury questionnaires. This is the phenomenon that we see all the time. It's nothing new, and the only way to look at it is by doing the survey this
way. Before I ask the question about courts relying on surveys to make decisions, using these surveys to make decisions to change venue, when you talk about things that are in the media that aren't true or might not come in, we've heard a lot about that today. Are you telling me that that's still going to be in my courtroom? Things that aren't true, that don't get brought out in trial, those are still going to be in the jurors' minds?
Absolutely. And again, there's social science research on this, looking at the impact of inadmissible content, the effectiveness of judicial instructions, and how it impacts jury decision-making. Just because you say it's not evidence doesn't mean it's not prejudicial. Just if I know it, it impacts how I view the defendant. It serves as a filter through how I process information. I might expect to hear that information when I can assume that I will, so it has an impact. One interesting study looked at jurors' ability, or participants' ability to recall the source of information. And what they found is, after a few days after a trial, people couldn't recall what information they had learned from the media and what information they recalled and learned from the trial. So they assumed stuff in the media came out in trial. The idea that I can cognitively say, okay, I know this prejudicial detail, and I'm going to put it in a box in my mind and never think about it and process everything, and it's never going to affect me. It's just, there's nothing to support that. It's kind of in our everyday lives. That's what our brains like. Think about what's going on today with Trump and Biden and all that. Everybody has strong opinions. The idea that, oh, yeah, well, it's not legitimate or that fact is wrong, it's misinformation, so it won't affect me. There's nothing to support that. There's even research that shows you have people, they read a passage, that they write it something supporting a position that was in the passage, and then you tell them that information is not true. It's called belief perseverance or belief persistence. And what they find is even when you tell them that fact is not true, they still have a difficult time not believing it, and it still impacts their views. They still defend it, even then. So there's a host of research on this. The idea that we should only test things that are factually accurate and assume that the other stuff isn't prejudicial is just ridiculous.
So a massive amount of prejudicial media coverage is a factor that has to be considered in a case with this kind of coverage. Is that right?
Yes.
I want to know, though, from your experience, have you done a survey like this that contained these 9 case-specific questions where a judge decided to change venue?
Yes.
Will you tell us about that?
Yes. So in Nichols, there was a case in Washington, and this is kind of what I was referring to. So it was a defendant who had been convicted in 2012 for murder in Grant County, Washington. Later, it was a high-profile case, and then later the conviction was thrown out. It had something to do with jury instructions or something like that. And there was going to be a new trial. And, quite a bit of time had gone by, like a decade. So we did a survey because that fact, knowing that detail, would be highly prejudicial. So what we found was 42% of survey respondents had read, seen, or heard about the prior conviction when we asked that case-specific media item. However, when we asked the open-ended question, what have you read, seen, or heard about the case? Only 12% mentioned it. So 12% mentioned it when you ask the open-ended question you use in voir dire, but over 42% knew about it. Now, you could never ask a juror, well, did you know a jury convicted him of murder if you didn't mention it because you're poisoning the well? And the court agreed and was worried about the effectiveness of voir dire as a remedy in that situation and granted a change of venue.
Have you had the opportunity to pay attention to any prejudicial media coverage since the hearing last week?
I have.
What is that coverage?
Well, it created a misrepresentation and false narrative that we, myself specifically, had done something wrong to poison the well, taint the jury pool, and using language like that. That became part of the narrative. I saw it on Reddit, on social media, in the news, that once again, going into this idea of what the story was, that the defense had done something wrong, debate about whether it was part of their tactic to delay, get him off on a technicality, and so on. And again, what I did, just want to be clear, is the standard practice in the industry, done hundreds of times in high-profile cases throughout this country. There's nothing I did to contaminate the jury pool. Everything I included was widely disseminated by the media in this county hundreds of times, if not more. And most of it came directly from an affidavit that the government released in a press conference and encouraged everyone to report.
Did I tell you what questions to ask?
You did not.
Would you take my advice if I told you what questions to ask?
I would not. And I'll tell you why, is as I mentioned, my role is to be an objective expert to provide the court with information so the court can make a decision on if any remedial measures are necessary. I don't care what questions you want in the survey, and I don't care what questions the government wants in the survey. What I want to do is conduct a valid survey that's objective, reliable, and provides meaningful information that can be used by the court.
Do you believe comparative surveys in other counties would provide the court with more information about what to do when we get to change a venue hearing?
I do.
Why?
More change
Because
of venue.
this case has received a lot of media attention across the state. It's a national case. And depending on what the results are of this survey, I'm assuming if we find that there's grounds for a change of venue here, if that's a recommendation, the response will be, well, there's nowhere else to move it. Everybody's been cut saturated with pretrial publicity, so there's no need to change it. The point of the comparison survey is to address that question. Is there anywhere in the state where you could move it? Maybe there's not. I don't know. But that's the only way to find out. And you have to conduct the survey in the same manner. I don't know if I just ask people what they know about the case and you get general, I just recall when it happened, but you have the same guilt rate. Do they know inadmissible details? Do they know about things from that affidavit? Do they have a lot of case specific knowledge, or is it just a general awareness of the case? Did they drive by the house where the crime occurred? All these things that make this county unique that you want to test for in other communities. So it's not just a question of general awareness. I need to know what case specific information they have, what misinformation they have, what media items they've been exposed to. Do they have as much case detail and knowledge as they do here? All of those things. So that's why I would suggest it's important. Without that, the only thing I can do would be to collect the media coverage and assess, for example, like, are there fewer articles published in Bonneville County or Ada County compared to here? That's all we have. I wouldn't conduct a survey that I know is going to lead to misleading information. I'm not going to do that.
To change the survey, would that go against the methodology that you use?
Yes, if I change the survey and I don't include those items, I can't test. Well, do people know a lot of case specific information that was widely reported? Are those specific items related to bias? Which items do they know? Do they know the ones that were all over social media or not? Like, that's the whole point of asking those questions. What you'll get is, well, I don't know much, but I saw it when it first happened. I remember reading about it a while ago, but haven't seen anything lately. I know the defendant was, arrested or whatever, or things like, oh, I followed it close. Okay, great, I followed it closely. Does that mean they know a lot? I don't know. I can't assess just from someone said, I read the news or I followed it quite a bit. That doesn't tell you anything. That's not meaningful information. So yes, we need to conduct it in the same fashion.
Last week, your professionalism, your work, your reputation was impugned.
I believe it was, yes.
If you're allowed, if the court says, okay, go ahead and finish these surveys, I want comparative county information, are you willing to still work with us?
If we do it correctly, if the idea is we want you to conduct a leading bias survey to get results that we want, then no, I'm not going to do something that undermines my credibility, my objectivity, or do it in any way that's not consistent with the procedures and standards that have been used.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions, Dr. Edelman, but the state, right?
Johnson, thank you. I mean, we'll start going backwards here, or from the back of the current topic. I'm sorry if your feelings get hurt about us raising this issue. I see you were almost breaking down a few minutes ago when you were talking about slide number 33.
About their feelings getting hurt when he's the one that his feelings are getting hurt.
He's just
What
being
the hell?
condescending.
And my gosh, there's still another freaking hour and 10 minutes of this court hearing. This is crazy. Hold on one second. We'll Jeez, and unbelievable, right?
It really is.
So what do they argue the next hour and 10 minutes? I mean, damn. This is crazy. Sorry, there's a loud truck driving by. This is crazy. Yoli, I'll send you a link if you want to pop up. Let me see here. We'll take a short break here and see if Yoli wants to tell us about these last two court hearings here. And then man, what's the next hour and 10 minutes gonna be, you know?
Yeah. Like, what else can actually
Yeah,
go?
like what how deep can you go into it? We've heard the same argument now over and over and over and over. Where's the substance? We don't see the substance. Is he going to deliver the substance? I highly doubt it. It's like when and changing dates and really? Okay. Crazy shit. How are you doing on time, Rosie? You doing okay?
Oh yeah, definitely. It's only 8:30 for me.
I sent you a link, Yoli. I don't know. I'm going to go ahead and keep playing it, but to me, we'll see. I mean, what kind of argument are you going to have? He just disproved everything you tried crying about and argued for a change of venue,
Yeah, he does that a lot
right?
without realizing.
I mean, he's sitting there even telling you statistics of the trial. He's talking 3 and 4% of local residents don't know. I mean, all these different statistics and stuff. It's like, what do you, how are you supposed to argue against that, you know? What's up, Yoli?
Hi, how are you?
Doing all right. What a joke,
Yeah.
huh?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay,
What
good.
what a joke, huh?
Oh my God. I would, it's just round and round and round, but you watch, Ann Taylor is gonna state her objections and do what she needs to do. And then at the end, there's an oral argument because this is just the information that's produced to, the judge so he can understand. And it seems like the judge, it seems like people have a hard time listening to experts. They think they know, and that's one of the things that you have to be so humble about is listen to the expert because attorneys and judges don't know everything. I mean, you just please, that's why Anne was like, please just let this expert testify. That's why you have experts.
Mm-hmm.
And it blows my mind. And it blows my mind how Bill Thompson is, he's just getting away with speaking objections. Really, you're just supposed to say objection, lacks foundation, calls for speculation, misstates testimony, period. But Bill Thompson says, I'm going to object because blah, 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 blah. Oh my God, if I was the judge, I would say, Mr. Thompson, you need to stop. State your objection. Like, don't let him go on and get out all his points and arguments and distract. And I mean, he's like the little kid that wants attention, that's playing with the pots and pans, that's just banging them and trying to interrupt the adults with his nonsense, It's like, take those pans away from him. But you see how quiet he got after. You see how quiet he got after the judge kind of got on him. But I mean, this should be on the get-go. I mean, I've never seen something like this. And I mean, I'm in civil, but that doesn't matter. I think the same applies. Never seen anything like this. You kidding me? You do a speaking objection, you get admonished, and you keep doing it, you get sanctioned. You're not supposed to do that.
I'm surprised there hasn't been any, honestly, with
all the discovery requests and everything. I mean, it's like I can't wrap my
all
head
the
around it.
deadlines that never get met, and the judge keeps allowing time to go. He keeps screaming he doesn't want it to drag out, but he's the one that's helped dragging it out.
And it's the law, it's what does the law allow in this particular instance? The law is pretty clear that surveys are the way that you do it. I mean, I have experience with high profile cases that change of venue was considered. And one of the things, you research is the surveys. That's one way to find out if there's bias. I mean, it's the law. It's like, it's very frustrating.
Mm-hmm. And then you're seeing all this time being wasted. I mean, hell, how long did it take him to even get to? Ann Taylor had to remind the judge a few times that why don't we just listen to the witness here?
You're going round and round in circles and just
there's no accountability either.
No, it's like
that's a good point. Yeah,
it's no. It's but Anne brings her game, her A game. And then the attorney at the end, you should listen. She really brings it home.
Yeah, we're gonna listen to it. It's just like, oh my gosh, how many times can you hear Bill Thompson repeat the same damn thing over and over? And you see this guy spitting facts, and it's like, dude, you're
Yeah,
making absolutely
yeah.
no sense, and you're wasting time.
So, like in civil, we would have a declaration of an attorney. That's the only difference. In the criminal, they bring their witnesses up, like they did with the DNA witnesses or the genealogy witnesses. But in civil, we wouldn't do this necessarily. We would just have a declaration from an expert. But Ann Taylor's been bringing her experts, and defense has no experts. I mean, prosecution has no experts. They don't bring any experts to counter her experts. So it's like if we're just going to listen to you, Bill Thompson, you are not an expert by far. You are an attorney.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Right. Yeah, it's like, damn, how long is this thing gonna be? It's almost like Ann Taylor's controlling the courtroom. I think she needs to
She
make.
is, and I've always said this judge has control. When he signed off on that order without giving her a chance to speak, to be heard by the court, he signed off that order and then said something about a hearing will be held. Okay, no, you have the obligation, if you're going to stop somebody from doing their work when there's a deadline, the judge has an obligation. He has the authority to order the parties before the court, ex parte, like quick, like I want the parties here on Monday morning. This was a Friday. I want the parties here on Monday morning. You got to do it, or you send
Yeah.
somebody in your place. But this judge acts like like he can't like he doesn't have control. Like he like, well, we'll have a hearing, and then she has to, it's just really frustrating.
It's a mess. It's an
Yeah.
absolute mess.
Yeah, it is.
And then the judge, he's just too damn afraid to make a move or a decision or uh, even run the courtroom, because I think he's just afraid he's going to slip up somehow, some way, and he's going to be removed. He doesn't want to be removed, and I think it's more about his ego at this point, because if you can't see the writing on the wall after this expert that this trial needs to be moved,
Well, I mean,
I don't
the
think you're being
culprit,
an effective judge anymore,
I
honestly.
mean, you can also hear that he's very concerned with his reputation and looking as if he's done something wrong rather than
then
what they're actually trying to talk about.
I mean, judges get things wrong. I mean, that's why there's the appellate court. You shouldn't be afraid of that. Judges get overturned all the time. They don't get fired, but you need to do what you need to do. And the main thing is take control of a crazy courtroom like this. I mean, I can imagine the trial. I don't know how this judge, when there's objections,
Ego.
when there's objections in a trial, you can't, like, you're cross-examining somebody and somebody objects, and the judge can't say, well, I need to think about that. No, he has to make a ruling right on the spot.
Mm-hmm.
Right on the spot, so that the trial can keep going. I mean, if he can't do that, I'm starting to wonder if he's going to be quick enough to say, sustained, overruled, during that, like, it's quick. It's like, don't, because if he's going to be sitting there trying to decide whether to, he needs a break to determine every objection, forget it. You'll never get through the trial.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You'll,
And he's just afraid because he's worried about his ego and not about it being what it's supposed to be about, which is what he's there for. It's about his ego at this point, because that's how it is over there. It's all about the ego over there.
Yeah. And while he may be inexperienced, I mean, that may not be his fault. They put him in that position. They gave him the case. It's, he needs to take control. I mean, this is not the way it's supposed to go, I don't think. And
He's going to be removed. Like I told him, if he wants to be noble, let the change of venue come, because you know what's going to happen, and then just, I can't make the trip. There you go. You keep your reputation from what you held before. You look like you're being noble already. You back the fuck out because you know you can't handle it. That's the only way he can play his chess pieces to make him, at the end, not get any kind of suffering or anything from not being able to control the courtroom, because all of this shit that happened already, the deadline should have been met, and then you just keep allowing it and allowing it and allowing it. You know what, Judge? You need to admit that Bill Thompson ain't going to be coming up with shit. You need to say, okay, we need to move on, and if we're moving on without that, then we got to
What do
move
we
on
have?
without this, and don't bring it up 2 weeks before trial to pull a slick one like you're going to try and do.
You know what? Well, and then if you recall, the judge was like, I didn't violate the Brian Koberger's due process. It's like, really? Then you need to give his attorney a chance to be heard as soon as possible, especially when you're going to stop her work when she has a deadline.
Right.
He doesn't understand the type of work that is involved in order to get a death penalty case, to trial. He doesn't understand it, because if he did, he would know that it takes a lot of work, and and they're on deadlines now, deadlines that are going to keep moving. They're going to keep moving because Bill Thompson's going to raise something, and the judge is going to have to think about it, and it's going to keep going on and on and on. I mean, there's going to be other motions where I bet you Ann Taylor is going to have to file another interlocutory appeal.
Yeah.
It's going to go on and on. I mean, it's like, I loved how Ann Taylor told her, we're already here. My expert is here. It's like, listen to the fucking expert. I'm sorry. I'm so used to dealing with experts. I let the experts tell me what to do. It's not me. That's why I love medical malpractice, because it's just experts. It's no bullshit. No, it's like, you know that the defense has an expert. They know I have an expert. They know my expert is good. Their expert is a paid, person to do whatever, and they'll settle the case. I mean, you just be humble. Listen to the expert. Learn something.
Yeah.
Like,
Now, I learned a lot from him today because, I mean,
Sure.
amazing witness, and his qualifications too.
and to be saying that this witness who's done these kinds of surveys for I don't know how long is tainting the jury pool with information that has already been out there, that Bill Thompson put out there, that the media takes from the public record and spins it the way they want, that is not covered under the gag order. When they're saying that he violated the dissemination order, that's insulting to him. And so Bill Thompson knows that. That's why he's saying, "Well, I'm sorry, your feelings were hurt. That I allegedly called you out because you violated the dissemination order." Okay, then why in the hell did you just read all those questions, Bill Thompson, out loud in open court? Why wasn't that a closed hearing then? It wasn't a closed hearing because everybody knows about all that stuff. It's terrible.
Yeah.
It is, but at least we get to watch it. That's the important thing. And I'm glad that they're airing it, because remember, there was a period where we might not have been able to even see any of this take place. So I'm happy that we're able to see this, because it shows what's really going on in that courtroom, instead of what's being reported from the same people that also reported all the bullshit that was coming out too. So it's a good thing that it's all being recorded and we're able to sit here and watch it.
Sure.
And it should. I mean, if you didn't think the venue should be changed after this, you listen to this. I mean, you listen to this. They go from just regular cases to then to the Koberger case. And when they start getting into the Koberger case, you start to hear the statistics and you're like, damn.
Well, also, the fact that somebody reported this, I thought based on the media, somebody had called the police, but I guess that it wasn't the police. They called the prosecutor's office. That alone shows bias. I mean, who does that? You get a call for a survey, and you get so alarmed that you call the prosecution or call the cops, as the media would say.
Yeah.
I mean, and then Payne goes to investigate, Officer Payne. Come on.
Easy scapegoat, you know? And it's just like Bill Thompson, when he's got a witness saying how an expert witness has seen LE obtain DNA profiles illegally, and then all of a sudden he's running to the agency to go talk to her,
Hell, if I was Ann, I'd want Officer Payne up on the stand to find out what the hell did you talk to these people about? What did you investigate? Tell me,
Just
sir.
wait.
What did you
Yeah, just wait.
investigate?
It'll happen. Yeah, he's an easy scapegoat. They did it by design. You throw somebody that, I mean, think about it. He had 2 years experience, 3 years, something like that. And before that, you came from military training. So when you're talking about civilian to military, that's completely different when it comes to the use of force and how you approach things. You have to approach them in it, even though the training comes in great, which it is, but at the same time, it's a completely different approach because as a LE, you're there, let's be honest, as an LE, you're there to save. As a soldier, you're trained to reduce, right?
Yeah.
Reduce. So it's a different approach. And so, yeah, maybe he has all this prior training when it comes to the weapons effectiveness and approaching a situation that has danger. But when it comes to what the way that you approach it, there's a little bit of a different way to approach it. And that doesn't mean that you, just because you've had 2 years experience on the force, means that you have all of this other experience to go onto the force that helps you investigate the kind of crimes that you're
Yeah.
trying to investigate. So therefore, easy scapegoat. You know what? Hey, somebody fucked it
Absolutely.
up. Guess what? It's his fault. It's
Yeah.
not our fault that this guy got off because he fucked up the paperwork. He didn't even tell the right city and state on a PCA for a location.
And he's involved in this survey thing, going to take a report from somebody who called. They sent Officer Payne.
Easy
Yeah, that
scapegoat.
that
Because
should be
they
on.
knew they didn't have the evidence. They knew they didn't have the evidence. So what do? You throw a scapegoat in because you know the evidence is going to be combated. After the evidence gets combated in trial, you know that it's not enough. So what's the easy play from the very beginning? Throw somebody that you can use as a scapegoat because you know you just needed to get a charge for the enrollment. You didn't need to get a conviction. So you can throw out a Brett Payne to throw all the blame on him.
Terrible.
You can manipulate the statements in the PCA so that way then if something else goes wrong, you can blame them for it. Well, everybody in public opinion thinks this was word for word, quote for quote, when maybe it did come from a counselor that did
It's
talk to her and added those words into it, like shock phase and such.
yeah.
There's little things, and this is how they did it. There's little things that if it comes back on them that there is no conviction, they can say it's their fault, it's their fault, it's their fault, it's their fault. Just like the first responders being the ones that are working the 24 hours
Oh
during when the
man,
crime took place. Same thing.
that
It's
is
their
that
fault.
is
Why is it tainted? It's their fault.
And the
Why
FBI is
why was there not a 911 report or a 911 call or this or that? Their fault. It's their fault. It's not our fault.
never
yeah,
their fault.
and it's really just sad because somebody's life is on the line, and while BK maybe he did something, maybe he didn't, maybe he was peripherally involved, whatever the case may be. I mean, he deserves a fair trial. I mean, if he's going to be shot by a firing squad, I mean, that's like killing somebody. And what if he really just was peripheral, didn't know it was going to happen, but was there? Or what if he had nothing to do with it? But you watch, when you hear this hearing, just watch what's going to happen.
Yeah, but the problem with BK as well is that after everything we've seen, it would be difficult to trust whatever outcome there is because
Yes.
it's going to be like whatever it is,
Well,
it's going to be
up
like, but
there,
is it?
up there, not to say that other communities don't go about it the right way, up there. But the biggest tragedy of all of this is this: if this is really a joke of a conviction charge, whatever you want to call it, is the families. Because
Yeah.
once somebody else is charged or convicted the percentage of them getting really 100% truth and justice for their loved ones and their families goes way the hell down to like minimal percentages just based off that. So if that is taking place, I feel the most for the families because
Yes.
how are you ever going to, like Christy G, she's been waiting this whole time just to be able to move on to that next phase during this tragic period of their lives, and they won't even be able to reach it. They'll be stuck in the no truth and justice for my loved one phase instead of getting that and then being able to try and understand how to move on after you
And
have
it's like what they're doing now, like what they're doing right now is so, I mean, if the families, well, they're probably watching. It's so, like people do your job. Like,
right.
you know what I mean? It's like so it's like a kangaroo courtroom. It's like, I mean, the only professional one, I'm sorry, is Ann Taylor in terms of her demeanor, in terms of how she speaks, in terms of trying to keep herself level headed, trying to argue her point, saying, "Look, Your Honor, we've been here." And when she argued in the last court hearing, where she said, Your Honor, um, you could have you could have had a hearing, like, you didn't have to say. And then he said something like, "Well, you didn't request a hearing." I'm sorry, sir. Yeah. No, you are in control of the courtroom. You know what due process is. You know that you have the authority to call them ASAP, to come to a hearing. You're on mute, CJ.
It's your courtroom, bro. Basically it's your courtroom, dude. Why don't you handle it? You if would a manager at Burger King continue to be a manager if people kept putting out chicken sandwiches instead of burgers when burgers were ordered? Come on. Later. Like, come on. That's why he knows the writing on the wall. He knows he is not equipped to handle this kind of case. And it was obvious from the beginning when he's sitting there asking questions from people on the witness stand trying to learn more about what the hell they're talking about. It's like, bro, we know you're handling other cases. I
Yep.
handle other cases. But you focus on whatever task you have in front of you at whatever moment in time. And if you can't handle doing different things at the same time, it's not the profession for you.
I mean, his job is pretty much just to decide things, I mean, he's not, it's like he can't do that.
He's afraid to move a pawn piece. And when you're playing chess against somebody that's afraid to even move a pawn, come on, pawns are a dime a dozen. You use them to set up your other pieces to take
And to
over the other.
protect.
You know what I mean? In the beginning, minimal protection in the beginning, but after that, you're using your pawns to take out their big pieces because you're using your pawns so their big pieces can take yours out, and then you swoop in where they didn't even know you were coming from, and all of a sudden they lost that huge piece that they were needing so bad at the cost of only losing a pawn. So he's just afraid to move the pawn, and it's sad. It's like this is one of the most high profile cases out there, going to be bigger than the OJ case in 10 years, considering what 10 years OJ did from the 10 years when that case took place. It's going to be way bigger. And bro, you better step up or back the hell out, man, because if you don't, you're going to go down in a hell of fire, and it ain't going to look good for you. It
He
ain't
needs,
going to look good.
man, he needs to stop asking the attorneys questions about things that he should know. He should be telling the attorneys these things. You know what I mean? Not that he's asking like, so, like he's lost. And it's like, come on, get some, I was gonna
Yeah,
say
grow
something.
some. Grow
Yeah.
some, bro.
I mean,
Right. For
Jesus.
real. Take the bull by the damn horns, because that's the only way you're going to find out if you succeed or not is if you go for it. That's it. You can sit there and wonder and think all damn day, but sometimes you just need to go for it.
I'm sure he has a law clerk. I mean, or somebody, a research attorney that can help him. I mean, he needs to. He cannot be doing all of this. I need to think, and I'll we'll set another hearing, or I'll think about it. I mean, he's the shot. Yeah, he's the shot caller of the courtroom. Um, you know,
And you're watching him be so ineffective.
and
Change of venue's coming. You're gonna
Yeah.
get replaced, bro. If you want to be noble, let the change of venue happen. Back the hell out. It's too big of a travel. People are gonna still praise you based off all your other accomplishments in the past. They're not gonna use it against you. You'll look like you did the noble thing by backing out and allowing another judge to take over that can properly handle the. You know what I mean? You're gonna look good. You sit there and you
Dignified.
go in with the like as the judge, bro. It ain't gonna be good. It ain't gonna be good.
Nope.
That's just how I see it, though. Who knows? I can't. I don't predict the future.
Yes,
I
you do.
just no, I don't. No, I don't. But yeah. So
Yeah.
I don't know. So what's this next hour and 10 minutes, Yoli? It's a bunch of riffraff, and then the last 10
No, I
minutes
think
it
you
blows the
probably
hell up.
want to. It's the cross examination of Bill Thompson of the witness,
All
which is
right.
interesting. And then at the end, there's the argument, the oral argument where they talk about the law and stuff. And so yeah, that's how this hearing went. First you get the Bill's tantrum, then you get the expert who's giving information, and then you get the oral argument about what the law is on this. What the Supreme Court has said, or what. I think the attorney mentioned a Roberts case. I'm not sure, but yeah. So
Yeah, I
that's
saw the other case being highlighted up there or whatever.
yeah. So it's interesting. Yeah.
All right, we'll go ahead and get into it. We're at the 6 mark, so we'll be going about 7.5 or so, probably 7.5 with how much is left with this. So it kind of sucks that all the cameras are cut off. That kind of sucks. I don't. Somebody didn't go full screen or something. Maybe I don't know. That's what it looks like to me. But all right, Bill Thompson's argument, if he has one.
Slide number 31.
Or cross examination. Yeah.
That's not the
Cross-examination.
intent, and it's certainly, I'm surprised to see that reaction from an experienced expert such as yourself. So I apologize for that. I accept your apology, but the idea of, after working really hard 15 years to develop a credible reputation and being told on watching on a Zoom that I am tainting the jury pool and poisoning the jury pool and contaminating the jury pool by doing what's required and standard, I'm not crying. I'm angry. Okay. And yes, it doesn't matter. And please go ahead and be as angry as you like as you continue your work for the defense in this case. It is a fact, though, that you don't know of the 400 citizens that were questioned on this survey. You don't know which ones of them did not already previously know any of the fact-specific representations in your questions. Isn't that true? I do know, because they answered yes or no to the question. No. Oh, well, okay. Before you asked the question, you didn't know that. Isn't that correct? That's correct. And so somebody who hadn't heard the representation in that one slide that you acknowledged was false. Let's see. You acknowledged false that Mr. Koberger allegedly stalked one of the victims. That's false. You know that to be false. Which one? That Mr. Koberger allegedly stalked one of the victims. Yes, I was trying not to say that because. But you knew that was false. I did. Yes, and so you have now, for anybody who had never heard that before,
That's him. He's doing it. He just said that they didn't ask any of the questions. If they said that, what the fuck is he doing? He's
And then
like,
well, I'm not going to give it away, but yeah.
He's triple downing on it now. He already doubled down on it. Now he's triple down in it.
Questions now planted into them unqualified representation that Mr. Koberger stalked one of the witnesses, and that's false. That's false. Yes. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. All right.
It's false. Yeah.
Yeah, everybody knew that.
And
It-
just to follow up on that, early on in your testimony,
What is this? This is
you testified, I want to make sure that we heard this correctly, that inadmissible or false information can be the most prejudicial information.
It can be.
Yes. And your surveyors put that false information into the minds of people who were asked that question who may not have previously heard it. Correct.
Correct. Relative
Thank
to
you.
the media,
Thank you.
it's mentioned it hundreds and thousands of times.
Are they going to use this in trial to show that when they say that he stalked them, that they're going to say, well, Bill Thompson, you said right here that they didn't stalk them. Like, he's going against what he's arguing.
Yeah. It's nonsensical to me. Right now, at this point in time in the hearing, I was like, okay, the conclusion in the PCA was that he was stalking them because of the 12 pings, and now he's saying that the stalking is false. Okay, so are you saying that the conclusion that the PCA made about him stalking is false? So there's false conclusions in the PCA? All right.
Wow, this is crazy. Yeah, like he said from the beginning, like the PCA, the stuff from PCA and Banfield is false.
Yep.
Okay, bro. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, bro.
Thank you.
And just make sure we're clear too. Around the same time in your testimony, I believe you testified that you don't care if the information that you put in your specific questions to the people being surveyed is correct. That you said that, didn't you?
Right. I don't know what you mean by correct.
True or false?
I care about whether or not it's proliferated by the media.
You don't care if it's true.
No, I don't. I don't care about is it prejudicial.
So it's okay to taint people who had never heard that information before for the end result of identifying others who have and might have bias. Is that a fair statement?
I'm going to object to the questions. He's
He can answer the question.
badgering.
Wait.
Let me finish my objection.
Yeah.
He is badgering. He is badgering.
He's badgering the witness. He's misstating his testimony, and I object.
The witness testified he didn't care if the information was correct, Judge.
Yeah, overruled. So,
May I?
so just
No, that's okay.
one person can talk at a time. And, let's take down the tone a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Not sure what.
Okay, just so we're clear, the questions, fact-specific questions were propounded to people who were taking the survey. Did not, after asking the question even, qualify the false facts as saying this may or may not be true, or this is actually a false fact. The survey didn't tell them that what they might have heard was false.
First of all, I don't call them facts because they're media items. And then second of all, that would be ridiculous. And no, I wouldn't do that in a survey. Are you suggesting I follow up? Have you seen or heard if he stalked them? Oh, by the way, if you know that, let me tell you, it's not true.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm suggesting, because isn't that exactly what happens in the voir dire process?
No.
Absolutely it does.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Argumentative.
Okay, yeah, you don't get to testify exactly about that, so I'll sustain you.
Dr. Ellman, have you participated as an attorney in voir dire in Idaho under Idaho laws?
Have I what?
Have you participated as an attorney in voir dire, conducting voir dire in a criminal case in Idaho?
No, I have.
And just to be clear, because in two places, at the beginning and at the end of your testimony and your PowerPoint, this PowerPoint, you created that as Ms. Taylor. So you adopt what the contents of the PowerPoint speaks.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just to be clear, not every fact-specific question that your surveyors asked came directly from the probable cause affidavit. Isn't that true?
Well, to be clear, they're not facts. They're media items.
They're representations of
Your Honor,
fact
I'm going to object.
in the PC
and
affidavit.
ask,
Hold on.
I'm objecting and ask that he allow Dr. Edelman to complete his answer before he jumps back in.
They're simple yes or no questions.
What was your question?
Oh, yeah. Let's just say one at a time, okay? Listen to him answer and we'll be through at some point.
Thank you. So, Dr. Edelman, isn't it true that there are, among the 9 fact-specific questions, that's my characterization of the 9 questions, we know which ones we're talking about. Not all of the representations in those questions came from the probable cause affidavit. Isn't that true?
That is true.
And are you aware that under Idaho law, probable cause affidavits in criminal cases become open to the public by operation of court rule once person is arrested and appears in court?
I'm sure that's true. I'm just not used to having press conferences to tell the media to disseminate the information far and wide.
Oh, so let's talk about that. That press conference was made prior to Mr. Koberger's appearance, prior to the release of the affidavit, and the press conference only referred the media to what would be part of the official court record. Isn't that true?
I don't know. All I heard was this is going to be released. I encourage you to tell your listeners and viewers and anybody who's interested in the truth.
By going to the court record and looking at the probable cause affidavit. Isn't that true?
I recall you saying, I want you to go to the court record and look at the probable cause affidavit. And what it did was
We're splitting hairs now, doctor. That's fine. I don't have any other questions.
Okay.
Thank you. So, okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to start with the probable cause affidavit, and I think you testified that that probable cause affidavit was spread far and wide in the media over and over again. Do you recall that?
Let me be clear. It wasn't the probable cause affidavit that was spread far and wide. It was details taken from it, put in media stories with editorial comments back and forth in the context of news stories. It wasn't, here's a document from the government that was in the court record. Let me read it to you. That's not how it works. It's media coverage. That's how it's reported. Taken out of it, DNA stuff, all the other stuff in there, reported within the context of a news story.
So the news takes this document, takes things from it, and runs with it, spins with it, changes it, talks about it, and sends it out.
Yes.
Sometimes, do you think the media gets it wrong after they read something?
Sorry, what?
Does the media ever get it wrong after they read something?
Yes.
And do those stories have any less prejudice on somebody's, on the reader of that media, whether they're wrong or not?
No. And going back to, I don't care if it's true or not, my focus is to assess whether or not media coverage is prejudicial, and whether or not it's led to opinions. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. You don't say, well, I won't test all this prejudicial stuff in the media because it's not true, so I won't include it in the survey, and I'll just assume that it had no impact on people. I find it convenient to be able to disseminate a whole bunch of prejudicial media coverage, saturate the community, and then say, oh, you have no right to test the impact of that information on the jury pool. So it's wonderful that you get the benefit of generating all the bias by releasing it to the media, and then saying, no, you're constrained defense. You're not allowed to ask questions about it because that stuff's not true. Or you have to, you might have told one person in the jury pool a detail they didn't know. Oh, they knew the other 7 details that are highly prejudicial, but it was that one that shifted everything, and that's going to lead to the contamination. Not the thousands of newspaper stories, not the media coverage, not the stuff on social media. It was because a survey vendor called 400 people and asked a question that one person or 2 people in that panel or whatever it was in that 400 may not have known that one detail. They knew everything else. They're already biased, but it was because they learned that one detail. That's what shifted the scales. That to me is just ridiculous.
And if somebody said, I don't know anything about this case, Did you stop?
Yes.
Wow.
Mr. Thompson was talking to you about the difference between, in the survey, between closed questions and what can happen in voir dire.
Yes.
You're not an attorney, is that correct?
Correct.
Well, what's the difference between what you can do in a survey and what you can do in voir dire as far as your expertise?
Well, again, I sit in jury selections. I've done hundreds of them. I've done research on voir dire transcripts. I've done post-trial interviews for hundreds of times. So I have a pretty good idea of how the process works. In a survey, I can ask those case-specific media items. Well, someone says, I just recall what was in the newspaper to the open. I can ask a follow-up. Have you read or heard if David Nichols was convicted by a jury for murder? Could never do that in a voir dire because you'd be poisoning the well, just like in the John Fight case we mentioned. I rarely see during voir dire somebody admits comments on something like, oh, I read this. And then there's a whole discussion and explaining to everybody, well, that's not really true. That fact was just in social media. It's wrong. That is not a normal common thing that I've seen in voir dire.
In your experience, 15 years, you said, doing this work, have you had a situation where you've been stopped midway through your process?
No.
What do you care about?
What's what?
What do you care about? I've heard you say that whether what the media sends out there, whether all of those things are actually true or whether it's a spin off other information, that's not what's important to you. What do you care about in your work?
Oh, wow.
What I'm interested
This is
assessing if there's prejudicial media coverage. Inadmissible prejudicial media coverage is some of the most concerning. Misinformation is some of the most concerning. What I care about is what extent of that stuff has permeated the jury pool, what do people know, and do those specific details generate bias, prejudgment? Again, I just, the idea that there can be all this stuff out in the public that's misinformation, prejudicial, that benefits one side, and you're not allowed to ask if people know that detail because you might taint one person who already knows a whole bunch of information. But that, again, like knowing the detail about the stalking comment. Okay, that person knows all this stuff, but that's the thing that's going to change everything. And now that person's poisoned because they heard it in a survey. But the fact that there's thousands of newspaper articles and television stories and comments on social media, 80% of people in this community have talked about this case according to the survey. None of that matters. It's because I did a survey and asked that question. I mean, that's just, I don't even know what to say.
Ooh, dang. I
Still want to finish the surveys if we're allowed to do them right?
I'm sorry?
Will you still do the surveys if we're allowed to do them right?
Yes, if we're doing them correctly, I'm open to continuing. Now, I think this whole thing has created quite a whole new narrative that it's almost wrong that the defense is doing something inappropriate by doing the same standard survey that's been done hundreds of times in other cases, including in Idaho. So I don't know how people will respond because of all of this and what it's generated, but I would certainly try if we're doing the survey correctly.
Wow.
Thank you. I don't have any questions.
Wow.
So one thing I just want to sort of clear up because it's come up here back and forth with the questions that aren't true. Okay, and those were not in the probable cause affidavit. And so I think it does have some bearing on the non-dissemination order because our whole purpose, okay, both counsel were trying to protect these things from coming out to the public or to the media. That's, I think, one of the key issue, okay, or the concern about these particular statements. So there were two questions right at the end. And the ethics, okay, of the lawyers, basically this non-dissemination order is really mirror of the ethics in Idaho, especially for the lawyers who are participating in a case like this. And one of the things that is permissive for putting this information out to the public is information contained in the public record. Okay, so the public record is a case file that is available to the public. That's the law. And so to then say, well, we have these other issues, okay, of concern that have been spread through the media, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, as you've said, that we need to test that. But then it is a tightrope to balance this. So I'm just not accusing anybody. I'm just saying this is one of the things that's pushed or pulled both sides apart and puts me in a very difficult situation. Okay, trying to make that fair for everybody. Okay, so that's what that's about. I'm not asking you to answer anything.
No, I'm just trying to think about a solution.
I don't know if there is a solution. Okay, it's out there, but it does have some bearing on additional surveys. And what you're saying is, if you can't use this, or apply the surveys that you want to complete, that you need the same questions. Otherwise, it's not legitimate.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this.
Okay, so if you have an answer to that,
Let me ask you this one. So if you said you can ask certain case like media items, like the other 7, for example, that may come from the record. That's a possibility because you can still measure what we're talking about. These specific knowledge, when you ask these questions, is high. The more you know, the more likely they are to be prejudiced and biased. And you see differences in the ADA count or a different count. Now you have to acknowledge there's these other stuff out there that's highly prejudicial, and we will not know if the rate of awareness of those details are as significant as they are here. So then it's an unknown. So if the argument is, well, it doesn't look so bad because all I know are the things in the affidavit, for example. Well, there's this unknown out there again, because those items happen to be some of the more prejudicial items that we found.
Yeah, this is a death penalty case. And so when we're talking to jurors, we're going to probably talk to a lot of jurors individually.
Sure.
And it's going to be on the record. And we're going to talk about them, about what they think or what they've heard in real detail. So there's that. Okay. So I guess I'm kind of wondering too, in terms of all the people that may have been called that didn't pick up the phone or don't want to pick up the phone because everybody knows, okay, that, oh, I don't know this person as my phone is ringing.
Yeah.
And I'm not, and then there are lots of people, including me, that would never answer a question, okay, on the phone. So how do you deal with that? How do you balance that? There could be, 400 people out there in Latah County that say, I don't want to say anything about this.
Yeah.
How do you factor that?
Well, so you have 2 things. So I was unpacking both of them. So the jury selection question, like I'm sure you've done a million of these. I've done quite a bit. I've done a lot of high profile ones. And from my experience, asking people in the general case, like a DUI, what do you think about DUI? And they tell you generally I'm against it. That doesn't, or I have a big issue with that, or whatever. That doesn't mean they can't be jurors because it's a general attitude. It's nothing case specific. And there's hundreds of studies that show general attitudes are much less predictive than specific attitudes. This is different and unique because we're talking about attitudes and beliefs specific towards this case. That's a whole different animal. And that's the unique nature of high profile cases. So when you talk to people individually, you still have the memory issue. You still have the recall issue. Like you will not elicit everything that juror does. It's just memory does not work. Doesn't matter if they're under oath, private. There's so much research on it. It doesn't, our brains don't change just because we're under oath. We work the way they work. Your other question goes to response bias. Like, what's the response rate? Is there something unique about people you miss and so on? So there's a lot of work on that. And one of the things we do is why we collect like demographic information is to see, are we missing groups? Are we overrepresenting one group or the other? If we are, is there a relationship between that factor and bias? And there's a lot of research on response rates, and what it finds is surveys that have high response rates where like everybody takes their survey, and surveys that have low response rates, where it's like less than 10%, and you compare them with public opinion polling and so on, politics, there's no difference. You find in most instances, the results are the same in surveys. So high response rates are not necessarily correlated with more reliable, valid survey findings. And that's something they've done a lot of work on because survey rates or response rates have gone down quite a bit. I think yeah, they have. For sure.
Well, I mean, yeah, so I mean, could be that you're just getting people who like to talk on the phone.
Sure.
With strangers.
Yeah, and from this case, I think people are so invested in it, like a lot of unique things. So people, talking about what's happening, they're very invested in this case. It's unique. It's a small community. It's not surprising. But just what I'm finding, there's so much prejudgment, detail, and so on. I don't think I think it's fairly representative of what you're going to see. Almost everybody in this jury pool knew about the case, like comparable to like the George Floyd case. The bias was the same in terms of comparing it, not to Chauvin, who was the one George Floyd, but Alexander King, who was another officer on the scene. Like the rates are similar to that. So that was another high-profile case that was a lot of tension and stress, and so on. And we still got very meaningful data. And we've done this so many times. Like we kind of understand like response rates are going to be lower, but there's nothing to indicate that, for example, we're missing an important group. And if we were, we would weigh the data to account for that. So there's just
so in Latah County, it was about 1% of the population.
Yeah.
So hypothetically, if we say, I mean, one of the counties that you're interested in is Ada County, which is biased.
Yeah.
For other reasons too. But would it be 1% of the population in Boise? No. So okay, so that's I was kind of wondering about that. You have to talk about 2,000 people or something. Okay.
Can I explain how that works?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's a great question. So you can take a small sample and generalize to the population if it's done correct. So like if you look at surveys of the United States, the sample sizes are similar to what we did here. Maybe it's 1,000. And now you're generalizing to every city, county, and so on across the country. Everybody has a known probability of being selected. How you pick your sample size, it's called power analysis. So remember, how you see polls of like, you see a number like 90%, and they say plus or minus 5%. So it's either 85 to 95%. Basically, it's plus or minus 5%. That's kind of the industry standard. And you take a conservative approach. So let's say you ask a yes or no question, you would say 50% would say yes, and 50% would say no. So that's a lot of variance. So that's the worst case scenario. How many people do you need to talk to? So if that happens, your confidence interval is plus or minus 5%. And that comes up to 400. So if you did Ada County, it would be 400, and your confidence interval would be the same as it is here with a smaller anyway. So as long as it is using the general concept of a randomized sample, you can generalize that population with this.
So if I kind of interpreted this, one of your answers just a moment ago about the getting rid of the questions that are false, okay, that just came from the media that did not come from the public, well, from the public, but not legal part. Could you go ahead with that and have legitimate data.
So I think you have the 9 questions. So if you look at it, are the other ones okay? Are you telling me there's 2 that you would like to exclude and keep the other 7?
Well, maybe. I'm not, I haven't made a decision, but I'm just wondering if, I mean, at first in your testimony, you said, well, if we can't, I can't do it without doing the same questions. That's one of the problems, okay? The part of this argument. I mean, if maybe it can be done without sort of sending information out there that is false, that might, affect people, or looking into that, or thinking that it is, they believe in it, even though they shouldn't. Is that something that can be done?
Well, if you do it that way, there are potential compounds and things that will arise. And again, the thing I struggle with, and I understand the public record dissemination, so we've done this before. The thing I get to is like, we're not really disseminating it, we're asking if people know about detail that has been disseminated through the megaphone of the media. So I'm really trying to just track what people know. I'm not trying to pass on information through a megaphone. So we're talking about 400 people that are talking to out of the county of 500,000 or something, Ada County. The plus the risks and benefits of doing it that way, seems like there's a very low risk of undermining or contaminating the jury pool when you're doing that, versus the risk of getting a huge black hole of, well, we don't know what percentage know this highly prejudicial detail. Like, what are the odds, or like what impact is doing the survey going to have on the jury of the community relative to the media coverage that's already out there? So
do you ever put a caveat on the beginning of the questions where you say, well, we want you to understand as we go through these questions that we're not determining guilt or innocence. We're not determining false or true. We just are interested in our your answer to our questions, and we want to be careful that we're not sending out something that you are not going to understand.
So yeah, so we do always, there's an introduction, and there's kind of like, there's no right or wrong answers to any of your questions. You could always say no opinion or I don't know to any question. It's going to remain anonymous. We're just interested in your views and so on. So there's an introduction to that section with those 9 items. Usually it says you may have, we're going to go through some items in the media. You may have already reported some of these already, but we're interested in what you've seen or heard. We can add a caveat to that, like some of these may not be true, if that addresses it. Some of these things were, not all of these media items are actually accurate.
Sure. People pick up the phone for somebody and they think, somebody with authority maybe, and they think, oh, well, this is really kind of the beginning of the tribe or something. I mean, people misunderstand all kinds of things out here, right? So
you can certainly tweak the intro. Now, we don't just jump into it. We don't say we're an authority. It's usually.
No, I know you don't say that. I just say,
Yeah. So we can work on the introduction if that would address some of those concerns so that people understand not everything in the media is accurate. But the thing is, like, if we're going to say, for example, not everything in the media is true, they get a lot of things wrong. You would not want to say that before you do the prejudgment portion. You can do that after, when you do the case specific items, because what I want to know is, what are people's opinions about guilt or innocence? I don't want to give them instructions and then get socially desirable response in a survey.
But you don't sort of measure it, this person as their bias until you get into the specific questions, specific stuff, because otherwise it's just yes or no, and you can't determine bias just from that.
Well, no, yeah. So the prejudgment question comes before the case specific media item questions, because then you would create bias. If I read those 9 items and then I said, okay, do you think he's guilty? I just told you all the stuff you may not know. Yeah. So the question is, do you know about the case? And then it's based off of what you've read, seen, or heard about this case. Do you think so and so is guilty of murder or whatever the crime is charged? And it's on a scale. Yes, definitely guilty. Yes, probably guilty. I know, probably not guilty to based off of what they've already been exposed to without you giving them anything. So they have no information beyond what they've seen in their home. And then you ask open-ended questions like, what do you know about the case? And then other things. And then you get to those case-specific media items.
And that's when you can theoretically measure bias.
Yeah, well, I mean, I correlate those recognition items with the prejudgment questions of earlier, right? So
Correlation doesn't necessarily mean causation.
yeah. Well, they're chi-squares. You can do different things. You can do linear regression, whatever you want. But what I want to know is, do people who report later on, they know that detail, did they report stronger views of guilt? So if, like, I'll give you an example, like if you only knew 2 of those items, prejudgment was only 20%. So if you only knew 2 out of the 9 items, most people had no opinion. Versus if you knew 7 or more of those items, it jumps up to 82%. So that's telling you, like, the more facts you know, the more case knowledge you have, the stronger your opinion is, right? And that's what you see in literature. That's what you'd expect to see.
So if somebody was being told, oh, that was just all false information, would that bring down the bias
in what
measure? But you were saying earlier that it's kind of pessimistic, I think, maybe that maybe absolutely correct, that once people have an opinion, they're not going to let go of it, even if they get the truth.
Yes, yes. It's called belief persistence. There's a bunch of research on that.
That's kind of going around
Yeah.
political
And we see it
things right now.
Yeah, like if you talk about, everybody has an opinion of Donald Trump, so
I'm not going to say.
Yeah, I know, but if you,
Neither are you.
yeah, so
All right. So thank you for that. Any questions online, Ms. Taylor?
Your Honor, I don't have any other questions for Dr. Edelman, and we do have a summary for the court at the appropriate time.
Okay. Mr. Thompson, anything online? Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So go ahead, Ms. Taylor.
Ms. Masloff is going to give
you
her
know what?
summation.
Okay, just 1 second. I'm ignoring the court reporter, and I'm just so immense in this that I need to fully maybe rest. Are you okay?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you, Dr. Edelman. Appreciate your testimony there. So, are you okay? Yeah. Okay, great. Okay, let's go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. I realize it's late in the day, and I will tell you that this takes about 9 minutes for me to sum this up. But I do want to talk about something in advance because you're asking questions of our expert about his process and changing the process that is impacted in the United States Supreme Court law. And the United States Supreme Court law requires that part of the analysis for the court on presumed prejudice include false media coverage. It's not enough for it to be all truthful media coverage. So before you start suggesting that an expert change his methodology that's accepted practice, it's really important that you go back and look at Skilling and Haddon and the lineage of cases that get us to venue and what the court has to decide in determining presumption. The question you asked, be answered today, is where do we go from here in the survey process? I want to answer that question in 2 parts by summarizing what we can do and what we can't do. We can and we need to finish the process that the defense undertook. It was completely valid. It was standard in cases like this. Dr. Edelman is an expert in this field, and he has done this jury research and this work for 15 years. Nothing about the format, the methodology, the questions, or the fact of the survey itself was wrong. You've talked about 2 questions that you are describing as false because they're not in the affidavit. But if you look at that affidavit and what the media has done with those things is they have created a narrative based on the facts that are represented in the affidavit. Now, I would agree that there are a lot of there's a lot of information in that affidavit that is just flat not true. But if we focus on where we are right now, there are representations in the affidavit about multiple trips to Moscow from Pullman and a return trip to Moscow from Pullman in the morning that lead a reader to the word of stalking, that you have a problem with that word being included. Reflect back on the case law in the United States Supreme Court about showing false information, but also look at that affidavit and the way the media has construed that in its representations, in its reporting that is so prejudicial. Because the basis for this spin, the foundation is right there in what you are describing as the public record. Now, I fundamentally disagree that the only public record in this case is what's there on the 12-page docket. The public record in this case that the entire nation, the world, and looking at, and especially Latah County, is derived and construed out of that public record.
So can I ask you a question about that? This public record thing is really kind of circling around, because what's the purpose then of the non-dissemination order? If everything out there in the public is the public record.
Well, my understanding, Your Honor, is that it's the one of the primary issues was the credibility of the person that is out there speaking. We did not want law enforcement, 159 officers out there talking about police reports and disseminating that. We didn't want the prosecutor doing press conferences like we saw on 12/30/2022. We didn't want the defense getting up and doing press conferences based on the information, because we have information that no one else has, and we are consulting with experts that the public doesn't know about. And so we have a level of credibility that the others don't have. And so that is my understanding of what we're trying to get a hold of. And it's been pretty effective in this case until this valid survey that happens in high profile cases has been construed to be something nefarious, which it absolutely is not. As you've heard, it's been used in Boston bombing, the Parkland shooting, the Colorado theater, George Floyd, hundreds of cases going back decades. Dr. Edelman's declaration and now his testimony are uncontroverted evidence before this court on this issue. It's the actual evidence that the court, and finally today, you're getting informed about the validity and the science behind the process. Nothing that was done is worth the hysteria and the hyperbole that keeps getting expressed in this courtroom. The questions asked, the topics, the order, the open-ended, the specifics, they were all done using information that is out there for everyone to see. And the research methods used to determine what was out there is the traditional way and the scientific method that experts in this field use, just as Dr. Edelman testified. And to be sure, the purpose of this is to give you information so that you can make an informed decision about venue. It's not for a nefarious purpose. It's to arm you with facts and information so that you can apply the United States Supreme cases that have been adopted in Idaho and determine whether or not there's presumed prejudice. You know, when we first started talking about whether or not there was going to be this venue hearing sooner rather than later, Ms. Beatty for the state said at least 3 times, Judge, they can't just come in here with affidavits. This case law says that they have to have more. The more that we are gathering to provide you, at least part of it, is this survey. In terms of the proposition that this survey taints the jury pool. First of all, you heard from Dr. Edelman that if someone answers they don't know, a second question tapping into that is asked, and the process stops. There's no other questions other than demographics because they don't want to poison anybody who doesn't know. So for there to be this proposition that all of these questions, these 9 questions that are later on in the process, were put out there intentionally to poison the jury pool, that's just flat false. And the other point is you can't taint what's tainted. When you hear what the statistics are, as it relates to this county, 97% of the people had familiarity with the case. 79% of the people knew 5 or more prejudicial and false media reports. 81% of those who had heard about the stalking had determined and took a position that Mr. Koberger is guilty. These people that were surveyed didn't form the opinion when they were being surveyed. And they didn't then go research their already strongly held opinion because of the survey. These are deeply held opinions in this community within this jury pool. The Latah County citizens have accepted the information placed before them by state actors. It's not just Mr. Thompson that did a media report and talked about the probable cause affidavit. Chief Fry, the coroner Kathy Mabbitt. We've got search warrants from Pennsylvania out there in the public record. We've got hundreds of search warrants in the public record out there from Idaho. We've got all kinds of pleadings. This is all information that's put out into the media. And having the state now claim this moral high ground is an oxymoron. It's a complete oxymoron for state actors to put this information out in the public and now say, hey, wait, if you want to ask if people have believed the information that we've put out there, you can't do that. That harms Mr. Koberger. We as a defense team have the obligation and frankly the privilege of defending Mr. Koberger and defending his right to a fair trial. And in doing so, in arguing that venue should be changed, we have to show you that there is presumed prejudice in this community. And since we have the burden of this, and you now know essentially from this expert that there is presumed prejudice in Latah County, you have to ask yourself, do you want more information to know where the better venue is? And that takes me to the next point, which is what we cannot do. You've heard Dr. Edelman say that it goes outside of his standard of practice and the scientific method that has been used for decades, that has been used in hundreds of cases to take your ideas about what should be in questions, to take the state's ideas about what's being in questions, should be in questions in the survey. He follows a process. That's the process that he needs to follow because he has to provide the court with apples to apples comparison. Another issue that has was addressed last week that I want to touch upon, and there are two, is this concept that if we just done a juror questionnaire, it would have addressed all of that. At the stage that we're at now, which is setting ourselves up for and preparing for a venue hearing, we have to justify a venue change. The standard that you're going to be looking at, according to the Supreme Court, is whether or not a presumption exists where the record demonstrates that the community is saturated with prejudicial, false, and inflammatory media publicity about the crime. The case law mentions false media publicity about the crime. That's what the survey assesses now. Another way to determine actual prejudice is a questionnaire, and that is done prior to selecting the jury. And at that time, we are looking for actual individual bias of the prospective juror. There are different methods used at different stages of the case. And right now, the proper method is a survey. Another solution that you mentioned last Thursday was simply to strike 400 people surveyed from the veneer. And I want to talk about that. First of all, that doesn't address the problem that's very clear that we have in Latah County. And so if you extrapolate the percentage of people that have drawn a conclusion about Mr. Koberger's guilt, if you extrapolate that to the county with numbers like 81% have concluded if they are familiar with the media information about stalking, there's no prospective jurors in this county. You mentioned, this is 1%, but there's much more analysis to what the prospective jury pool is here. First of all, the jury commissioner, I think you talked about her when we were talking about whether or not jury trial was going to be speedy trial was going to be waived. You said, I think it had expanded the pool to 1,000. Am I right about that number?
I can't remember. It was maybe more.
Okay. So if you extrapolate the numbers that we know of prejudice exists, I mean, that leaves us with a very small jury pool for trying to do voir dire in a death penalty case. But if you look at the population of a whole, what the U.S. Census says about Latah County is that almost 18% of the population here is under the age of 18. Almost 18% of the population here is over the age of 65. That eliminates, close to 35% of the population that's even eligible to be in your jury pool. Second, and more importantly, I can't find statutory and legal authority for you to strike 400 people out of the veneer up front. I found the opposite. As you know, the clerk or the jury commissioner pulls from the jury pool that's approved by Idaho Code. And this is a really important section in Idaho Code 2-202. It is the policy of this state that all persons selected for jury service be selected at random from a fair cross-section of the population, and that all qualified citizens have the opportunity to be considered for jury service.
Rest assured, I was just being sarcastic.
Okay. Well, I took your sarcasm to heart, I guess, last week.
I apologize.
Because it was a very serious day, right?
Every day is very serious.
Right. But last Thursday was in particularly a tough one. I think we can all agree.
There's going to be more tough ones ahead, I'm sure.
For sure. And we all need to give each other grace.
Thank you.
I will end by saying this.
He said, thank
Our
you.
defense team firmly, and I mean firmly, believes in Mr. Koberger's innocence. And right now, he's being held to have a trial in a county that believes that he is guilty. In this country, we pride ourselves on a jury system that doesn't stand for that. In this moment, I see that you have two choices. You can let us continue and do comparative surveys as planned, or you can maintain the stay. And at the venue motion, you will hear that the data for Latah County shows a presumption of prejudice, but you will not have comparative surveys to fully inform the court. As you consider this, there is absolutely nothing that gets risked if you change venue. But if you deny a change of venue, Mr. Koberger's constitutional right to a fair trial is denied. There's only one human being in this case with a right to a fair trial. It's Mr. Koberger's and his alone. There's no legal right of this community to have a jury trial here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Judge.
What's he waiting on? What's he waiting on?
Let me bring this back into perspective.
He's an
Our
officer.
motion,
deals with the court's
Let's
non-dissemination.
bring it back to
It was agreed
perspective.
to by the defense. In fact, the idea of the non-dissemination order was initiated by the defense with their February 30th, 2022 motion for a non-dissemination order to prevent extrajudicial statements. That would be statements outside of the public record, which is the court record, that have a substantial likelihood of heightening public condemnation of the accused. And the state's position is that the fact-specific questions, and I understand from Dr. Edelman why the questions are asked. I understand his explanation. It doesn't change the fact that we have a non-dissemination order that specifically prohibits that kind of dissemination of facts, specific facts about
So
this
then
case.
why did you disseminate them, Mr. Thompson?
Facts that include those that are not true, acknowledged from the stand that they are not true.
Shouldn't the court
Which,
hearing have been
interestingly
closed?
enough, I look at the PowerPoint and slide
is
15,
crazy.
which talks about the American Society of Trial Consultants Professional Code on Venue Survey, says false facts should generally not be used to test accuracy of other responses in venue surveys. If false facts are used, they must be clearly false. There's no possibility that the respondents who know about the case use false facts, true facts that have been publicized.
He did not read the room.
We have an inconsistency there, which frankly is logical. It makes sense. And the state is coming from a position of being practical and trying to use common sense here. As I listen to what we have heard today, and in part from last week, it seems that the position of the defense is it is okay to risk tainting additional jurors in order to ascertain bias of other potential jurors.
You already did that, bro.
I'm not sure that's the way this court should do business. If we accept what the defense is suggesting at this point, and again, we are not arguing venue today, and so I'm not going to try to get at all these numbers and all those sorts of things. We'll save those for another day. But if we were to accept,
because he doesn't have the numbers. This is a fucking joke.
It is.
He's talking about how they shouldn't be. I mean, it's like he didn't even listen to what the hell was just going on. And he went to the next part of what he was going to say and just went to it anyway. Even though what he's saying right now is like, dude, that's what you did in this court hearing.
Nobody, and the thing about it is that I feel like somebody needs to stand up and say, well, Your Honor, if my expert violated the gag order, then Mr. Thompson did too, because he said it in open court.
Yeah.
He violated the gag order from the PCA before the gag order even took place. What a joke.
Oh,
what a joke. That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. I violated my own gag order because I released the PCA before the gag order. Like, what are you talking about, bro?
Yeah.
What the hell is this? And then and he's arguing it now. It's like, bro, where have you been? I've been sitting here for the last 2 hours and 22 minutes for this one. Where have you been, man? And Judge, he's just letting it happen.
I know.
Grow some, bro. Like, damn, stand up, control your courtroom. Be like Thompson. Quit wasting the court's time. I mean, you've heard judges say that before.
Oh yeah.
Quit wasting the court's time. He needs to stand up and say it. This is ridiculous. And he needs to say, do you realize that you're arguing against what you're trying to argue in every fucking thing, whether it's the stalker or the dissemination, like all of it.
He just went on the record and said you knew the stalking was a lie. It's a lie.
Right.
Yeah.
But they used it in the PCA. Like,
so
what are you saying, bro?
Yeah. So like the conclusions are a lie.
Well, it's based on a lie.
Yeah.
I don't know. Judge, he needs to flip his script because he ain't looking too good right now, even if he backs out because it's getting moved. Dude, you're looking so ineffective. So ineffective.
Yeah.
What's up, Ladybug?
that we have perhaps on one issue, 20% of the jury pool statistically available. Well, that's more than enough people to select a jury from.
So it's not nearly as overwhelmingly compelling as I think it's being suggested here. I want to be clear again. Ms. Massoff used the word nefarious several times, suggesting the defense was, or that the state was accusing the defense of being nefarious. And sure not, Your Honor. I am not suggesting that there was any ill will or motive by anybody over here. What we are suggesting and what we believe that the record shows is that this court issued a specific order prohibiting the dissemination of specific types of information, including the identity or nature of evidence expected to be presented, including the performance results of the examination or test. There's no question that those 9 questions included violations of the court's no contact order. That's what we're here about.
No.
And apparently there was some miscommunication or misunderstanding about the integrity or the importance of the non-dissemination order. It sounds like today that maybe because these types of surveys are common nationwide, then the non-dissemination order really doesn't matter, which is a little disconcerting, but I don't care about what happens anywhere else. All I care about is what happens in Latah County, in this court. It's far above my pay grade to go and analyze what happens in a big city or some other part of the country. I know Latah County. That's where my interests are. That's where our interests are here. On the issue of whether the survey can be changed, I think that does present some challenges based on what we've heard here today. But the solution for that is very easy. We just back up, and if the defense wants to pursue the survey, they do a new survey with a new group of people and take out the objectionable questions. And then once they've done that, they can proceed to do that identical survey in other veneers around the state, whichever ones they want to select. And that would be the proper way to do this. Now, we may hear, oh my goodness, that's going to consume time or that's going to consume a lot of money. Well, I'll tell you right now, I don't care. If it can't be done right, or if that's what it takes to do it right, then we need to do it. This is a big case. And the failure for this cannot be pointed at anybody but the defense. I'm not suggesting an evil intent, but the practical effect of the decisions made on behalf of the defense was to ask these questions and to create a situation that we've been having to deal with now for 2 hearings over the past week, well into the evening on a Wednesday. That's the way forward, Judge.
He knows all, don't he?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my Lord.
Thanks.
Oh, my Lord. Can you... Oh, my Lord.
Crazy Uncle Billy.
Can you imagine going out to eat with that guy? Oh, my gosh. It'd be like...
Judge, I'm just going to end
Can I fucking
really
eat?
quickly with this. We didn't violate no.
No, you need to have your fork here, and this is how you cut the steak. You know, just telling you how to eat your fucking food, even. Oh, my Lord. I can't imagine. Can you imagine if he's your grandpa, too? Grandpa, will you shut up? You know, like, gosh, I can't imagine. I can't imagine. Just anybody he works with. I'm sure he's so demeaning to everybody. Y'all thought Steve Jobs was a dick. I could imagine him being a big fucking dick walking around. For real. Just telling everybody how to fucking even wipe their face off because it's got food on the side of their mouth. You need to make sure you hold the napkin like this so that way you properly, effectively get the mayonnaise that ended up on the side of your lip. You know, make sure you wipe it in this direction. That way you don't have to wipe twice. Like, who the fuck are you, dude? Oh, man. This is, Judge, he's just laughing it up now. He's having a good time.
Non-dissemination order. You know, the information that now he's calling facts, you know, it's flip-flopping between whether or not it's a false fact or a fact that's in the survey. The information that was put in the survey is based on the public record and information that the way that the state and state actors put information into the public record that has now been disseminated, and we have not violated that order. And I do resent being accused of that.
You should be.
That,
You should be.
um,
You should
I
be.
mean, those two questions were not in the public record. Okay. They were. I mean, they came out, but that was not the
Banfield.
not the court.
It doesn't matter that he responds to it because it was already stated if they didn't hear about the damn case, then they weren't even asked that damn question.
Right.
And if anybody had heard about the case, you know damn well they heard Banfield. Banfield was the one that talked about it.
It's news media.
Come on. Come on. The
They just-
important facts, the numbers that Bill Thompson doesn't want to go into, because that's another day, are the facts that the jury is tainted.
Yeah.
97% feel he's guilty. That's what they wanted. They wanted a conviction off of a public opinion. They wanted to keep the trial in Moscow because they wanted to use the public opinion to convict Koberger because they don't have enough to convict him without it. Point blank. Which is what they've done in the past. It's a new day now. Your shit that used to work all these generations ain't working today. Sorry. You done fucked up. Now they're going to have to suffer. And unfortunately, they use the victims' justice and the loved ones' trust against them.
Yeah.
And they will reap what they sow because karma is a bitch. And trust me, when you do some shit like that to all these families that are there just hoping that you're doing the right thing when you're promising everybody when it comes out, you're going to see how much we got. Whatever. You're sitting here arguing dumb shit to delay a trial because you know the faster it's coming, the faster the real truth and justice is going to happen. And unfortunately, they're not going to have the right person. That's just my opinion. I've been a 50-50, but the more I see these court hearings, I'm telling you, the more I see you ain't got shit because you're arguing about stuff that doesn't even make sense. And now you've gotten to the point where you're arguing about shit that helps you or goes against what the hell you're trying to argue in the first place. You done lost all your marbles, and now you're trying to use rocks, and it ain't working, bro.
It's just nonsensical. I'm baffled that this
Yeah.
is even a hearing.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. I would have jumped off a building a long time ago. I'd be like,
It
what?
doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. It's like, where's the substance to this? You could have literally taken these last two court hearings and made them a half an hour apiece.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And that's sad. I mean, hell, there's still another 12 minutes. And Judge, I'm sure this is where all the deadlines start coming out or something. Is that what?
Yeah, and he's going to make a decision. And actually, toward the end of this hearing, I couldn't hear it anymore. But I didn't hear the last of it. I didn't know what. I think he sets hearing dates, and he says he's going to decide on the questions, or I don't know. It got really.
What is there to decide? You already had the expert come spit the facts. You already saw the shit. You already saw the questions. What is there to decide? You should
Right.
be able to decide this right at the end of this hearing. What do you have to think about? It's already been laid out for you. Like, that's crazy that he still needs to decide.
I mean,
Well,
where
let's
it
see.
came
I think
from.
that's what he
It
said.
just came out of the media or somewhere. Who knows where it came from? But I don't think there's anything, not that I'm aware of, in the public record that said anything about that, about your client. So, I mean, here we are. I mean, that happened. It's kind of unfortunate. I totally understand the the reason to have false information out there, but I mean, I have to just want to clear that up. The other questions, that's all from the public record. I have a question. But anybody tell, if you can find somewhere in the public record that those claims were made, I'd like to see it. But I think both sides are looking at a different definition of what public record is. They've looked it up. It's the public record from the case. So that aside, I appreciate the testimony, the arguments from both sides. I think it's a challenging issue. It's something that I'm going to have to struggle through and figure out what to do. And I understand that there's some urgency to get that out, so I'll do my best. Probably not going to be this week. So, anything else we need to talk about? Ms. Taylor?
Your Honor, just the logistics of the court's decision is yet to come. We can't continue the surveys. And we've got deadlines next week, midweek for briefing and the motion for change of venue for May. So I'm wondering if we want to consider resetting that motion and that deadline now. I still want to keep the hearing on May 14th. We have a motion to compel already filed to be heard that day. So we could still use reserved court time to make some further advances in the case. But I'm concerned about being properly prepared for the change of venue, waiting for the decision, especially if we're allowed to continue work.
Sure. And I told you last week that I would give you more time. I want to be fair about it. So you want to change that hearing? You want to leave the May?
It's not that she wants to change it, she has to.
This is crazy.
We're set on May 14 at 1:30.
We have.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a change of venue. Trust me.
You want to keep that for the motion to compel,
Yes, please.
but you want to move out the hearing on change of venue.
Yeah,
I believe that's the only prudent thing to do at this time.
it's happening. Don't worry, people.
I would
It's
say, Your Honor, I have no choice but to move it because you need to rule on this.
Yes,
Yeah.
Judge, I think that we should,
It's happening.
based on some availability of team members and experts, though, I think we're not ready, or we won't have the team available until the 4th week of June for all of the people that are necessary.
You want to just wait and just talk to each other, just have a hearing again.
Judge, I don't think we're gonna have an agreement on the change of venue issue. If I thought we could come to an agreement on that, I'd say, yes, let's not set one, let's talk.
Oh, no, I'm not suggesting that you would agree on agreement on change of venue. I just mean
Oh, I'm sure
changing
she would.
the date.
Your Honor, we would suggest the last week of June, and if the prosecutor's ready to weigh in on that and the court's ready, would prefer to get a date now.
Okay. Mr. Thompson, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it would be appropriate to reset the dates, and really what's going to drive this in large part will be Your Honor's decision on what we've been talking about today. But I think it would be prudent for the court to vacate the hearing on a motion for change of venue and prepare to reset a briefing schedule and a hearing date on the motion for change of venue to a reasonable future time.
Okay.
To allow the parties to react to whatever the court's decision may be. And I don't want the court to feel pressured on the timing of its decision. I'd rather take the time to do it right than to rush things and
To
just
do it right.
bollocks it all up.
You just wanted the trial like
I won't
now
rush it,
already. What are you talking about, dude?
and I will feel the pressure.
Appreciate that, Don.
How about we set this for 1:30? We'll vacate the hearing on change of venue and reset it for January 27. That's a Thursday, which seems to be a good day for this.
Say January.
January?
Is he January?
What did I say? June.
Oh, I was gonna
Your
say.
Honor, it's a long day. June 27.
Woo! I was like January
June,
27.
June
What?
27 is perfect. I am thinking though that we should maybe schedule for a full day. We estimated an hour for this and we are well beyond that now, and we anticipate testimony.
Maybe I need to try and be a judge, huh? Fuck.
Yeah, you
I'm
can
more-
run.
It's
Maybe
10
in
o'clock.
I'm more
whatever.
organized.
It will,
than
thank you.
this. Jeez. This is crazy.
yeah, so disorganized.
It is.
Thompson?
It
Big
drives
time.
me
Yes, sir,
crazy.
we are available that day. At least those of who we were right here.
Okay, and that includes Ms. Jennings.
And hopefully Ms. Beatty and Mr.
Well, I'm going to ask them next, and then I'm going to go to Ms. Massa.
I'm good.
Okay, great. Okay, Mr. Nye and Ms. Beatty.
Yes, Your Honor, that date and time works for us as well.
Okay, perfect. Okay, 10 o'clock, June 27.
At least it's early.
Okay, is there anything? Oh, yeah, briefs. What do you think, Ms. Taylor? I mean, I know you
Asking
can't
them again.
know until I
Oh my
give you a
gosh.
decision.
What do you guys want me to do?
Your Honor, the briefing schedule that the court gave us was roughly about a month prior to the hearing. We could try that, but if the court's decision takes a while and if we're allowed to finish our surveys, then we might have to have some time to do a supplemental.
Sure. I'll be flexible about that. Let's say hypothetically that we have more surveys, then we might even have to push it out.
That's possible.
Yeah. Especially, well,
Spit it out, Judd. Come
yeah.
on.
Mr. Edelman, Dr. Edelman told me that, you don't necessarily, if you go to a larger population, that you have to have a percentage of it. It's this. And with
Dr. Edelman told him.
the magic of statistics.
Your Honor, if we're allowed to finish what we started, we think from the time we could get it going, it would be 3 weeks. And then Dr. Edelman would need a bit of time to assimilate the data into a report.
You think if all went well, that you could have your briefs or whatever other information by May 31st?
Yes, yes. Your Honor, with a caveat, unless there's a long delay.
Caveat, okay?
If there's not a long delay in me knowing what we can do, yes.
Caveat.
Thanks.
That's crazy.
What do you think for the state, maybe a deadline of June 14th?
I think that Ms. Beatty is going to be handling the venue issues. So how about we ask her?
Okay, Ms. Beatty?
And Your Honor, Mr. Nye and I will both be handling that, but that works for us.
Whoa.
Okay, fantastic. And then maybe a reply by June 20? You think?
We can do that.
Okay. That'll give me time to look at all that before the hearing on June 27th. All right. Thank you for your patience. Anything else? Then we have to talk about this one motion. You said we'll put it at the end of the case, and the end of the day.
Oh, the prosecutor's filing. Yes, I'll take a look at that with him before I leave the courtroom, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead.
If the issues that I have, if they're redacted, then we'd have a stipulation. I'll just show them what I was talking about.
Let's see if we can do that.
You two can.
Yes, sir.
All that. Okay. Anything else then, Ms. Taylor?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Thompson?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for everybody's endurance and have a good evening. Thank you.
Endurance.
Thank you for everybody's endurance. Well, thank you for your endurance, everybody, today, because damn, this was a 7.5 hour show, damn near. But we had to do it. We've missed out on some Idaho 4 lately. Frickin' nuts. And most of it was a waste of time. Really. We could have did our show in like 3 hours if it was chopping out all the dumb shit, but it's so obvious. If they had more, they'd be using it somehow. They wouldn't be trying to argue dumb shit. They would just let it come by because they already know they have what they have in their back pocket. They just let the dumb shit float by.
I agree.
Yeah, I kind of stopped listening and watching toward the end because it just deteriorated to a point where nothing's getting done. It's like he's. So what happened? Is he's gonna look at the surveys and see what? See, I still don't even.
I don't even.
Like where did he leave it off? Okay, so there's 2 questions that are at issue, and he's gonna look at them and he's gonna give an opinion and put it out at some point in time in the future. Well, it's already Friday. This hearing was when? Monday or when was this hearing? Tuesday or Wednesday?
Wednesday.
I mean, Jesus.
He should have had an answer then. He already had everything laid out for him. There's no excuse.
Yeah.
There's no excuse. This is what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if when he goes home, if he's reaching out to somebody for advice and telling them what he's supposed to do. I'm wondering if somebody's actually advising him on how to do what he's doing, and that's why he's always waiting to make these decisions, and he looks so freaking clueless when he's in these court hearings. Somebody's telling him what to do, I bet. Because he doesn't look like he thinks for himself in the courtroom.
Yeah, he's not as he's not. To me, he doesn't have a commanding presence. Like, you're supposed to be when you go into a court. You're supposed to be like deferential, and the court is, supposed to be losing patience with you, not you losing patience with the court.
Yeah.
And it seems like, I mean, literally, I could not deal with this type of nonsense. It would be like, I would be already saying, well, then Bill Thompson violated the non-dissemination order. He went ahead and read all the questions out loud in open court. Why wasn't it a closed hearing? Why didn't he request a closed hearing?
Yeah.
In court. Did it right in court. I mean, whatever he's arguing. That was a huge win for the defense on all levels. On all levels.
Yes.
All right, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and end this show. I'm not sure if I'm going to be back later tonight or not. We might be talking some Sebastian. I might be going to bed early. I'm not sure. I'm still trying to recoup from being up 25 and that long ass drive. So I'm going to try and lay down, take a couple hour nap. And then when I wake up, I'm going to see how I'm feeling. So later on, look to see if you don't get a notification. Look to see if we're on or something. We might just be hanging out. So I want to say thank you to Andrew D. Myers. Thank you, Yoli. Thank you, Rosie. And thank you, everybody, for hanging out as we went through these last 2 court hearings. I'm just spent. I'm spent. Mentally, I'm spent too, because just the same 3 sentences Bill Thompson used for 2 court hearings, the same one.
Yeah, and I
You know.
wanted to say you all did a good job with the Sebastian Rogers search.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm still going back to do some more here soon. Still going
That was
back.
amazing.
Yep, we still got more spots to go, so I just gotta
And
get this
Charlie's
stuff.
still out there.
Yep. Yeah, he's from there.
I mean, he's still searching. I mean, I saw. Anyway, it was a very good job, you guys.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, everybody. We'll maybe see you tonight. I don't know. We'll see. But just look for us just in case. Appreciate you. And if not, I'll be back tomorrow. And you'll be getting those member live uploads coming up. Not members live, but members only uploads coming up this weekend. Appreciate you guys.
All
See
right.
you in a little bit.
See you guys.